are coming to the NLC grassroots system, and here is a full rundown of what is coming. The Northern League Championship, commonly known as the NLC, covers the northern part of European League of Legends and feeds into the prestigious EMEA Masters tournament system. The NLC combines Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Malta, Ireland and the United Kingdom into one ecosystem, and now the grassroots scene is getting a revamp. Today, the NLC consists of 4 divisions. Moving forwards, divisions 3 and 4 are dissolved and will move back into a national system spread out over the 5 sub-regions of Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and the United Kingdom and Ireland. Fear not, Iceland and Malta, you're not forgotten. Players from these 2 countries can freely roam as residents in all 5 sub-regions. Each sub-region will be operated by a trusted local tournament organizer. Maybe you recognize any familiar faces. National competition is a part of our region's roots, and now it's back to revive the spark and thrill of national rivalries that we used to love. Hold on though, that's not all. In addition to the national leagues, a brand new NLC ladder will see the light of day. On the NLC ladder, teams can join at any point during the split and compete. By challenging other teams to a match and winning, teams can rack up points and climb the leaderboard, taking all of the best parts of your ranked ladder experience with your team straight into the NLC ecosystem. Look out for more information about the ladder system later this year. Now onto the part that all sub-regional teams are fighting to reach, the NLC Regional Promotional Series. The NLC RPS is an interface between NLC Division 2, as we know it, and the new national leagues. At the end of each split, each national league sends 2 champions to the NLC RPS. The national leagues will be joined by the 2 bottom teams from the NLC Division 2, as well as the top 2 teams of the NLC ladder. Come out as one of the 2 winners and your team has secured a spot in the NLC Division 2 for the coming split. The rest will return to their respective national leagues. With all of these new implementations, the competitive year will be divided into 3 splits for our sub-regions: spring, summer and autumn. The NLC Divisions 1 and 2 will continue as we know it, with the spring and summer split. While the national leagues will play in spring alongside the Aurora Cup in autumn, the NLC ladder will be active for all 3 splits. Due to the imbalance, the NLC RPS will only run for the spring and autumn splits, meaning the NLC ladder summer split won't allow entrance. We hope you like what you saw and are eager to learn more about the coming months. The NLC grassroots system kicks off in autumn 2023, so get your squad together and prepare for the national leagues. We'll see you on the Rift.
I think in terms of the league, we've been fine. I think the level we've shown has obviously been good enough to finish in the top 2. I think there's a higher ceiling to the team. We know ourselves, obviously, the things that we've had to improve on, and I know how much work the guys have been putting in.
I think at times we played well. I think obviously the record breaker game against Reading was really nice in terms of fastest game, which was really nice. And at times we played very poorly, the last couple of weeks we haven't played well. And then the week before that we played very well, a couple of games which were in complete control.
I think that slightly higher ceiling is probably going to be the reason that we win the playoffs, even if the teams you may say are somewhat even going towards the end of the regular split. I think we've just got that little bit extra to give,
I think we've been very fast at adapting to the meta, probably the fastest team overall as far as I'm concerned. I think the second fastest is probably Nativz. So I think we've definitely got a leg up in terms of the speed at which we're adapting to the new patch. And I think just overall, like the quality of my players, and I think the quality of the team as a whole, including myself and the staff team, I think is just a cut above everybody else in the league.
I would definitely say myself, Scotty, we are amongst the top, if not the top. I know myself, I've been experienced, I've been across the globe in terms of leagues I've taken part in and won. And I know how integral Scotty has been in terms of the analytical work team throughout this split.
I think RNG has done obviously a really great job with Nativz, but obviously not good enough to beat us.
So, in the games versus ourselves, I would say the first game we played against them was we were the reason for our own demise.
I think our first game versus them, I think, was a relatively confident win.
We took fights when we shouldn't. This was obviously a problem for us. I would say throughout the early parts of the split where we weren't really playing to our win conditions.
Obviously, we won it fairly comfortably, but I do not expect it to be the same coming to playoffs. There's been a lot of progress from both sides.
I think they are very good at playing one style of League of Legends, which is great, which is fine. I'm not sure that will hold up against us, and I think, assuming that both Nativz and ourselves go to EMEA Masters, I don't think that will be great. I think it's very predictable, like going into EMEA Masters, and I think a lot of teams will probably figure them out.
I think Verdant themselves are very by the book, that's one compliment I can give them. If you had to take a textbook of League of Legends, how to play it very standard, how to cover your lanes, I think that they do that really well. They play around mid lane very well.
So I think it's going to be quite close. I think the score will be 3-2, obviously in Verdant's favour.
But for the series, I think it will be a 3-1 to ourselves, obviously.
It's going to be a really interesting series in terms of how both teams are going to be adapting. We've got our strategy coming into the games, and I'm certain that Nativz will have some interesting ideas behind their strategy.
I think Verdant will have something up their sleeves that we're not quite prepared for. I think it's always going in the best of fives. Really exciting to see who's been practicing what sort of cool strats have people been working on.
But I think in terms of quality of players, in terms of quality of the team dynamic, in terms of quality of staff, I think we just have it over Nativz. So I think it's going to be a close series, but I think we're going to win it 3-2.
So I think they'll have something up their sleeve that might catch us off guard. Otherwise, I think we'll learn and adapt throughout and come away with a 3-1.
All I know is that we're confident going into it, and we're gonna play some of our best League of Legends.
Not quite necessarily positioned the same place. Shackle with a huge kick onto Omen, shut down the Azir. He's able to get that shuffle up in time, which means that Nord can take over the rest of the fight. 2x is cutting backward here with the Aphelios. Straight to the red-white gun. He's over to the green-white, but the rest of his team is dying around him. Triple kill for Hino. Quadra kill for Hino. Yeah, they're going to throw everything down in. They jump. The knockup lands onto Puy immediately. Zapdo low HP. Denvoxy jumps back, and that is a 1-for-1 trade. All ready to kick it off. Shikari gets the knockup. Vladdy catches 2 with a huge ultimate. Denvoxy immediately jumps into the back line. Let's go a little bit wide. Utes on the flank. They're coming in. Chimera's jumping in with him. Back is gone. Stolen away with the Ashar. Utes able to finish up Gooby. Equalizer goes down. Ragnar throws out the Featherstorm. Tax is going to try and look to get onto him, but it's so hard to do so. The feathers are everywhere. He can't pull them back, but they all flash forward. Feathers locking Taxa in place. A triple kill though onto Nita. He's keeping the pressure up. A quadra kill.
The side there. Crucial to this Fiddlesticks' game plan that he goes unspotted as he goes for the engages! And that one looks absolutely beautiful! A double kill, triple kill for Zapdo!
This giant purple one is gonna... Oh, there's a flashing game!
Oh, the
No way! Did he pull that one off? Huge ultimate, the shockwave response though by Unicorn! Nature saved the day! Double kill, picked up here onto Gooby. Rusty Sam's trying to get the damage off. There's the triple, there's the quadra. Gooby, he's going for the penta. He's going to try and jump over the wall. Unicorn, can he escape? Penta kill over to Gooby!
Dropping the ball a little bit, allowing that Rift Herald charge to come through, but if they can get an engage here, they're going to be A-okay. Ragnar going to get pulled in by the Magnet Storm, knocked into the skies as well, but the damage isn't following up from Fourth Jimray. Gets in there with a massive Pop Blossom, but over one shot Chimera. Catchcock with the ult, double kill for the cannon. Ace for Nord, no one dies.
Hello everybody and welcome to the NLC Summer Split 2023 playoffs. My name is Wheater. I'm going to be your host today, but I also have 3 lovely casters here, so let's get them in here today. We are tackling the very, very important match deciding who's going to go directly to EMEA Masters already, directly into the finals. Verdant versus Nativz Hipbrain. How are you excited for this one?
I'm very excited for this one. I'm mostly excited because I think both Nativz and Verdant fell apart on the final week of the regular stages, and I want to see how they bounce back because we saw some weaknesses from teams, but before this, we kind of started to see is maybe getting a little bit infallible. So I'm just excited to see how they're gonna show up today because I have some questions and I need to see them answers today.
Yeah, never going to root with you two. Obviously, the big brains here, and I'm going to start with you, Aragon here. What is going to be the key factors to look out for in today's games?
Ooh, I think that's really, really interesting. There have been some weaknesses, just like Hipbrain said, in terms of especially Verdant. I think Verdant came off an extra shaky week, and Nativz kind of solidified themselves as the top dog of the league. Specifically around that bot lane, I think Wendell has had like a rough time coming the past recent weeks. Last week especially, just getting picked here and there. So how does Nativz capitalize on the weaknesses they see? And, you know, how does Verdant capitalize on their new game plan of playing around top?
Yeah,
I think by extension of that, right, the question is how do we see Twist perform? Because normally if a support's getting picked off, it's the other support starting it. We're going to have to see if Twist can be a little bit more present, because I think we were talking in the green room backstage that Twist hasn't necessarily been the big playmaking support that we've maybe seen from your PlayStations, your Chimeras on other sides. And maybe if Twist can step up, find Wendell in these compromised positions, that could be a very real avenue for Nativz to have a strong way into finding advantages. But on the slight flip side of that, Stefan has been on the ball this entire split, and if we do see Wendell in a, like I say, weird position, you know that Stefan's going to be there to try and find him and pick him off.
Yeah, and I want to go for this to you Hipbrain here. We have Denvoxna in the native spot lane. It's a summer split, Denvoxna. 1 + 1 = 2?
Is that the question? No, yeah, Denvoxna is... I genuinely think Denvoxna is the best player in the league, without a shadow of a doubt. I think this guy has just... He's always been a really solid performer. I think he's one of the kind of, like, remnants of NLC when we were, like, actually a good league. Not saying we're a bad league, by the way, just before I just completely pin myself in a bad situation there. I think, you know, the NLC's not at the strength it was 2 years ago. Denvoxna was someone who 2 years ago, when I think NLC was at its strongest, was still there and holding his own and even beating out some of these like top tier teams back then. So I'm no surprise to see that I think that Denvoxna is the top player in the league overall. I also think he's just got such a solid team behind him. Like, you got Shikari, who me and Aragon have casted together this whole split, and every time Shikari's been on on our games, we've mentioned that he's just like unmovable. Like he'll either like win lane or he just won't lose lane. They're like the two states of Shikari. And then I think Vladdy is one of the best mid laners in the league. Although I will say Nita is also up there in my opinion as well. I don't know exactly where I place them, who I place over the other. I think this would probably be a good metric to judge it. But I think if anybody on the side of Verdant is actually going to really challenge Nativz, it's going to be on Nita to try and beat out Vladdy, because Nita is he's cracked. He's just cracked.
I think that the good point, like, to take away is that it is that mid lane matchup that swings in a little bit of a balance. When we were going pound for pound across the rest of the roles, we were giving the edge to Nativz in top, jungle, AD carry, support. Mid lane was the only real role where we were going, well, you know what, this could swing either way. So Nita has a lot of pressure on his shoulders just coming into the best of 5 itself.
I think Vladdy's really good. I completely agree with you guys. But sometimes he gets camp. And then he sometimes ends up going 0-3-0 in the opening first 10 minutes of the game, like last week versus Ruddy. He still pulls it back, though, but we've definitely seen super high highs.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the big thing here as well, right? The majority of the start of the season, pretty much the entire first round robin, was on the previous patch. This one 13-11, I believe, right? And we saw a lot of enchanters being brought into play here. And that was something that one of you spoke about earlier on today, Rooted, in terms of how these enchanters really was a big part of the game plan coming through from Verdant. How is that going to change going to playoffs, do you think, now?
Yeah, I mean, we're on 13-13 for playoffs, so we've got a lot more engaged supports. We've seen Rel, we've seen Alistair, not just in the NLC, but globally as well. There's a lot more engaged coming from those support roles. Now that leads into these issues that we've seen from Wendell, where you feel a little more emboldened to face check a brush that you perhaps shouldn't because you've got a bit more HP behind you. I'm not a Lulu face checking, I might be able to get out. Well, no, actually, I can't. So the melee support style has tended to catch supports out a little bit more often, and there is still a place for enchanters in this meta. Enchanters, no surprising to anyone, do outscale in the late game team fights. Obviously, if you're buffing up a hyper carry, that's much more valuable in most situations, but I am looking at how the supports are engaging and whether or not it's working out at all.
And last week, I just wanted to highlight real quick. I think there was a lot of growing pains when it came to like accommodating to 13.13. I think a lot of teams didn't really understand the value of different champions, and still I don't think they do, especially in the higher leagues. Rel gets given over a lot to trade, for example, for something like a Kaiser Sejuani, but in this league, I really do think Rel is so unbelievably busted. Last week, Nativz was the only team to beat Rel. One game the entire week last week, and that's because Denvoxney had just the god tier performance of getting a pentakill, right? Like on top of many other fights. I really hope we've learned our lesson this week and that Rel doesn't go through very often.
And you know what pairs well with Rel? It's a Rumble, another pick that I'm very high on in this current state. So if we see those two pair together, good things may happen.
Speaking of, we did see the Silas getting picked up as well. In was it our first or second game of last week? But even so, it's one of those things that you kind of got to keep in the back of your mind, because the Rel Rumble combo is terrifying. So if you're trading the Rel off and then picking Rumble in the next phase, you got to be super careful that Silas doesn't just get picked up in the immediate phase after that, and then suddenly you've got Rel Rumble. But you've also got a Rumble that, you know, presses W and heals for all of their health. So I don't know. There's so many strong combos up at the moment. I like this way more than I liked like our Zeri meta. And I know Zeri has reared her head recently again, which hopefully was just a flash in the pan. But I think the meta at the moment is super explosive. I don't know who I place as actually being better in these more explosive metas, because typically I'd always say Denvox needs a kind of farm for 300 CS and then like carry the game from there. But I think the one major improvement I've seen in Denvox over the last like year and a bit is a flexibility in his playstyle. He doesn't just like AFK from a dragon fight to go catch 2 waves. He'll actually show up to those fights and actually be more proactive earlier in the game. So maybe that's what Nativz are going to be playing in towards now.
Yeah, and speaking of a flash in the pan, we have predictions up here, because it's actually a very major life occurrence here. Hilbrain, we have the same winner for today. That, generally speaking, doesn't happen, because things occur in these picks normally, but Nativz across the board here, besides Docking and Middlecut going for Verdant, but neither of them here they cannot defend their decision, right? So, Aragon, can you kind of like make the case for why Dockling and Middlecut have chosen Verdant?
No, honestly, I don't really get it. I think
Also,
So
game one,
based.
obviously, Duckling is the only one that's chosen to win the series, right? Only for the first game here, but like in general here, we're in the best out of 5 now. The first game, is that the one where you just like throw all your cheese picks out the way, try to get that first win, try to get going, or what should the strategy be, Rudo, when you go into the best of 5?
I'm not a coach, but if I was a best of 5 player, I would save them until I was 0-2 down and I had nothing left. That's when I'm pulling out Vayne mid. That's when we're going, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at the enemies. Because if you've practiced all this stuff in scrims, you're 0-2 down on your final stage game. When are you going to play it? That's my theory.
The mid lane Nami of old, Hebron, do you remember that in the NLC?
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I'm not even going to entertain the idea, but we're going to see a Nami mid. I very much doubt we'll see a Nami at all, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know where you pull out these picks, because the thing is also, I don't feel like these teams are the cheese pick teams.
They are.
I feel like if we have Ruddy, then yeah, it's like, we don't know what the hell's going to get played in the jungle,
There's
man.
no such thing as a cheese pick with Ruddy, is there?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just-
It's the exact same thing. It's just like, oh,
they are the
Master,
fromage shop.
Sejuani mids, like just you name it, they run it like for them. There is no cheese; it's just a Ruddy way, right? But
Yeah.
it is what it is, right? Like
I will say, though,
explosive. Go ahead.
I will say, I do think that there's one flexible and odd pick that can come out here from Nativz, which I think Verdant do need to be crucially aware of, and that is that Seraphine bot. I know Denvoxy plays that. That is like his enchanter bot lane, which he'll pull out. So that's one thing you do have to kind of keep in your mind. I very much doubt we'll see it, at least at the beginning. I think if we are going to see something like that, I think Rude Dude's right. It'll be when you're like 2-0 down and your back's to the walls. A lot of strong things have been taken off the plate. The Rel, the Rumbles, all of those are gone. And things that can't just like pop the Seraphine. But it is always something for Verdant are going to have to play with in the back of their mind is, what if this is the game where it's an AD mid for Vladdy, and then they whip out the Seraphine bot lane for Denvoxney?
Yeah, I actually completely agree with you. We're seeing the rise of AP sides, rather, especially down bot side. You see champions like Ziggs over in the LPL. You see, AP Varus, all the AP AD carries like Kai'Sa as well, and then other AP champions like Seraphine could definitely come out if we get, like, for example, both of these teams like Jace Maokai, right? When you have that AD mid laner in the Jace, you often want to secure an AP top or a bot laner. And yeah, no, I think it's a great shout to call out the Seraphine Denvoxne. I do think it could happen.
Just to stay with Denvox's example here as well. Also used to be a very prominent Syndra bot lane player, if I recall correctly. So I don't know if that's something that we are going to be seeing, but that would be a different AP profile than the Seraphine, for example, would be. Kai'Sa is one of the strongest picks here, and I know that we can't really like do a mock draft, so to speak, here, right? But Rude, if you had to everything is open, there's no bans. What is the first pick that you're going with if you're Nativz on B1?
Okay, Maokai. Maokai is turbo broken for team play. If I'm Nativz and I'm saying, okay, we need to do 5v5s and we just need to win objective fights, Maokai is the single best champion for doing that. The ultimate is still just too OP.
I have to say, I completely agree. I think Maokai is top tier. But that Rel flex or like a Kai'Sa flex could also be perceived as really, really high tier. If you take a look at like the LEC, it's like often it's just Rel burst into like a Kai'Sa Sejuani or something like this flex, or a Maokai Jace as a duo as well. I think that could happen too.
And I think Jace this game as well is actually very important because both of these mid laners have been like Vladdy in particular's Jace has been looking like the best in the league. We've seen as well, Nilla will play at top lane. We know Nita can play at mid lane, right? This is, whilst it's become a mid lane champion for Season 13, you can never forget that it can just go top.
And the last pick that I want to highlight, which both top laners absolutely love, is the Rumble. I think we've already said that, but just to up the prio on it, I think it's not going to go through a single game. I'm pretty sure it's not going to go through a single game. I think we banned every single time. Another meta pick top lane, which I don't think has as much value, which Nilly actually liked, but in this between these two teams, I don't think has much value, is the Renekton.
Come on, man.
because Ornn is such a big counter, and you have Shikari, the Ornn player, and you just stonewall the hell out of the Renekton, and he just doesn't have anything to do, right? So definitely want to see Nilly on these carries, but Renekton's not one of them.
Yeah, as much as I want to kind of clown on you for talking about Renekton, for being a Renekton main, I know it's the Renekton tax of Aragon. I do think the problem that Nilly has in playing Renekton is Renekton kind of needs to win lane. And what I said right at the beginning of the broadcast is Shikari's a brick wall. Like, he has two states. It's winning lane or not losing lane. And Renekton going into like a neutral matchup then as the game goes later is just going to feel absolutely horrific to play. So it's going to be a sad day for Aragon because I very, very much doubt we are going to see that Renekton getting played in this game at all. Unless Shikari pulls it out. But I feel like Shikari plays more for the team. That's why like that Ornn, like you highlighted, is going to be so big. That's why, you know, Rudy was talking about the Maokai. You get like a Maokai Ornn on your top and jungle, and then Voxney just gets to play a hyper carry, and this game's just so over. I feel like these are the things Verdant need to be very much aware of. They don't want to be giving, you know, these kind of easy engaged champions over to Nativz, because I think an ease of execution on both sides, if both teams draft comps that kind of play in that way, it's so Nativz favored. I just feel like a lot of the lanes are already leaning very Nativz. I feel like if you just give them a team where they just headbutt their keyboard and win a team fight off it, I feel like that's Verdant's worst nightmare. So they need to find a way to either play a kind of split push or a more kind of pick orientated team and try not to just give loads of team fighting options over to Nativz, because I feel like that is the quickest way to lose this series.
Well, you said when you put it like this, right? We have Nille, Aurelia, Jax, Fiora. Are we gonna see those like carry split push bio picks come through instead of like trying to play towards that? Because like I guess that would be like one of the ways to try to kind of avoid having to like constantly 5-on-5 native straight up Aragon.
I want to champion the Verdant top lane a little bit here, because as much as we do talk up Shikari, and very rightly so, has a 9.3 KDA, the highest on his team by a good couple points. Nille last season had honestly a very similar regular split to what we've seen from him here. Came into playoffs, remember Verdant in spring, our 4th seed team, we writ them off at the beginning of playoffs and went, yeah, they're just going to get knocked out by Ruddy in first round. That didn't happen. It was the complete opposite. Nille stepped up huge, playing split push carry top laners. Now again, the opposition, I will say Shikari, probably a more formidable opponent in that top lane than anything he faced last split. But if there's a champion, a player that is going to be able to do it, it will be Nille on that top side. We've seen him pull out Gnar carry performances, Jax carry performances before. Both of these things very possible to come out in the playoffs when needed most.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Jax is a really good shout there, especially. The thing is, every single game we've seen recently, Taxa just heads off top side and gives at least a couple ganks, right, to Nille every single time whilst abandoning bot side. So definitely something with good setup. You know, that's why I highlighted Renekton before, but Jax could also do something very similar. If we don't see that today, if we don't see Taxa dropping off a few ganks topside, they've adjusted their game plan to fit something versus Nativz. Maybe they play through bot this time, but if we're going off of the previous weeks, they will definitely play through topside and Nille will be the carry. The only concern is, how does the Nille camp fare versus the Stonewall Shikari?
Yeah, and first of all, guys, I want to apologize. You might have wondering why we've been talking so much about the game. We tried to press the start game button, but there are some players currently having some technical issues that we are working through. So while we work through those, we are going to throw to a short break. But when we come back, we'll be ready for play with the game 1 of the playoffs.
I think in terms of the league, we've been fine. I think the level we've shown has obviously been good enough to finish in the top two. I think there's a higher ceiling to the team. We know ourselves, obviously, the things that we've had to improve on, and I know how much work the guys have been putting in.
I think at times we played well. I think obviously the record breaker game against Ready was really nice in terms of fastest game, which was really nice. And at times we played very poorly. The last couple of weeks we haven't played well, and then the week before that we played very well. A couple of games which were in complete control.
I think that slightly higher ceiling is probably going to be the reason that we win the playoffs, even if the teams you may say are somewhat even going towards the end of the regular split. I think we've just got that little bit extra to give,
I think we've been very fast at adapting to the meta, probably the fastest team overall as far as I'm concerned. I think the second fastest is probably Nativz. So I think we've definitely got a leg up in terms of the speed at which we're adapting to the new patch. And I think just overall, like the quality of my players, and I think the quality of the team as a whole, including myself and the staff team, I think is just a cut above everybody else in the league.
I would definitely say myself, Scotty, we are amongst the top, if not the top. I know myself, I've been experienced. I've been across the globe in terms of leagues I've taken part in and won. And I know how integral Scotty has been in terms of the analytical work team throughout this split.
I think RNG has done obviously a really great job with Nativz, but obviously not good enough to beat us.
So, in the games versus ourselves, I would say the first game we played against them was we were the reason for our own demise.
I think our first game versus them, I think, was a relatively confident win.
We took fights when we shouldn't. This was obviously a problem for us. I would say throughout the early parts of the split where we weren't really playing to our win conditions.
Obviously we won it fairly comfortably, but I do not expect it to be the same coming to playoffs. There's been a lot of progress from both sides.
I think they are very good at playing one style of League of Legends, which is great, which is fine. I'm not sure that will hold up against us, and I think, assuming that both Nativz and ourselves go to EMEA Masters, I don't think that will be great. I think it's very predictable, like going into EMEA Masters, and I think a lot of teams will probably figure them out.
I think Verdant themselves are very by the book, that's one compliment I can give them. If you had to take a textbook of League of Legends, how to play it very standard, how to cover your lanes, I think that they do that really well. They play around mid lane very well.
So I think it's going to be quite close. I think the score will be 3-2, obviously in Verdant's favour.
But for the series, I think it will be a 3-1 to ourselves, obviously.
It's going to be a really interesting series in terms of how both teams are going to be adapting. We've got our strategy coming into the games, and I'm certain that Nativz will have some interesting ideas behind their strategy.
I think Verdant will have something up their sleeves that we're not quite prepared for. I think it's always going in the best of fives. Really exciting to see who's been practicing what sort of cool strats have people been working on.
But I think in terms of quality of players, in terms of quality of the team dynamic, in terms of quality of staff, I think we just have it over Nativz. So I think it's going to be a close series, but I think we're going to win it 3-2.
So I think they'll have something up their sleeve that might catch us off guard. Otherwise, I think we'll learn and adapt throughout and come away with a 3-1.
All I know is that we're confident going into it. And we're gonna play some of our best League of Legends.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. Apologies about the delays and the issues, but we are done and resolved, hopefully, as we are into picks and bans. We're going to see immediately two bans we're probably all quite happy with there, the Rel and the Kaiser. Still things like that Rumble Open, still things like the Maokai, which Rudy, you mentioned as well, still up and available on that table.
Okay, so gonna have to see as well if there are any top lane derivatives for Nativz, if they're gonna like take away something from Nilla that they're potentially a bit scared of. That was the other part that I was going to go to. Do Verdant just take away the stone wall from Shikari? His Ornn has been stalwart throughout the entire split long. Putting him onto something a little bit less tanky in that top side, it probably won't change the outcome of that top lane matchup, but this is your better way at getting it.
Yeah. Power picks are still open. Maokai Jace is still up, like you said. The Jace specifically, I think, is extremely powerful. Tristana is still up. Another flex down mid and bot lane. I don't think either of his teams play LeBlanc, but something to think about is the fact that Nativz answered, I believe, a Jace. I can't remember which team it was last week with Yone, playing a Yone composition, but that has kind of been hit a little bit because of the Swajwani ban, which he synergized with. Maokai gone. Let's see what they pick first pick.
All right, just going to run down that clock a little bit. I'm trying to think what is up and available. The Rumble is still available. Yep. Obviously, you lose some of that value by not having it with the Rel, but it's still a very, very powerful pick. It does look like that Tristana you mentioned there, Aragon, is going to get first pick there. Is flexible technically between the ADC and that mid lane role, so doesn't really reveal their hand too much. Now, moving over to Verdant, the question is what are they going to look to put their priority on now?
Wouldn't be surprised to see a potential Jace just picked up to try and match mid lane. You go range with range, make sure that the Trist isn't going to get insane amounts of shove. You then also have this insanely high priority Rumble, which we've been talking about quite a lot. Just very S tier in that top lane. Doesn't particularly have too many bad matchups unless you dive into the weird and wonderful side of top lane.
Yep. I think there's been some answers into the Tristana. You can. People have been speculating stuff like Vex, but I don't think that'll ever be picked. In the past, you could go stuff like Talia. Poppy is a very decent champion here. As we've had a lot of pinched bans towards the jungle, you go kind of down the list. There it is. Pretty decent into that Tristana leap.
Yeah, well, they are going to pick up that Poppy, like you said. Obviously, the ability to kind of stop them from jumping forward. Really, really nice there. I do worry a bit of anti-synergy between the Poppy and the Rumble because you can kind of displace them from the Equalizer, which is, you know, something they're going to have to be very keenly aware of. But, you know, I'm going to trust Verdant are going to know what they're doing here, and they're not going to mess up the power that Rumble are. And there's the Jace. So we do know if this Tristana is going to go into the bot side. Now, the main concern for me on the side of Nativz is they are starting to stack quite a lot of AD. So I'm curious to see what their top laner is going to be, what their jungle is going to be, and see where they can kind of find a balance to add some AP to this comp. Because right now, it's a little front-loaded in the AD area. Curious to see, Aragon, what kind of like AP top laners could there be that get picked up? I mean, that's AP. It's not a top laner, but that's AP.
Yeah, so they don't pick the top laner, they don't kill their flex. Technically, they've still got triple flex, right? They could put any of these, like they could put Jace mid and top, they can put Tristana mid and bot, as well as Karthus flex. But I think what we're probably going to see is pretty standard. I like it. It's a new thing Stefan's pulled out. If it is a jungle Karthus, this is very different, pivoting away from like the kind of dog role that he had last week, where he would play Sejuani, Poppy, and just kind of gank loads. Yeah, go ahead, Rudy, dude.
So he did play one Karthus game this split.
Okay.
It was versus lower tier team, but he absolutely dumpstered on it, right? Like 3 buffed enemy jungle, had prio in bot lane, so he just walked in, stole away enemy jungle camps, and was level 6 by 7 minutes. It was an extremely accelerated Karthus, and they absolutely slaughtered their opponents with it. So we've seen Stefan pull this one out once before. If they get this push bot lane, push mid lane, expect to see the same sort of thing, where we see Stefan hit that level 6 marker exceptionally early on.
Yeah. So, something to highlight here is Lucian is a really big counter into Jace, and G2 have been playing at solo lane, which in my opinion isn't that good, but I wonder if Verdant has taken a page out of their book, because they do love to copy, right? They love watching the LPL and copying, they love watching pro play and higher tiers and copying straight up. I don't think it will be. For now, what we're probably going to see is a bunch of target yeah, there is the pinching the support role, banning away stuff to set up that Rumble.
I'm curious whether or not we do actually see an Enchanter support now, because I said in the pregame, I was like, I doubt we'll see a Nami, but they look at a Lucian. If they put that bot lane, Lucian Nami, obviously not in the state it was a little while ago, but it is still a pretty viable bot lane. They may just want to look for that engage, because I think right now, they've got a lot of kind of like follow-up with that Rumble, I wouldn't really call Poppy like a primary engage, so maybe they do want to look towards, the areas like those Leonas and those things that can kind of lock people down and really make the use of the Rumbelar, keeping people pinned in place as long as possible. Looking towards that final ban, Nativz definitely having a bit of a head scratch about what they're going to look to ban away. So they take away the Varus, so again, not completely convinced on where this Lucian is going to be going, and just doing a quick look at the old picks and bans. If the Lucian is going to go into that mid lane, what's being hovered here actually could lead into like a Xayah Rakan if they want to go down that road.
Verdant at the minute are very short range as well. They've got the equalizer for some sort of long range poke at that point that it's going to be potentially the culling pairs with that nicely, but in terms of consistent DPS, Verdant are very short range, and we've seen Nativz at the minute with things like Karth Assault, Jace Poke. Just if they can stay at a distance, I think Nativz are going to have a really good shot at making this game work for them.
Yeah, another Stonewall pick coming out for Shikari, and there it is. There's Leona I wanted to call out a second ago. Leona works really well into the Rakan, and they need all-in for that Tristana AD carry. Tristana loves leaping in and taking early all-ins, and Leona helps her do that into this Rakan.
All right. Very good support matchup as well, right? The Rakan, notorious for his maneuverability.
There it is.
And there we go. Early game one in the best of fives. We see the Denvoxney, or we see the response. It's Gooby Seraphine against Denvoxney. Okay.
I'm surprised. I am actually surprised. I really expect to see Denvoxney be the one to pull this out, but nope. First game, they decide to pick up that Seraphine, and I mean, they weren't massively lacking in the AP department because they have that Rumble. But with that kind of like, almost with the Enchanter from the Seraphine, I think almost, the Enchanter from the Seraphine there to kind of buff up Nita, I feel like they are going to be putting a lot of tools in his, a lot of kind of eggs in the Nita basket. You still have kind of Nilly and Wendell to kind of run a nuisance with the Equalizer and just Rakan being Rakan. I'm curious though, where do we feel that this game's going? Rude Dude, I'd like to get your thoughts on this draft. Do you feel that one team has gained a significant advantage in the draft over the other, or do you think it's actually pretty good either way?
I'm liking the looks of both compositions. There are definitely different identities that we've got, right? We're going to see Shikari be very alone on that top side. I expect to see Nativz try and play this very aggressive bot side duo where we get Stefan farmed up nice and early, see Taxa under constant pressure. It might be difficult, as we've alluded to, this Lucian being the counter to the Jace may push this Karthus back a little bit. It's a bit of Nocturne syndrome, where you are waiting to get to level 6 and then you become a much more powerful jungler. You can certainly impact the map a lot better. And I'm looking at the Verdant composition and going, whilst you mentioned that they've got a nice amount of magic damage with that Seraphine, they are now very reliant on the physical damage coming out from Nita. If he gets targeted down very early in these games, that can make the build path into magic resistance very easy.
Yeah. No, completely agree. When you have a Karthus, when you have these AP junglers, they typically just want to sit in their jungle and power farm non-stop, right? And what happens then, and what is really important then, is the priorities you have in the lanes, right? Can you facilitate this Karthus to power farm consistently? And you kind of lose prior topside versus this Cassante, and Rumble kind of destroys tanks. You lose priority versus the Lucian, like you highlighted, Rude Dude. But you do have priority bot side. So what I want to see is these all-ins from the Tristana Leona actually pull them off against Denvoxney. But that's a tall task, right? It's Denvoxney. So that's definitely going to be the test for Verdant.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's also the response then, right? We've highlighted the double pushing lanes for Verdant in that top side. Let's see if Taxa can stop this Karthus getting to level 6 as soon. Maybe we see an invade first, second spawn of Gromp, second spawn of Wolves, something along those lines, where, okay, we've had our first recalls, we've now got push in mid lane and in top lane, we're just going to win a 3v3 on the top side of the map. Why not try and put this Karthus a little bit further behind?
I'm glad we highlight that, because I do feel this is the what we should be watching, because I think bot lane, without like mistakes
Seraphine
being made,
is a snoozer.
Yeah, Seraphine's going to be a snoozer, right? Like, it's going to have to be like a pretty big misplay for the Leona to kind of get that in, and Denvoxney needs to be able to follow up, which is fine for Denvoxney. Like I highlighted, his main playstyle is 300 CS, then play the game. So on the other side, it's the solo lanes, it's the jungle. Like you said, the Karthus got ahead last time they pulled this out, and that time they had lanes that were pushing, they had the opportunity to kind of go for those invades and accelerate the Karthus. The question is are they going to get that opportunity? And from the sounds of things, not too sold on that one. So we'll have to see once we get into that game. I guess the question is where do we expect to see the first bit of action? Do we think it's going to be in the jungle on a potential counter invade, or do you feel like there's going to be some lane attention going down? I mean, I don't expect to see the Karthus ganking, but there is a Poppy, can just press W, get that movement speed, and get into the lane.
I think what we need to see is that Poppy shadowing the Lucian to let Lucian bully out the Jace. This is what we see. So we saw G2 drafting this all the time. I actually like G2's draft a little bit better because they would pair it off with the Ivern, and that would let Lucian proc his hidden passive with the shields, as well as give him on hit with the bushes. They've just got a Lucian there, but in isolation, it still does win against the Jace. So I want to see that Poppy facilitate these trades and maybe look for dives as well. Gameplay around the midsection is basically what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, just facilitating this Lucian counter pick is your name of the game. It's your consistent DPS source. You've got to rumble up on that top side to supplement it, but it's the quote AD carry that you've drafted for yourself as Verdant. It's your only source of physical damage. We're not expecting Taxa to be a Dark Harvest run at you with Lethality Poppy. It is going to be a tank for him, right? So you're looking at physical damage. You're looking at Niter in that mid lane and getting him in a state where he is snowballed. It's obviously going to be successful for Verdant. And they've got, coming into this as well, the 2-0 over Nativz in the regular season. Now, one of those games slightly tainted. The first game, however, of the split that they played, definitely a Verdant win. And somehow they've come into this best of 5, the underdogs across the broadcast talent team. So there's a little bit of a maybe pressure on their shoulders, not necessarily to prove us wrong, but to make sure that they're comfortable in themselves as well.
Yeah, no, I actually, just something we haven't really hit on too much was Verdant were first in the regular season. They were convincing for the vast majority of the season. I think people started to lose faith in them a little bit towards the end of the season. It felt like Nativz kind of kept their form, and yeah, there were definitely hiccups. Yeah, there were definitely mistakes. So I'm just looking back. Nativz, they lost to Unique, which was questionable, but the second day they did bounce back a little bit harder. On the side of Verdant, though, you know, they beat out, I think it was Domino. I'm going to quickly check. Yeah, they beat out Domino in the first game of last week, and it wasn't a convincing win. Then we go on to the next day, and they lost the fourth wall. And again, they just didn't look convincing in any of their games last week. But that is also just 1 week sample size. I think we're kind of carrying going through into this playoffs. I think it's justified. I think the people's concerns about Verdant, especially for the casting team. I think when we look at Nativz on paper, we all liked most of the laners. It was just mid, which was exciting because it could be a very back and forth lane. But I think when we just kind of think about these two teams right now, and in a state we've seen them most recently, Nativz have looked like a more consistent team, where Verdant has definitely been those worrying trends towards the end of the season. So it's definitely, like you said, Rude, it's them proving a point. Now, the good news is even if you do lose here, you're not out. This is just your fast track to EMEA and also just the and to the grand finals, because the winner of this game goes to grand finals, and our 2 grand final teams will make it to EMEA. One will go into play-ins, one will go into just the group stages. We are still waiting for this game to load, hence why I'm just waffling on. Looks like today's been one of those days where just everything, the stars have not aligned for us. They have just not aligned at all. So
better before game 1 than in game 5, though.
Yes.
Every cloud, you know? We take the positives where we find them.
You just cast a curse the whole stream, bro. That's what you just did. You
don't
just doomed us all.
So.
I don't know, man.
I've guys.
I've been covering this league for like 6-7 years now. It's no different. Nothing's changed. It's a different company running the league, but it's always the exact same scenario. Unfortunately, I have a bit of bad news. We are going to have to go to a break because the issue is ongoing. We thought we'd fixed it. We haven't. So we're going to quickly go to a break, try and figure out these tournament rail issues, and then we'll be back with that first game. So we'll see you in a second. Good news, we're back. Bad news, we did miss the first 9 minutes of this game. A kill has gone over to Verdant. That kill was onto the mid lane there, Gooby, actually killing Stefan. So probably leading a little bit into what we were talking about is looking for openings with a pushing lane and turning that into some kind of a kill. That's a lot of health off that mid lane tower as well. I assume a Herald's fallen.
I just took a look at that mid turret and I was like, wait, what? Yeah, but that counter pick for the side of Niter, showing off his ability to play the game. This is something we talked about, right? Vladdy has been a bit hit or miss past week, right? I mentioned the 0-3-0 start, and now losing so much of that mid turret.
And it also adds on to the, if Verdant are going to win through anywhere, we feel like it's going to be through this mid lane. Niter, generally speaking, has been on par, if not a little bit better than Vladdy throughout the regular season. So Verdant playing through this area of the map makes a lot of sense. 15 CS lead, 4 plates already down in that mid lane. Kraken Slayer versus just components of a Duskblade for Vladdy. Look to leverage this mid jungle duo. We've got a Drake spawning, presumably, in the next few minutes' time. And if you can continue to start finding those objectives, start stacking up, it'll help you out in the later stages of the game.
Absolutely. Well, let's take quick stock of where we are actually at when it comes to the item area. Niter with that Kraken Slayer, only person with a completed item, mostly off plate gold and his kill he has for himself. I would like to have a quick toggle if the observers can do that for me and just see how much the gold is in Niter's favor right now over Vladdy, because it's got to be fairly significant. Yep, that's a 1200 gold lead already over to Niter, and a wave crashing in. Vladdy very much aware that he is in some serious danger here. Just wants to clear out this wave and let this tower stand. They don't want to give another plate and first tower blood as well over to Niter to accelerate him even further ahead.
So the other part of this that I wanted to look at was how Stefan was doing, right? We highlighted the Karthus, how easily can he get to his first couple of items. He's down a little bit in gold versus Taxa, but he's running this first strike rune, so basically whenever you have Requiem available, if you don't anticipate a fight is going to happen in the next 2-3 minutes time, you just ult and get a little injection of gold. Before you've got items, you tend to get about 50-60. Once you've got a couple of items in your back pocket, that tends to double, quadruple even in certain stages.
Really good play from Twist right there on the minimap. We couldn't see it because the camera was down bot side, but Twist was shadowing behind this ward by that ward ping right there and not showing his position from Verdant. Niter actually dashed forward and Twist went to show, right? And instantly Niter had to flash. You can see his flash is now on cooldown, very recently used. So good little play from Twist, maybe coming back, but again, highlighting the importance of mid laner. You could see that both supports are just, they're not even leaving, right? They're just staying. Look at all this vision for the side of Verdant. Potential TP wards, maybe. Nilly's TP will be up soon. So looking forward, we're looking at this dragon and how well do they use these to TP behind and flank.
And I think kind of just going back to what we were talking about originally on the desk was our main concern for Verdant was just all of the lanes other than mid. And mid is the lane for Verdant, which is showing up. And it was the lane that we said had to show up today because they are the player, they are the person who we expected to be that kind of primary carry for their team. And Niter having a really, really solid start, significantly ahead now over Vladdy. He's got that BF sword, double longsword to just the Duskblade onto the side of Vladdy. And yes, Jace, once he hits those 3 items, that's a major spike, but Niter well accelerated over him, closing in on his quick blades, and it's going to be a real problem and real sore point for Nativz.
And now we get to see the continuation of trying to get this Lucian farmed. You've taken the mid-tier 1 turret. There are still about a minute left on plates going down. They've transitioned Niter down to this bot side to see if they can get a couple more plates on him, as well as try and set up for this dragon. They have no problem putting Gooby in the mid lane. Seraphine is a wave clear machine once she's got a couple of points in queue. We put Niter down in this bot side. You can get a couple of plates before they fall off. It's going to further accelerate that lead. And Wendell and Taxa have not left Niter's side. When Niter bases, they base. When they look to set up vision on the bot side, it's to protect Niter.
Yeah, everything revolves around Niter right now. He is definitely the vessel for all that gold. Eyes on teleports. 40 seconds until this dragon. We'll have to see if Nativz want to contest this. I'd imagine they might be a bit hesitant to, because of that potential, for the Lucian to just absolutely pop off. He's already at 1.5 items, almost completed the second one. We'll have to see. There's so much vision down in this bot side of the jungle. Just look at all that red.
And I think that when we look at the scaling aspect as well of these two teams, Nativ's not necessarily bound to challenge for this dragon either. They took the first Drake quite easily, it would appear, so that they've not really lost out on too much. But when we look at the Tristana scaling into the late game Karthus, pound for pound, Tristana's just going to be a better marksman than Illusion will be on parity in the late game. Same to be said for Vladdy's poke and the Karthus' damage as well versus Taxus. So if Nativz don't want to contest this Drake, they don't have to. Giving one up early on isn't going to be the worst case in the world. They've got TP, so they may fight it anyway.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Wendell on that flank, going to jump out. They're going to get the teleport in. Catching the charm to Denvox East. Absolutely huge. A massive ultimate coming in from Gooby as Tax is losing a lot of HP. The Requiem's coming down. Tax is in danger. He's not finished up yet, but Shikari's able to find the kill as Verdant limping away from that fight with blinking health bars. Knight is too low. Nativz, they don't have their jungler, neither do Verdant though, so nobody's going to commit for the dragon. Twists may find Wendell here, catches him with the Zenith Blade. Q lands onto free, that's a lot of HP lost. And now Nativz, they just want to reset. They can't stay around.
Yeah, it's a beautiful engage from the side of Twist right there. Sorry, Wendell, with that double knockup with his ultimate. Unfortunately, it does look like the Dragon's actually going to go over to the side of Verdant because of the forced recalls and the low HP bars. Denvoxing might have something to say, though.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can play Interrupt, but for now, looks like they are just going to give it up. And like you said, Rude Dude, I think it's fine. You know, they got that first Dragon over to the side of Nativz. They just got a fight where they went even when they were down in gold. They're pretty okay with the state of everything there. They managed to trade 1 for 1 and kind of accelerate some of their teammates a little bit further. Shikari, unfortunately, was the one to get the kill. Probably would have preferred that onto the likes of Stefan, Vladdy, or Denvoxny, but they'll take it.
And I will say as well, the fact that we get to see the Drake taken from Verdant right there is a cornerstone of Seraphine gaming. The empowered surround sound, the W when you use it on its double cast, is a nice amount of healing and honestly a lot of sustain in these long skirmishes. So when you see Verdant take these long drawn out team fights, it does go very well for Verdant because they've got that healing to back them up.
But again, I want to highlight Wendell, a player we highlighted as not doing so well, actually finding the game-winning, the dragon-winning flank right there as a Herald comes down in the mid lane. Only will do a bit of damage, right? Only a little bit of damage will happen here, but still better than nothing. You try to crack that mid turret, and maybe next time you siege with that Tristana, you'll be able to crack the mid turret completely.
I mean, it's Trist's main strength, isn't it? Is just slapping a satchel down and popping towers. Jace also very good at taking towers, especially when he gets that W. Well, he has the W, but when he's got a few more points in that W, we'll be able to kind of blitz through those towers. So, honestly, on the side of Nativz, they can get some of this unlocked gold if they need to. Using those champions, it's just getting the opportunity to do that, and are Verdant going to give them the opening, really, to be able to get onto the towers.
Need to see Verdant continue to push this lead, though. If Nativz are hitting turrets at this stage in the game, Nativz honestly going to be very happy about that. We've talked about the fact that Verdant at this stage in the game, they've got this exceptionally fed mid lane, and Niter needs to try and leverage that advantage to take some more turrets, push around the rest of Nativz on the map. I do just want to point a little, or give a little tidbit to Nillet on that top side. The Demonic Embrace Rush going to be very helpful when he's facing up against tanks, and with Shikari being his main opponent that he's going against, it's not going to go harmful at all.
It's become more of a staple on Rumble since his Q actually became percentage health as well, and you just get so much shred from the E2 that you just become a tank-killing machine. It does look like the game plan from Verdant, though, is going to be just shadow Gooby, right? Move from mid into bot and move from mid into wherever Gooby is, facilitate him in that side lane so he doesn't get picked, and just give him all the gold. Like you said, Root Dude, he is the main character.
Well, now, let's say the game is probably just entering that kind of farming simulator mode, where neither team really has an objective to turn their eyes to, and it's just going to be catching waves, catching gold, and honestly, for the side of Nativz, they're going to be okay with that. Yes, it's been a rough start. They are only 2,000 gold down. Tristana funneling a lot of gold in, 202 CS over to them. Jay slowly starting to catch up. I think Niter is still going to be a major problem. He's got 2 items. The Quick Blade's now finished up. 2 kills on him, but I think Rude Dude's been completely correct, is they need to keep the advantage pressed while they've got it for the side of Verdant, because Tristana will eventually just outscale and outrange this Lucian.
Yeah, and with the Infernal Dragons, it's gonna help them if they can take these Drakes as they get later into the game, right? We're mentioning that their damage profile, not the easiest to find as we get later into the game. Of Vladdy in trouble, maybe?
No, maybe it's going to be Niter! Oh! That's the Requiem. He's in danger. Battle Dance comes in. The burn from the Leandries and the reapply of the Battle Dance. Oh, that was close.
I'm really
gaming.
Yeah, I'm really liking Wendell today, man. He is just there. He managed to land the Q as well to bring the heal to the Lucian, but still, maybe Knighton not expecting the Jace damage with that Duskblade. Absolutely one-popping Knighton despite him being so far ahead.
And how bad does that feel as well for Verdant, right? Like, they've put all of the stock into Niter to make him the force to be reckoned with in the side lane. He jumps into Vladdy. Vladdy jumps right back in and says, yeah, not today, friend. Thank you. We'll be taking these trades quite handily. The fact that Stefan doesn't quite find the kill with the Requiem certainly going to put him on a bit of a power trough for the next minute and a half or so. And with the Drake spawning, it might mean that Nativz taking the second, or the Drake fight for either team's second at Drake. It tears them slightly.
Yeah, definitely. Karthus ult committed there, and actually not finding anything means that, like, look at Verdant now. They're going in for bot side vision, going to set up everything right there, sweep out any potential wards, and set up some TP flanks for Nilly. A ward that's very common right now in the LPL is just a ward over onto the Krug camp, because no one sweeps it, and you can just TP there and get an insane flank, but doesn't look like they're going to go for it. Just going to be concerned about this mid lane.
Yeah, looks like they are going to get that pressure over there as Nativz moving through the jungle. Twist has been spotted out on that ward that he was trying to finish up. Well, then we'll be able to find an answer back. Wendell gets himself slowed. Will not take that Q. And Shikari actually doesn't decide to use his teleport to join a fight. He's actually rotating over earlier to see if he can be in position to contest this. We'll see Verdant there with that blue trinket popped as Vladdy not quite at the 3 Jace points, so doesn't really get through the shield on the Rakan there. And all the while, Nativz are doing this. Nilly's quite happily shoving in the top side. He's now going to go for the teleport flank coming in. They're going to see if they can get it. Rendell jumps in, chomps the whole team on the toaster. Easy peasy. And Verdant are going to make quick work of Nativz there in a full ace.
Absolutely gorgeous. We were worried about the lack of synergy that this Verdant composition provided, while Wendell and Nile put those qualms to rest in one fell swoop. Absolutely glorious team fighting, knock up on top of the equalizer, gorgeous execution.
Yeah, and they're just going to move over to Baron, and it just begs the question, right? Is this really the identity you wanted coming into this? It's so different from last week. Last week we had, like I highlighted, Stefan on these dog champs, loads of proactivity early, crazy pathing, where you would start on red side, do 3 camps, into pathing around, dodging every single ward and ganking bot lane on repeat. But now, he's playing this Karthus, and it just hasn't paid off for them.
Not at all. Baron going to get given over to Verdant as well. Nothing Nativz can do about that. And at this point, you're starting to worry as Lucian's starting to get even stronger and stronger. And Stefan still a long way away from really hitting that spike. Vladdy has now got his second item, but hasn't even fully finished stacking the mirror mana. So it's going to take a little bit of time before he really comes online.
And the beautiful thing about this Baron is that Verdant are going to be able to get so much gold. They've already got a 5,000 gold lead, but there's still 4 turrets outside of the Nativz base that they can feasibly knock down with this Baron buff. They've got plenty of time to walk to those side lanes, claim the 1.2k gold in the tier 2 turrets and the slight extra one from the top lane as well, because that turret's also on its last legs. They want to garner a little bit more map control. They can maybe look for this mid tier 2, but Verdant, currently Summoner's Rift is their oyster. Can feel more than free to take whichever of these turrets they like, because they're all going to give them so much value.
Yeah, playing that 1-3-1, it looks like, moving from mid into bot side to play for that out inner turret down in bot. With lots of gold, pretty standard map play. I'm not surprised. Nilly is slow pushing. You could tell. What he's probably thinking here is, what if Verdant are cheesing me? What if Nativz are cheesing me in that bush? He doesn't want to overextend until he sees the rest of Nativz, and then he will gladly push. You'd also be thinking that he wants to slow push. So look at the pings coming down on that wave up top. They want to play off of that wave. You can see everyone shifting all the way up there.
So there's a lot of vision on this top side as well from Nativz specifically, hence Nilly's tentative nature around this top lane. Now Verdant have walked into this top side jungle, you can see he feels much more confident stepping up like this, and with Verdant stealing away camps as well, adds on to this narrative that Stefan getting the gold and being the carry for Nativz is just pushed further and further back.
It's starting to get a little bit scary here for Nativz in this game, number 1. This game has just quickly snowballed off the back of one dragon contest, which realistically they didn't need to go for, but they felt like they had to, as the charm lands onto just the one. Shikari gets himself knocked up. A little bit used there. Flash burnt by Stefan, though, is going to be a bit of a pain. But it just feels like Verdant have control on the map.
Yeah, Shikari forcing out the ult is really good. Maybe it'll delay the siege a little bit, but it's all about can they defend this tier 2 turret, and Poppy ult comes down, they might be able to do it.
Oh, lovely little block there by Shikari. So he's not going to get himself bot back. But they're at the moment where just Vladdy just doesn't do any damage, and that equalizer hurts. Verdant aggressively pushing forwards here. They've still got that Baron in the pocket. Does look like Nativz are able to make their way out from that dangerous situation, but Wendell, someone who, honestly, we're a little critical of. He has been so integral to this game for the side of Verdant. He's been so on point in the Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, look at Taxa Wendell duo has been performing very, very well so far this game, right? 6 and 7 KP for both of them respectively, making the plays on the map together and making sure that if there is something happening for Verdant, it's off the back of these two supportive roles and allowing the triple carry threats to be exactly that and be people that need to be respected. Nilla's equalizer is absolutely devastating every single team fight that it comes up in. 1 minute 20 on this next Drake. Nativz have absolutely no shot trying to contest it. It's honestly a saving grace, really, that they took that first Mountain Dragon, because they'd be bound to take this fight. Wouldn't want to give over the soul. They've got 5 more minutes to try for a third item on Vladdy, try for a third item on DV, and maybe find a fight then.
Lots of things coming down in the mid lane. Wendell shadowing. I think he didn't realize he just walked over a ward, but again, like you said, it's going to be too difficult to find a play here. Invoxnay, he's gonna stay out of range and actually walk away. But the thing is, I wanted to highlight, right, when we said Wendell had a rough week last week, it was mainly getting picked in the early game or before fights. But on this Rakan, you're probably one of the most slippery champions in the entire game, and that just can't happen. Actually, it's probably unintentional, but this is a really good band-aid for Wendell, giving him so much agency in the team fights, of course, but also making him extremely safe in the early game as the siege comes down in tier 2 bot lane turret.
And you're also at this position in the game where you're so far ahead, it takes a while for Nativz to be able to kill you, and if anybody is even in the vicinity, there's that part of Verdant that's going to feel confident enough to take the fight to try and save Wendell as well.
It's a 2-level lead as well to Shikari. Well, Nilly over Shikari, which is, again, kind of going away from the narrative we set. It feels like Shikari doesn't really lose lane. And I guess he didn't. This game's just snowballed to a position where it's kind of getting a bit too hard for him to be able to do much. They are just going to take out this dragon. No contest this time by Nativz. I think that was the smart play. Honestly, I feel like they probably should have done that last time. But that is by the by now. As desperately just trying to hit those 3-item power spikes. But Wendell looking to come in on this bot lane. And there's really nothing Vladdy can do other than watch this tower crumble.
The thing is, after this, like Rude Dude highlighted before, there's really nothing else to play for now. They've gotten all the free gold across the map, and the next play has to be around this Baron to be able to crack the base. How do they set this up? I imagine what's going to happen now is they're going to recall, and all of them just set up straight to that Baron and do the patented Verdant Baron dance. They do this every single game, no matter if they're losing, if they're winning. They're so good at making picks around Baron and playing around vision. Let's see what they do.
Wendell's already shown in this game that he's been able to find pockets of vision, unique angles to get into the backline of Nativz. Expect Wendell to be looking to do that once again. Wait for that sweeper to come up. He's got 2 pink wards in his inventory as well, so he'll be able to create a pocket of darkness for him to lurk in, make sure that there's an avenue for him to find access to that backline. And with the sweeper as well coming through, him and Taxa once again pairing up quite nicely, making sure that there's that window for Wendell to engage.
Well, looks like Knight actually could be the subject of a gank here. Flashes away, they throw everything down onto him. The Requiem comes in, burning him low, jumping in forward. Foxney cashes in on the kill, but not before Naita takes Shikari with him.
Absolutely one-shots Shikari, doesn't he? I don't think Shikari expected it either, but still, that's definitely worth for the side of Nativz. Verdant have lost their crucial member and their main source of DPS. Now, Nilly is still fed, so he makes up for that a little bit, but look at Nativz. They got the pincer here.
Yeah, they got that tower. Nilly may find himself in a little bit of danger. Wendell jumps forward looking for the charm on, but the slow from the wall is super impactful there. It looks like Verdant are just going to be able to get away from this one.
Ooh, big commitment though, using the quickness. They're not able to find an engage, so a little bit of time now where Wendell is a bit subdued in his engage capabilities. We did get to see the power of having a single AD threat on your team though. Take a look at Shikari's build. He's gone Force of Nature. He's got very minimal armor in his build path so far, and when there's a 3-item Lucian staring you down, you get to see that there's actually quite a bit of stopping power to this Lucian as well. So Shikari certainly feeling the brunt of that one. Now gets to opt into what I'm assuming is a Gargoyle as his 3rd item to make himself a little bit beefier and have an even more durable time in that front line.
Something to highlight, which I really wish I did earlier on, but it's all right. They have so many shields on the side of Verdant, which is like the direct counter to Nativz Karthus pick. Usually you pick stuff like Karma into Karthus, like one of the biggest counters, right? ByGodV did a whole presentation on like what the best, or video rather, on best champion picks. And Rumble has a shield, Rakan has shields built into the kit, as well as Guardian. You have Seraphine AoEW shields, as well as our Poppy shield. There's so much to block this Karthus ult coming down that the later this game goes, I don't know if Stefan's even going to be relevant.
Looks like right now Verdant have got their attention on to that Baron. Vladdy hasn't actually been back to base and spent that gold yet, but Baron going very low very quickly. Stefan not got the Requiem up. Taxa flashes in onto him, immediately lose a lot of health. There's going to be the solar flare down, pinning Niter in place. He's finished up once again, and this time the Requiem is not in the perfect position. Stefan's being toasted, but he's able to survive for just a little bit longer. Vladdy flashes away to safety. Denboxy's still got full health. They're able to find themselves a killing spree there. Knocked back, double kill. Requiem coming down, rooting in place. Denboxy's in danger, but the magic shield's going to buy him a bit of space. Gooby grabbing himself the triple kill. Nativz desperately just trying to make their way out of this mess, out of this fight, and they limp away to safety.
Yeah, and it comes off of the back of a really beautiful engage and a flank by Twist in a pocket of vision, but it's not enough. Right, in the end, Nili manages to come out on top using all that damage despite having a numbers disadvantage. It looked so good for Nativz. I'm not sure what even happened, Rudud.
And in all fairness to Nativz, taking that type of a fight this far behind, we have to give them a certain element of credit because they were pretty much out of this game. They'd been really just absolutely obliterated through the early stages of the match, and going 2 for 3 in a Baron dance where Baron doesn't get taken, they'll probably take that. They get a little bit of gold back, a couple of shutdowns as well, but you do once again get to see the power that the Seraphine provides. We got to see, again, double surround side. You couldn't have timed your point better, Aragon, because the shields came through and Requiem did nothing. It meant that Stefan ulti that we've been so highly looking for this entire game didn't have the impact that we need it to, that Nativz needed it to fully convincingly take that fight. He's one level away from 16. The power spike of 16 Karthus going to be solely missed for Nativz if they can't find it within the next 15 seconds, because with Drake spawning, it's soul for Verdant if they take this. Nativz, though, look like they're doing a bit of a dance here. They're going to try and trade the soul for the Baron, but Verdant can take this with just Niter and spend 4 people up on this top side. It's not very easy for Nativz to commit to this.
Yeah, I think even if they do make the cross-map trade, Verdant are going to be happy with Infernal Soul. Baron, they just have to kind of weather the storm through. Twist is on that flank. They're going to try and get their way through. Here comes the hammer down, bopping 2 away. The equalizer goes down, and that might just be the Baron. There's no way they can contest this one. It's going low. That's going to be Baron. Stolen away, soul in pocket and all, as Nativz just completely through their window, through their opportunity, and Verdant snapped shot on them immediately.
Tell me you've not played against Poppy without telling me you've never played against Poppy. That was just quintessential Keeper's Verdict timing. Taxa walks up, pops them all away when it's at 2k HP, walks in and smites it for himself.
Yeah, and I think the problem for Nativz has been is that they've come online too late. Their team fighting is fantastic, but by now, it doesn't matter if you kill one of the key targets. It doesn't matter if you kill Niter, right? For example, in the fight before the last, rather. Everyone else is just too damn fed, and I think they're going to look for the game now.
Yeah, that might just be it. They've got Denboxy up in 12 seconds, and maybe they can buy some space, but that is so much health being lost. There's the bot back. Twist is trying to lock them down underneath. The Requiem's coming down. Knight is in danger. The shield's big, but it's not going to be big enough. And now the base is in shambles. Denboxy is back alive. He will be able to clear out the wave, but that's an open Nexus.
And barely Nativz hold on. One last-ditch effort to try and save their game. They've got one last team fight in them. Looks like Vladdy TP'd in, and a very bitter end, and that may well be it. Yeah.
A real mistake there. I'm not sure what Vladdy was attempting, but it failed, and that's an open Nexus, so somehow...
Get him, Twist!
The 2v4, Denboxy, he's got to get through that Keeper's Verdict, trying to jump away in the perfect time, but the Equalizer, there's a bit of that anti-synergy, but it's not really going to do too much, because down goes the Nexus. They even get the Encore. Game number 1, going over to Verdant.
Yeah. I think a fundamental issue that Nativz had that game was just Denvoxne was not able to snowball enough through that lane. With that Leona Tristana kill lane, Seraphine managed to get through it. So well played to Gooby, managed to get through that lane phase and scale up to the team fights to be that Karthus counter.
A complete neutralizer. The Seraphine did its job absolutely beautifully. And there was nothing really that we got to see from Denvoxney throughout that entire game. We got to the late game team fights. He was so far behind that the relevancy of his skill level in this league just wasn't enough, unfortunately, to carry them through. And we got to see a really well executed game from Verdant. The fact that they got that early lead in the mid lane, were able to transition Niter out to a side lane to generate more leads, and then find a mid game team fight, which led to a Baron, which led to, again, cascading gold leads going in their favour. Just played that out near flawlessly.
Yeah, we missed the first 9 minutes of that game, but it was pretty self-explanatory what happened. Mid got prio, roamed in, killed the jungler, and then from that point, it felt like that game started to kind of pull away from them. The real mistake was that second dragon, or it's the third dragon of the game, where they tried to contest that Infernal, and it felt like it was a really unnecessary contest, but they went for it, and the equalizer just completely spelt the end of that, and it was a really, really brutal one. Anyway, we won't keep you hanging around any longer. We are going to throw to a very quick break, and then we'll be back with game number 2, so we'll see you in a second.
Score prediction for the series, I think we win 3-1.
My score prediction for this series is going to be 3-0.
3-1 or 3-2. I think they're a strong team, so they're definitely going to take a game off us, but we're definitely looking to win it. So I would say 3-1 or 3-2. Most likely 3-1. I think we are better, and I think we might have some things prepared that could throw them off guard.
I think in a best of 5 many things can happen, and we have to adapt throughout the series. I think that we are better in draft, and we have better way of playing the game, such as playing sides and playing fights, map control, etc.
I mean, last time I expected to go 3-0, I went 0-3, but I'm still gonna expect to win. I won't go into a series expecting to lose, but if I had to predict the exact score, maybe 3-1.
I would say a realistic score is probably 3-1 to us. There's a chance we might drop a game if we make a silly mistake that has happened in the past, but I'm confident we're gonna win, so 3-1 is my prediction.
I'm hoping for a 3-0 though for us, but who knows, we might go 0-3, we'll see.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our second game of the day. I'm going to pray that we don't have any problems. Game number 1 went nowhere near like I think anybody predicted. We all had this being a very Nativz leaning lobby. Do we want to adjust our expectations a little bit? Because Verdant just slammed Nativz.
I'll go and think that, and I think no. I gave Verdant one game, and I gave it with the premise that I think Naito would carry a game. I didn't think it'd be the first game. Predicted Nativz would take it, but I'm happy to stay true and think that Nativz just need to not have happened what happened last game. And again, we couldn't see how the early game played out, which sort of got them the early lead. But that feels like it would have been a mistake that will be very easy to repair between games. Mid's missing, care for your top side. I don't die and I don't give over first blood, and all of the sort of waterfall effect happens from there and stopped.
Yeah, I mean, like any series, I think it depends on how the teams adapt right now. If Nativz go back to last week's style, I think that'd be great. I think something they need to do in terms of like draft adaptations as well is not ban out every jungler like that you were playing last week. Like all these dog junglers, right? Like all the Ivans, the Sejuanis, the Maokais, the Rels. Let them go through and handshake that because that's what you're best at, right? I really like Stefan on these champions, but instead you're playing what you played a while back, which, like, you know, in fairness, that makes sense. You played Karthus into this Poppy and you just free farm because you can't get invaded by that Poppy, but I really liked Stefan on these champions. These playmaking early game champions where you camp bot lane and win through that way.
I do want to credit to Verdant though, because they were absolutely incredible in that last game. And again, near flawless victory, because they came away with a very, very advanced gold lead. They played the map beautifully when they got the first Baron. They played it even better when they got the second one. If they can if they can repeat what happened last game, then it's going to be a quick 3-0 and we're going to have a very quite fast night on our hands. But we're in draft, sides have swapped, and we've got, Verdant Nativz game 2.
Curious to see what's going to get banned away here. We're obviously talking about the power of the Ivan, the Rel's banned away. The Rumble is still up and available. I feel like if Nativz gives Verdant Rumble again, that is a massive mistake. Kai'Sa will get removed from Denvoxney. He got a pentakill on it last week. He's such a solid pick for them. The Maokai does get taken away as that final ban from the side of Verdant. And now, starting to look at what's been opened, the Rumble is still up and available to Nativz. Obviously, that Ivan we've seen so much of as well in the ban phase is up as well.
Yeah, so something that Verdant could look for is definitely that Ivan. Ivan Tristan is an extremely good duo, which has very little counterplay, because the Ivan just supports the Tristan and lets her push permanently. Nativz getting their hand on this Rumble, finally. It's very weird to me that this pick is going through all the time, but if Nativz do not third ban that Maokai, then Maokai is just left there as just the best jungler on the patch and just sitting there and be ready to be won. 2 power picks locked in for the side of Nativz, the Jace and the Rumble. Now, we'll see how they round out this composition with either AD or AP in the bot side. I imagine they'll want more AP.
And a good discussion we were having in the green room was that both of these teams have actually opted for red side. Side selections given to the higher seed. Verdant came into game 1, chose red side. Nativz, obviously coming into game 2 off the back, get side selection for losing and take red side themselves. What we're theorizing is there are just so many power picks right now, you may get 1 but will get 2 angle.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely, and that's what they've done, I think. I think Tristana's great, but handshaking for Rumble in this series especially, as well as Jace's, is really good. Looks like that Verdant have secured that AD mid laner, as well as AD top lane, and they've decided they need some AP. I wouldn't be surprised to see Seraphine, the AP Seraphine, get locked in for Verdant as well.
Well, it has been. So, again, Gooby gets a second game on that Seraphine. Some really big encores in that previous game. Now looking over to Nativz, question is where are they going to look to put their attention? What are they going to put where? They are just running down the clock, taking a little while to think about stuff, but they are going to decide that Nautilus is going to be the pick they want to go for. I like this. I think, the ability to either single out either Nita or Gooby in this game with that depth charge, I forgot the name of the ultimate there, is going to be super impactful for them. But now moving over to ban phase 2, the question is where's the attention going to go now we're into that ban phase?
Verdant have already got just insane team fighting. If they get later into the game, Seraphine Tristana as a duo is incredible. You've got a frontline in Nilla. You expect Axa to pick up something more frontline-esque. He's not particularly prone to opting into the carry-style junglers himself. Could go for Ivern for double enchanters and then have Wendell on something a bit more frontline-oriented, but Verdant have got a very good baseline for that team fighting, where Nativz, they've got an element of win lane, win game about it.
Yeah. Nativz have also locked in their support right now, their Nautilus, so they're banning out counters to the Nautilus in this Braum. You also want to pair off Seraphine with hard engage. Stuff like Leona Nautilus works really well, but they've already got the Nautilus, so maybe you just ban out the Leona to work well with that Seraphine. Oh, Rakan instead.
Okay, well, to be fair, Wendell was
looked,
terrifying on that pick in the previous game. Looking over to that final ban for the side of Verdant now, seeing what they're going to look to take away their final ban. Curious what they're going to go for, actually, because I'm not sure. I can't think.
I do like the Nocturne ban, though, right? We've illustrated that Nativz are, at the minute, looking more toward a fairly active early game. If they're taking the Nocturne off the board, it just sort of adds to what the Nocturne would have added to their playmaking when they reach level 6. Varus is another champion that does exactly that, and with that removed, makes those playmaking tools for Nativz just a little harder to come by. Now the decision is going to be, do they, sort of pseudo-reveal these flexes? We know that Rumble's probably going into the top lane. Element of it, they could both go into mid and top themselves. Holding the jungle for R5, though, so valuing that counter pick quite highly for Stefan.
Yeah, so they might actually be flexing the Nautilus here. This is something that people have talked about, and they might be trying to hold that Nautilus as a flex for the jungle and the support. I don't think they will do. But still,
Stefan on a dog jungler.
Yeah, honestly, so that would fit the criteria of dog jungler. Like, Nautilus just perma-ganks with hooks, just walks down bot side and walks mid, and there's so much CC. Trundle was actually picked by Verdant on Taxa for last week into a tank jungler. Maybe they anticipate it as well.
I also really like the niche interaction between Trundle and Nautilus. If you see the hook coming, you just throw a pillar up and stop him in his tracks before he hits one of your carries. There's that hard engage that you wanted to pair up with the Seraphine. So again, just frontline DPS for Verdant. They've got this really strong death ball composition and honestly a decent enough top side to make it work.
Alrighty, well, looking towards that final pick Kindred, here for the side of Nativz. Locking in the Kindred there for Stefan. Really solid return pick into that Trundle. Gotta be able to deny that from, as Rudu cited, they expected it to be a tank support, jungler. Instead, they go towards that Kindred. Now, I do worry, but that's quite a squishy team on the side of Nativz. Yes, you have the Lamb's Respite to give you a bit of space and a bit of room to breathe, but if you do get yourself caught by Wendell's Solar Flare or his engage, someone is going to get popped. And we saw Wendell, someone we were critical of, had a really, really solid game number 1 to this series.
And there is that element of Nativz pivot, I feel like, with this 5th pick, where they've got the Sivir, they've got Nautilus, they've got a lot of actually strong going forward, that they've then gone to the Kindred, pivoted entirely toward a very strong, not necessarily disengage, but stand and fight style of composition. And if they're going to start using things like Accelerated Gate and Sivir ulti to be defensive, this Nativz comp actually kites exceptionally well as well.
Yeah, front to back composition, TLDR, right? For Nativz, I think that's what they've drafted. The only concern is exactly Hipbrain's concern, right? It's, you lack a little bit of frontline, right? You have a lot of backline carries. Rumble, I suppose, can act like kind of a pseudo frontliner because of his shield buffs, where he's, a lot tankier with that shield that scales of percentage health. But still, your only tank, realistically, who can face check is that Nautilus. And Nautilus often doesn't really like to be so frontline because you often see, like, a Nautilus will hook in and he'll just explode, right? A Nautilus support will just absolutely explode. So, bit shaky there. We'll have to see how they pull out these team fights.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. I feel like mid lane is still gonna be that point where we want to keep our eyes on. Last game, Nightel was the reason, but Verdant just were able to pull ahead so much further of Nativz. And yes, you have to kind of give Nilly an honor there for just those amazing equalizers at the Dragon. But realistically, they got pressure and they got power on the map because Niter was exceptionally strong, and it felt like Nativz finally found an answer to it a little bit too late by jumping onto him. So it's going to be an interesting one as we go into our second game of the series to see if Nativz can bounce back or if Verdant have just shaken off that kind of like rust that they seem to have on the final week of the regular split and have actually shown us why they came first in the regular split overall.
I do think by and large I'm just very happy with the Verdant draft. The highlighting of lack of frontline, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head really with where the concerns are for Nativz, and if they're not going to be able to address those and don't find that early enough lead to offset the fact that they don't have a front line, I do see them running into some very big stumbling blocks when they get to that death ball 5v5 situation.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. I think Verdant definitely have I think they just had the better draft right now. I also think they're the easier draft to execute because, like you said, great for kiting. There is a really, really solid amount of kiting for Nativz. But it's one of those kind of just like headbutt the keyboard comps from Verdant, where it's like you just headbutt R as Leona. As long as you land it on like 1 or 2 people, that's pretty much guaranteed going to be a rough day for them, because you're going to have the pillar coming down, you're going to have just the Renekton slicing and dicing straight onto the backline. The Seraphine R is going to be unbelievably impactful. The question is are they going to be able to buy that space? Are they going to be able to get away? And I guess the difference this time is they're the ones running over the equalizer. They're the ones going to be pushing up into that and slowly getting toasted by the Rumble.
Yeah, so just to highlight what will probably happen early game, it's another one of those games where for Stefan, priority matters, right? Because he's securing marks this time, right? Which lanes have priority? Where can he invade to? And topside, he has Shikari on this Rumble where he could... Oh, he always has priority on Rumble. Rumble absolutely destroys Renekton in the early game. Sorry, Hipbrain, I have to talk about Renekton again. Essentially, Rumble perma pushes with this Flame Spitter, and Renekton can't match because Rumble's Q cooldown is much lower, and out damages Renekton's a lot. So you get perma prior there for Stefan's marks. I think Tristana gets priority into this Jace, and you lose priority bot side as well, but you do have priority topside, so expect more action topside around Shikari.
Oh, well, I guess we'll find out. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the thing is Shikari's so good at like just not losing lane. I mean, that's like my major thing is like every time you look at like a top lane matchup, you can say what you like about it, but like as long as Shikari's not on the winning side of that matchup, he's just chill, right?
At some point you have to turn nameplates on, right? And then remember, yes, it's Shikari I'm leaning against, or that he is on the enemy team here, so ultimately the lead that I'm going to get is going to be very minimal if it really exists at all. Other small thing about these drafts that I do want to point out is that we saw the Sivir locked in for Den Voxney. It's not necessarily the most meta champion at the minute, but still offers a lot of wave clear, and I've seen a couple of Sivirs just opt into Static Shiv just to really double down on the fact that you cannot siege post sort of 10 minutes into the game once that Shiv comes online. The one thing that I will say with this Sivir is you can have a tendency to not go cleanse because you've got a spell shield. You still need to go cleanse this game. I'm looking at the composition that Verdant have drafted. I see Ruthless Predator for one. I see everything that comes out of the Verdant bot lane being Seraphine Leona. There's just all too many things that need to be cleansed away from here, and a spell shield unfortunately isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, I actually totally agree with you on that one. I also do worry that Sivir plays a little bit into my biggest criticism of Den Voxney, something I've talked about a fair amount today, where it's that, you know, it's Sivir, it's the 300 CS champion, but...
I can just get this wave quickly, please.
That's the thing, is like, Den Voxney, when he's not playing that style and he's playing, you know, for the team, I think he genuinely is the best player in the league. And when he does play this style, he's still very good at it, but his team will suffer and they will give up objectives and other things. So I do hope to see Den Voxney not just like turbo tunnel on farming waves. We'll have to see though. We are into the game. Apologies, we were having some similar issues, but able to resolve them a little bit quicker this time going into this second game. And you'll be happy, Rudu, because Den Voxney has taken cleanse.
Very happy indeed. The amount of times CC'd AD carries pop ghost, and a little part of my soul just withers away.
That's the absolute classic,
they're not falling into that trap.
Yep, and you see standard starts, 5-point starts, no crazy invades. Maybe the players are a bit too nervous, but something I want to highlight is that Wendell, in this early game, he is on a more, you know, a less slippery champion, right? A less slippery champion that is way more prone to getting caught. Let's see how he plays in the early game. And if he does perform well, again, I will be very convinced that he's improved a lot since last week. But referring to jungle clears, does look pretty standard. Often you'll see Kindreds just do like 3 camps into ganks or 3 camps into invades. Trundle might throw a wrench in that. It is a good pick into the Trundle because you do kite him very well, but we'll have to see what Stefan does with his pathing.
Yeah, it's very easy to just jump over the pillar, right? And then
exactly.
the Trundle has to walk all the way around it as well. So Stefan's just saving the hail of arrows, more than happy to kite out that Trundle, and Conqueror as well for Stefan, worth pointing out. So another rune geared toward that late game. Sometimes you'll see press the attack if you're looking to skirmish early on. It's not the case though for Stefan. Going to be looking to secure those marks, hopefully safely, and then be a menace as we get later on into the matchup.
Alrighty, well, Vladdy, as kind of expected, getting shoved in a little bit earlier here in this game. Obviously, problem with the Jace is he does take a little bit of a while to come online, unless they do get accelerated, do get those early kills.
Yep.
Realistically, you're looking at the 3-item spike, but again, there's a lot of shielding coming in just from that Seraphine, so it can alleviate some of the burst and some of the poke that can come in from range here from this Jace, like we saw in the previous game.
look, Taxa, he's trying to, you could tell he skipped so many camps up, and to try and find a cheese gank with Nilly. This is something I highlighted like early on. They always love to gank Nilly. I guarantee if we had the early game of last game, we could watch that. They would have done pretty much the exact same thing. They absolutely love giving Nilly attention to make sure he wins lane. Some nice full 100 Fury trades come out, but still, you can see the power of the Rumble early game.
It's like the best Renekton trade you can hope for, still loses out.
It sucks,
right?
yeah.
This is just the nature of the matchup that you highlighted in the draft. The thing of the Rumble is that he's always going to push the lane, just if he's taking trades with Flamespitter. So this does open up for Taxa to be in the top lane and potentially catch out Shikari.
Yeah, Shikari, his spider senses were tingling earlier. This time around, definitely playing the lane a lot more further up. He's stepping forward. That's going to be him in danger. Pillar's going to come down. There it is, onto Shikari. He needs to try and survive this one. His W gets turned off by Nilly, but he's doing a lot of damage. Nilly has to flash away, missing the harpoon. And first blood to Taxa.
And all this attention topside. You see Taxa, he definitely wants it. He skipped out Krugs, he skipped out Bluebirds, he skipped out Wolves, skipped out Crab as well, just to sit topside, watching the wave state, seeing that Shikari with these trades is pushing out. Props to Nilly too. Maybe he's trading in a way that baits Shikari to push forward and potentially try to get this gank off. So really good stuff from Taxa. You could see that they're definitely sticking to the same game plan as last week.
And Stefan didn't actually get anything back on the bot side now. We can argue the value of this vision and see whether or not that's going to prove to be valuable to Stefan a little bit later on, because he did get 2 very important wards down, one for the second spawn of Raptors, and then on those Krugs that we know are going to be first spawn as well. So Taxa's pathing going to be very much documented for the next couple of minutes or so. And also worth noting that Stefan did roll very highly on the Crab as well, managed to pick up his first mark on the bot scroll Crab when that spawned.
It's definitely going to be a nice little pickup for him off the back of that one. But Taxa with that successful gank, still going to be sitting quite pretty. Nilly, meanwhile, even if he does get that first assist in helping the top side, is still playing into Rumble. So he's still having a miserable go of it, unfortunately. And unless Taxa wants to spend a lot more time up top side, I kind of expect that just to be the case for this lane. As Stefan, I actually don't really foresee him wanting to put too much attention into that top side of the map at all. If it can be helped, he'd rather just, power farm up, get those marks, and kind of play towards Vladdy and Den Voxney.
Definitely at level 6, you don't really want to head topside. That's like Renekton's strongest point. His ulti might be one of the best in the games in terms of potential 2v2 skirmishing and 3v3 skirmishing, especially around that Rift Herald. Stefan is going to pat down to bot side, where he does have priority at the moment, and the side of Verdant's bot lane is just recalled. Maybe they'll stop the dragon here.
Looking at the couple
mid-prior,
stats
though,
that we've seen come through from our bot lane is hold the point. Drake started by Nativz. I don't know if they're going to fully commit to this one, and although Tax headed up to that top side, so it looks like it may just be a free grab for the Nativz side. I, for one, if we see this series go the distance, not going to be happy if we see Sivir Seraphine handshake trades the entire series. You can tell that Den Voxney is, for this game, going to be quite happy, sat back with that cull. Back to base and grab that very early on. A Seraphine very good at neutralizing a bot lane wave state, but when we've got 2 very, very powerful AD carries in their own right, I for one just want to see a little bit more flair from them through the early game. Let's get some 2v2 trades going. Let's see some skirmishing and really put the hands to work.
Yeah, I totally agree. To be honest, I like the state of the meta because it's quite explosive. I'd rather we ban Seraphine and let Rel in the game, man. Like, yeah. I know Rel's like absolutely insanely broken, but I want some action, and Rel always gives me action.
It raises the question. I want to know where you guys sort of fall in on this. Of oh, Stefan, he gets interrupted. He's fine. How Cassante has obviously been a very powerful pick, but demands a certain element of execution, right? Has mechanics to him himself. Where do you fall on the line of I would rather see 1,000 games of Cassante played well versus 1,000 games of Ornn?
I would absolutely love for Cassandra to stay meta. I completely agree with you, and it's the tank with the most skill expression, and in general has the most skill expression, right? Of like one of the most skill expression in top lane in general. Because in solo queue, if you look at the solo queue Cassandra stats, he's got like a 44% win rate or something, just because the champ's so hard to pilot. But no, absolutely. I fall in the camp of I would much rather have that than Ornn every single game. I like the current meta, though. I think Rumble and Renekton are great, albeit a bit too OP for my liking, but that's just the direction they want to take the game in. Regardless, Wendell's actually making a play up the top side. You can see Nativz Shikari's wave state is pushing out, so maybe Wendell camps this bush until the wave pushes out here.
You need to see Stefan hover this. He's got red buff to take right now, but if he hovers up towards this top side instead of going to the Raptors, there's a chance they can turn this around. Otherwise, it is just going to be Shikari in very much a lot of danger.
Looks like Shikari is playing it chill.
It's scary.
It is very scary. Kindred's
Wendell
actually
hit
pathing
6.
away. They got the Trundle coming in as well. He just equalizes the wave. That's really smart play there by Shikari. He knew something was amiss.
Spidey senses absolutely. Doesn't see Leona down bot side for ages. There's a typical rule where you do not play for about a wave's worth of time. Right, 30 seconds of time. You don't see the support down bot side, you just don't do anything. And Shikari sniffs it out. Really well played to him.
And it's that question as well of how well Nativz are communicating, right? Is Twist and Voxney saying, okay, there's a support recall timer here, you need to be careful for Wendell leaving base. Just all of those intangibles that we can't find out for ourselves always intrigue me the most. And you can see it right there, that whether it's just Shikari's spider senses tingling or Nativz as a communicative squad, making sure that that advantage isn't getting given over. Either way, very nice to see from Shikari.
Well, for now, as we're at that 8-minute mark, the game's in a better state for Nativz than it was last time. There is still a gold lead, though, over to the side of Verdant. Mostly just off the back of that first blood. Also, a pretty significant farm lead that's starting to build up for Niter in the mid lane. I would start to worry about this Jace pick for Vladdy if this kind of trend continues going into game number 3. If he keeps picking Jace and then kind of losing lane for it, I would start to get a little bit concerned.
And for me as well, if we hadn't seen Vladdy perform on this Jace so many times as well, those questions may start to seep in a little earlier. But he has been, again, just one of the best performers of Jace that we've seen in the league. He's got the most player of the games as well out of anybody through the regular season. Had 6 individually, the majority of those having been played on the Jace. 4 plays his most played this regular season. So certainly a pick that he's more than familiar with. And with those plays, those wins that we've seen him get on them, it grants him an element of leeway.
1 minute 30 till Dragon. Now Nativz have a choice. Do they play for this Dragon setting of vision, or do they play off of this pushing wave for Shikari? I think they want to make sure that Shikari can crash this wave, because they're having none of it since the last gank, where Wendell just sat top soaking a bunch of XP for ages. Like, Dead Voxney gets engaged on.
Instant cleanse, immediately gets caught, has the ghost, has to flash away. But he has got to be careful because Tax is in the area. Then Voxney is just sprinting away. Taxa reveals himself and Denvox is nowhere to be seen.
It is a long run back to that brush, but it's not just a force away from a wave. It's actually a Herald put down and some
TP for Shikari. Might come down here.
Gold. There's no ward for him other than this. Or he would have to go to the turret, I suppose, but he can continue to bully out on this top lane. Despite that first kill that went over, you can still see he's more than had free reign.
Oh, Knight is in danger, but actually they might have found the turnaround here. Stefan has to jump away. Twist is on the way in. Knight heavily chunked out. Wendell just instantly on it with a Zenith Blade. Really, really big play.
Lots of action around this Dragon. You see both teams desperately trying to maintain river control and just drop wards, as many as they possibly can down the bot side. Mid prior over to Nativz. Let's see what they can do. I imagine they're going to move into the enemy jungle as well to drop wards for that Shikari TP. Both top lanes have TP for that Unleashed teleport at 10 minutes. You can see him moving back in this bush here. Maybe he goes for a recall. He does have a lot of gold and then becomes ready.
And I feel for Twist a little bit here. He's been trying to recall for the last sort of 2 minutes or so, but he's had to cover dives, try and make sure that the Herald doesn't take a turret, and then cover the fight that was about to break out in the mid lane. Won't actually have any wards to put down if we see Verdant come to contest this. Fortunately enough, it looks like Stefan is going to get this second Dragon now for Nativz uncontested. Still only on that one marker though, on the Kindred. Reminder for everyone that the general golden rule is that you're looking for 4 marks on the Kindred before you are not necessarily ascended, but a lot stronger on the Kindred, and then every 3 marks after that you get a little spike as well. But making your way up to 4 marks is that pivotal hallmark of success.
Well, 11-minute mark, 12-minute mark actually, I swear I can speak. 2 Dragons over to the side of Nativz. Game's definitely in a better state for them, but then Voxney may find himself in a little bit of danger. Has popped the ultimate, is just going to try and clear out the wave before a potential dive can come in, and Wendell's taking quite a lot of tower shots here in response. Then Voxney, he is basically playing solo, but he's doing a really good job of playing solo. Able to survive a lot that is being thrown at him, as Twist will now rejoin his ADC in the bot side.
Yep. Mark spawning in the river, but Stefan's having none of it. He's just heading topside. There's a pushing wave for Shikari as well, and maybe he's just going to facilitate him, or full clear down to bot side. Bot lane's a little bit scary, though. If you take a look at the HP of that turret, it's not very high. It's one plate left, as Verdant might actually be going down to bot side to sweep and potentially look for a dive. Doesn't look like it, though. It looks like they're just going to go straight to mid.
I'm seeing as well a second dagger in the inventory of Ben Voxney. Looks to the world as though he's going to be heading for a Kraken Slayer, not opting for that pure wave clear route. It may have served him a little better for this specific juncture, but will scale definitely better as we hit those team fight timers. Spidey Senses again. Nativz, they're letting them down this time.
Yeah, no summoner spells up for Dem Voxney, but he is able to just clear through the wave. Lovely little pillar interrupting Twist's Q there, because Gooby was in danger, and them being able to survive that was huge over for the side of Nativz. Dem Voxney did just finish his cull as well off the back of that, so he's going to be sitting pretty fairly soon, as it does look like it's just a death ball game from Verdant. They're just rotating Wendell, Nita, Taxa around the map constantly. Bot lane, though, Gooby's in danger. There goes the charm. There goes the cleanse. Gooby's down. Teleport coming in. Wendell going to see if he can find an opportunity to get in. The whole team's joining into this fray. Shikari needs to find a great equalizer. Lily jumps straight onto Dem Voxney, but that equalizer is toasting Verdant, cooking through members left, right, and center as Nilly's in danger, slowed down by the Kindred. They can't chase any further. Nativz pulling everybody down to try and get Dem Voxney out.
And it's beautiful, right? It all starts with Nativz surviving that dive and Verdant saying, oh, we got to go mid lane now. We got to catch that wave. We got to let Nita catch that wave. Nativz' bot side used this time to actually dive out on Gooby here, finding that pick, and suddenly it's chaos, right? Suddenly you have 10 teleports coming in. It's a 5 versus 5, which Nativz get the better of.
Absolute party down in the bot lane. The more things change, the more they stay the same, right? We make all these changes to teleport. Top laners get angry that they don't have impact in the game early enough. We give them some teleports, and all of a sudden, we're getting 10 people down in our bot lanes at 12 minutes. It's how League of Legends should be. I agree, Aragon. It is absolutely beautiful to witness. Still without any turrets having gone down, though, and we do get to see what looks to be a second Herald secured for Taxa. And one small intangible, or maybe fairly tangible actually, is that the junglers are on very different power curves right now. We're seeing Stefan 2 full levels over Taxa. Now, he may ding 9 off of this Herald take, but being that far behind, and particularly when it's a carry jungler for Stefan, he didn't have this advantage when he was playing the Karthus in game number 1. This time on the Kindred, working his way through the levels very quickly, the enemy jungle very quickly as well. Taxa playing much more facilitatory, where Stefan definitely playing more greedy. For the time being, it's working out for Stefan.
Gooby playing well there. A good bit of gameplay, not dying to that cross-hop as Verdant take that. Oh, I think it might be engaged.
Oh, they jumped everything onto Dem Voxney, but a great little buy of time here. Stefan can jump over the wall if he needs to, and he may have to. He fails the dance over the wall as they fall the teleport in and everything. The whole team collapses on mid.
I respect the leniency there from Verdant. As soon as they see Stefan, they see that the Lamb's Respite is ready if it's needed, so committing to Dem Voxney, not the optimal time to go for it. And as well as that, Gooby not quite there in time with the teleport, so they aren't able to find a big encore that can potentially win a team fight for them. They also burn Dem Voxney's flash. That's a really big cooldown for Nativz if they don't have the Sivir flash, a very short range AD carry whose only real mobility comes from that on the hunt. If she can get picked off around a Drake fight, which is again spawning inside the next 30 seconds or so, it's going to give Verdant a good chance to find that hyper carry.
Yeah, with this dragon spawning in 30 seconds or so, Shikari's actually behind the curve a little bit. You can see that Nilly got the push in and is recalled, and he's already on the wave. It doesn't look like Shikari's actually going to be able to get a base before that, so definitely not going to be able to spend some gold as Nativz secure the mid prior.
You have to respect that he's taking the L in not finding a reset, making sure that he's not ruining his tempo to be here on time. Taking the respectful way as well.
That is not a particularly great space. There's an encore up and available, and it's going to hit the whole team. But the equalizer is massive. Here's the Lamb's Respite to buy some time. Dem Voxney's coming on the flash. Gooby's gone down, and this fight is not over yet. Shikari's toasting them all. They've got low HP, but the ricochets are not up and available. In comes the Q. Vladdy jumps in forwards to the skies. Dustblade proc nearly chases forward with the slice and the dice onto Dem Voxney. He has to survive versus 3, and he's unable to do so. Ace over to Verdant.
Drake secured for Verdant. A beautiful fight as well. They stopped the Drake stacking. They used their death ball. They used their front line beautifully. A wonderful foreshadowing for how this team fight is going to go later on. The only real stopping tools that Nativz have got comes from that Lamb's Respite. Verdant are able to wait it out, and they're able to win the fight after it.
Yeah, and pulling the trigger from Verdant right before, like immediately before Shikari can even make it in time, and engaging with that Trundle Pillar. Shout out to Taxa right there. He managed to find the engage before Shikari made it down, securing that dragon, and it's put a delay on Nativ's ability to stack Soul.
That's a rough one for them, and I mean, Cloud Soul is going to be super powerful for... realistically, Nativz are going to love Cloud Soul. Both teams are going to be okay with it, though. It gives Taxa and Nilly incredible sticking power. They're looking to jump in onto this top side here. Verdant try and close that gap, and it looks like the whole team collapsing over. Teleport available to Shikari. The wave does get somewhat trimmed out here. They are going to slowly but surely clear through that wave. The depth charge knocks up 3. Wendell taking quite a lot of damage here from Stefan. He gets those 3 procs off. Shikari's coming in onto the flank. There's the solar flare down. There's the red carpet laid, and Verdant are just melted. Double kill for Demboxny. Nilly's chasing forwards. In comes a huge encore. Nilly might be able to get something on the way out here as Demboxny's being hunted down, but he finds himself the shutdown. And Nativz turn the play around.
Completely against the run of play. 4 for 0 for Nativz, and we've been talking about the top lane timers this entire game. It's Shikari who pulls the trigger earlier on with the teleport and manages to find the winning fight flank. Makes his move up to the top side. Nativz secure themselves a turret and secure their pass back into the game.
Yeah, and the big difference maker there was that Nativz just get the free hit onto Verdant's front line forever, right? Whereas normally Verdant's front line is buffed up by the Seraphine shields and just extremely tanky in general. If Verdant managed to find the engage, they run over the side Nativz. But because Nativz were under turret, Verdant just couldn't do that. And you could see Wendell at the start there just kept getting focused down and burned down by Stefan. And finally, like you highlighted, Rude Dude, that beautiful Shikari flank into the Eldritch, melting everyone.
Well, as we're hitting that 20-minute mark, it feels this time like Vladdy, he is ahead of the curve compared to Niter. He has 2 items where Niter has only got the 1.5. Demboxny, 2 items in now at this point to Gooby's 1. This time, this game, Nativz are the ones who are ahead of the curve. The 3,000 gold lead sitting quite comfortably in their pocket. Blue buff over to Vladdy. And, you know, he's still a bit of a ways away from fully stacking that Mirror Mana, which is, you know, another major spike over to him. But with this dragon spawning up in 2-minute time, I think Nativz this time are going to feel a little bit more comfortable going for the contest on that. Shikari is going to play his respect, though, and not get caught out trying to defend this tower until his team can rotate over towards him.
I feel like this toggle of the gold here, we can see where all of the gold lead is for Nativz, and it's in Denboxny. 3, 2, and 5 on the Sivir. There's a roughly 2,000 gold advantage over his counterpart. And in that last team fight as well, we saw the flanking Sivir come in, take Gooby out of the game. Going to be looking toward Denboxny to be that consistent DPS threat that will be putting Verdant in the dirt. See if he can rattle away at that front line and use the ricochets to get round to the back line.
Yeah, and every single fight, right, I want to highlight another player who doesn't get that much attention, but Gooby has landed these multi-man ultimates every single time, and if they keep going that way, in a more even environment, maybe not under Nativ's tower, those can be absolutely game-winning. We saw it down bot side, we just saw it there, and it was massive impact despite having a man disadvantage. Going forward, I want to keep seeing this from Gooby, because he's putting on a stellar performance on this Seraphine.
Really is. He really is. He's been playing very well on it. Last game, probably a little bit more impactful than this game, but that is also maybe down to the fact his team were just very far ahead. This time, they're not ahead. It's actually the gold lead in Nativ's pocket. And the big thing is this mid tower still standing for Verdant, which on one hand gives them, you know, a safe place to kind of launch all of their attacks onto the map from. But on the other hand, that's some lot gold for Nativ. So that's more gold that could accelerate in their favor. As Verdant are setting up a death brush. They know this dragon needs to be contested. And they are looking for it. The death ball from Verdant hasn't paid off as much as they would have liked it to this game. Could pay off for them here.
Yeah, it's really scary, right? Nativs have no one to face check realistically. If Twist face checks, even though he's a Nautilus, a tanky Nautilus, he will just die. So being first on the objective is super important here. As this poke comes down, Vladdy, yes, he does a bunch of damage, but they have a Seraphine. Right, these heals are going to come through. You can see Nativs want none of it. They don't want to face check with all 5 squishy champions, and they'd rather try and make a cross map onto this Baron.
I mean, it's only Dragon number 2.
Jace is going to be not just a great poking tool, but also probably their leading form of face check.
Oh, they're going straight in. There's going to be the encore into the death charge. Hello, help on Twist already. Twist is in danger. Huge ultimate to bail him out of danger as Zenvoxney still remains untouched. Both teams with low health bars and certain members still feeling comfortable to be able to step up and take these fights. Vladdy can go in for the poke. Niter chunked out once again. The healing and the shielding from the Seraphine, though, is going to buy some space here for Verdant. As Nativz want to step forward once again. They've got 2/3 of that equalizer cooldown left, though, so they can't go for it again immediately.
No ultis available for Verdant at all. Same to be said for Nativz, honestly. It's an absolutely bare knuckle fight if they go for it. They could spawn, so it really does come down to which team wants to bite the bullet and start it up. With Nativz making the executive decision, it looks like they're going to back away, and Verdant using the Seraphine healing to maybe take this Drake for themselves. Starting the Baron up, though, it bit them in game number 1, and I don't know if they want to try and run that same risk again.
They're going to let Niter start it, but this is risky. It looks like the Baron's not going to happen at all.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? This is exactly what I highlighted in Champs. Like, you have no frontline. How do you check the objective? You can't, right? The second Verdant have control with all that vision and arrive at the Dragon Pit before you, it's done, right? And next Dragon, I really want to see from Nativz, them on the map, on the river earlier. Take your resets earlier, get there, because if you do not do that, you cannot contest.
That is the key problem. That is the key problem. Wendell using a little bit of HP. Taxa needs to be very careful. But again, you know, it's only really on Twists as they're only engaged. And this mid lane tower still standing is definitely going to be a bit of a problem. It's giving a real safe spot for Verdant to kind of just play the map from.
And Verdant did a really good job there, just staggering their recalls. Sometimes that's a thing that you can punish teams for, but Verdant actually did it really wisely, where Ubi wants to take a reset, so he takes his recall, they shift Niter into mid lane to clear out the mid wave, which is the window where Nativz may have looked to take that turret. Then Niter takes his reset in time for Gooby to get back to the lane, push out the next wave, make sure that that Bastion in the tier in the mid lane is always standing.
Yeah. Lots of vision coming down in the river around Baron, and again, Nativz are posed with the exact same problem. Shikari this time does have some flank TP wards. Take a look at that ward by the blue buff entrance. If he wants to, he can teleport there and catch Verdant completely unawares.
Oh, Vladdy almost died because Zenvoxney didn't get on the red buff circle quick enough. He waited to try and get that, so he didn't pick up the red buff, and that almost cost him his life.
A true team player. I will die to give you your red buff.
So
Could never be in our games.
No, never in my games. I'm not dying for some AD carry. That ain't happening.
Hey, Pran, you don't even main jungle. What are you talking about?
What?
You don't even main jungle. You main LeBlanc.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. No, I feel Vladdy here. Like, I'm not gonna wait outside the circle just so my AD carry can get a red buff and I die. Hell no.
Yeah, just take it yourself. I respect that. Completely respect that.
I would do the same, and I'm AD carry in this position, so.
Oh,
you know. I wouldn't let you die.
I knew there had to be something wrong with you.
Thank you. It took us 2 games, and we thought it was the tech issues, but we found out that I play AD carry, and that's the actual concern.
That is a real concern, bro. That is a real concern.
This is why I'm so happy with Zenvoxney going cleanse, you know. I've been there, I've done that. I've taken Ghost in so many games where I've just got CC'd and died. With Zenvoxney now, cleansed up. Double summoner spells available as well. He's actually just really safe, and he's also very farmed. He's got 3 items versus just the 2 of Gooby, and you know the utility that Seraphine provides can never be understated, and you don't technically need any items for that utility to be given. The damage there from Gooby last game, not going to be nearly as felt at this stage in the matchup, and obviously Nativz have done a very good job in game number 2 of cycling back the Nativz win condition, making sure that those fights aren't coming as thick and fast as they were in game number 1, and Nativz still find themselves 3k to the good with this Baron live and on the map. Currently traversing through this top side, looking for any stragglers, you know, the potential target.
Yeah, they'd have to do something crazy like flash over the wall here. Stefan could just leap over. Nilly, he's really quick. He could double E, slice and dice.
Oh, they're doing it. They're throwing the teleport and everything. They are taking Nilly out.
Beautiful.
That is
and then
sad.
Baron.
Or tower.
Por qué no los dos?
I think they go for the tower, the safer play.
Just move into there now. Now you have one less frontline issue, right, that Nativz have to deal with. They can burn this down. They have rumble percentage health damage and a Severe who's extremely fed. I think it's just going over to them.
Do you still have that equalizer?
Well. This makes it really difficult for people to try and face check. You're quite right. Equalizer is also just a great deterrent for Nativz. AK on the Baron. Taxa, can you do your magic?
Watch for the encore from Gooby. It's going to have to be huge. Solar Flare goes down. There's the encore. Only hits onto Denvoxney, but he presses W. He does not get hit. Health bar's low on Nativz. Twist is low. The equalizer to get Shikari out. Nativz on low HP as well. And the Baron is dissuaded. Verdant, are they going to turn? They're going to look to turn here, actually. They're feeling comfortable going for it. Stefan has the Lamb's Respite tech, but there's the Shock Blast. There's the teleport coming in. Nilly's rejoined in, but with the
so
shielding,
tense.
it's so tense. Equalizer is not
Another
available, but
TP.
Shikari's teleporting back in. Stefan can jump over the wall. Lamb's Respite doesn't come down in time. He can't steal it away. Denvoxney remains untouched at the moment as Nilly's being chased away by Stefan. Stefan's keeping the pressure up. Verdant able to dissuade the Baron and then take it for themselves. Nativz get punished.
And it all starts with a beautiful pick onto Nilly, committing everything for it. Unfortunately, then they try to rush down the Baron without stopping Taxa coming into the pit. Suddenly, you're in melee range of all these carries and these front lines, and you just have to leave. And Verdant managed to turn it around by trying to, start it up. And in the end, we have, teleports coming down everywhere. Rude Dude taking it away. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I have to imagine Gooby's just working overtime in that team fight, right?
Yeah.
To poke them away. His encore hit 0 people, but the constant beat drops coming down and making the damage stick in the Baron, especially when people have been tanking up, your resistances are reduced by the Baron buff. I mean, Gooby there, definitely earning his soul on this roster, making sure that the addition for Verdant was worthwhile. And honestly, 2 games of Seraphine, we've seen a lot of good ultis from him so far from game number 1, and with really good poke around objectives like that, only good things to talk about for Gooby so far this series.
That's how you beat the best AD carry in the league. You don't play AD carry into them. Gooby, absolutely beautiful stuff coming in from him. They are going to pick up this Dragon number 3, and Verdant just getting quicker and quicker now, which is starting to be a bit of a concern. Nativz, the key problem is that lack of frontline. They just can't face check any of these objectives. They do still have a Sivir though, so even with the Baron up minions, these waves do get cut through fairly quickly as long as Denvoxney doesn't find himself engaged onto.
And if we're sort of looking at the minutiae of these compositions as well, you think of Sivir, you think of Rumble, you think of fighting in tight corridors, but then you look at the Verdant comp and you think, well, if an explosive charge and an encore goes through a tight corridor, we just all instantly die. Verdant have got such good answers to pretty much everything that Nativz are putting out. Setting up around this bot tier 2, see if they can finish that one off, but good enough poke from Denvoxney is going to ward them away. No vision for TPs to go behind, or no TPs just in general to get behind Verdant here, and they do manage to limp away to safety.
Yeah, don't manage to break the tier 2 tower, which is a good thing for Nativz, but still, that's a very scary siege coming out for the side of Verdant. The poke actually coming down for the side of Nativz though is really good. Despite having all those shields, that Jace poke, the harpoons from Shikari is actually sticking. You can see Denvoxney weaving in some Qs as well. So win condition there, maybe poke them out, try. But I can't help but feel like this draft has put Nativz in such a hard position.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think the major failing that they've got right now is their comp just has no frontline. Like, your engages on Nautilus are. That's like your safe long range engage, like really not long range
also
at all.
Also attack range for a ranged champion, right? Yeah.
Or like that miracle Q, but if you hit the wrong person, Nautilus is dragged into their team and is in some serious danger. And it's also support, so they don't have access to as much gold, so they don't have as tankier stats, and they can't survive as long as they haven't got the levels. I do worry that Nativz have just drafted themselves into a bit of a corner here, and I understand why they went for the Kindred, because they didn't want to pick a tank jungler into that Trundle, but the counter pick of this Kindred hasn't really paid the dividends it needed to. I can think of one fight this game where I think that Lamb's Respite was really good, but I was expecting to see a Q over the wall, Lamb's Respite on the Baron for the steal, but they just didn't press their buttons in quick enough. Baron goes down. Kindred has to jump back over the wall to safety, and I don't know, the game's in a dangerous state here for Nativz. I don't want to say it's over. It does not look anywhere near as over as game number 1 did. But this game number 2, it feels like Verdant are starting to ramp up now, and I'm not sure Nativz have the answer.
We've all seen 600 CS Sivir win conditions, right? And we've all seen Denvoxney back against the wall work miracles. You can almost never count out Nativz, right? Game number 1 aside, I think we could count them out that time, but this time round, I think when they're on much more even footing at this stage in the game, still definitely up for grabs for Nativz and for Verdant to take. Of course, no objectives up for the next 3 minutes, so we are going to enter this a little bit of a quieter time on Summoner's Rift, and then we get to see the real shot calling come to action. Who's going to focus on that top side? Who's going to head toward that Baron and stop potential souls going down as well? Nativz are the ones that have got some real questions to be answered. As Verdant, if they don't want to take the next dragon, they don't have to. Yeah, they'd get a soul, but if they can trade it for a Baron in exchange for one Cloud Dragon that doesn't give Nativz a soul, they'll be more than happy with that as well.
Yeah, 1-4 coming in from Verdant. If Nativz want to defend this, they have to engage now, but it doesn't look like they're going to, although the ult's been popped from Devoxy.
Yeah, they do look to go in immediately. Solar Flare comes down. Devoxy stayed alive for quite a while. He's actually getting a lot of damage with that Ricochet. Overcomes Niter. Devoxy flashes away. The carpet's laid down, and the Ricochet did enough damage for them to find the tidy up. Vladdy gets himself a kill with the Empowered Shock Blast, and it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Certainly one that favours Nativz at this point. The fact that they only lose jungle and support versus the bot laner being lost for Verdant. I think Gooby is a very high priority target for Nativz to take down in these team fights. Not because of the damage that the Seraphine is doing, but because of that consistent healing that's coming through. The ability to allow Verdant to stay out on the map is given exclusively by this Seraphine at the minute.
So Niter jumping over that wall there was actually particularly good, because now you forced Denvoxny's flash, and at this crucial soul point fight in 2 minutes time, Denvoxny's not going to have flash, right? So you can just dump everything, and Denvoxny has to play so well with his positioning, waiting out all the threats before he actually manages a DPS. He won't get a dream situation like that again, right? Where he's free hitting and all the ricochets are bouncing off everywhere, his Q hits everyone. It's just not going to happen because it's going to be in river, and without that flash, there's a lot of danger there.
And if we look at the flashes on the other side as well, Nilla's flash is coming up, Tax's flash coming up. Wendell has already got his, so if we see one misplaced spell shield, Clean's probably not going to be up until a very close window for Denvoxny on that timing of the soul spawn. Nativz definitely got a tricky situation ahead of them, and Denvoxny in particular going to need to be very cognizant of where he's playing this server. Obviously a very short range AD carry by design. You got that lethal tempo stacked and potentially a little bit of extra movement speed there. You can start to tether in a couple of autos, but still very difficult setup for him.
I also just want to go back, speaking of setup, towards this dragon as well, because this is something which Aragon highlighted earlier on in the cast, is we really need to see Nativz get into the river early. They have a minute till this dragon spawns up. If they want to contest this, they need to be moving over now. The problem is Stefan's on a reset, then Voxy's clearing waves mid, and I don't think they're going to be able to get into the river in time, because now they're going to have to look for that face check scenario, which we saw has denied them the last 2 dragons of this game.
Yeah, and another problem they have is if they get in early down to bot river, then Verdant can just choose to, you know, we go to Baron, and now you have to face check another river, right? So it's just flaws in the composition, holes in the composition where you want to draft another frontliner alongside the Nautilus support, because the Nautilus support cannot frontline on his own. Right? You have Shikari as a pseudo tank, but it's just not enough as a standoff ensues.
You know, we're just missing some really important items. Looking at Shikari in particular.
There's the ultimate already. They get the ultimate down. The Encore doesn't quite land. Beautiful lay down with the red carpet. Zhonya's has been used. Nilly's being toasted. Tax is low HP, and Vladdy's going to keep the chase up onto him. Gets him with the shock blast. And that should just be Baron over the Nativz, or are they going to go for Dragon? It looks like the Dragon is going to be their attention. They want to secure this and don't want to give Soul over.
I think that the Drake is just a little bit of a safer play. All of the talk about these front lines, though, Verdant just refused to use theirs in that situation. Denvoxny stepping up, auto-attacking for free, found 0 threat on him when he's got no flash, no cleanse. Verdant just honestly letting the Sivir free hit right there. That's their own mistake.
Yeah, I think the idea is like you kite out the Sivir and then you fight the Sivir when she doesn't have ulti and you go from there, but Denvoxny wasn't having that and he autoed them to death with that Ricochet and pushed them off. This was the best case scenario for Nativz, not fighting in this river. Denvoxny just gets to free hit right without the engagings from the Verdant. Oh, Jace, no matter how many times I see an EQ, I will always just be surprised at how much damage it does.
And Gooby's been the one to eat the last 2. Baron's picked up. There's the Encore. Does land onto a couple of members. They've still got the Land's Respite. Twist is on that flank. Vladdy jumping straight in onto that backline. He's low HP, but he's able to survive for just a little bit longer. The Dustblade buying him space. Stefan jumping forward. Jumps in with a flash. Trying to get the final proc onto Nilly. Unable to get it. The hook coming in onto Niter. Taxa gets caught by the ulti. They've popped themselves there on the hunt. And Taxa is run down. A double kill for Denvoxny. Triple kill make it. Baron in pocket, Dragon in pocket, and this base is going to be a mess.
Frontline be damned. Nativz completely turn around their game 1 fortunes around the Baron. This time they step it up when they need to, and this time they're going to take the game.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any contest that can come in. Maybe a miracle play by Nilly, but the Lamb's respite denies any opportunity. Down he goes. The Nexus falls, and we're tied 1-1 apiece.
And I will defend Verdant a little bit. I think they got a little bit unlucky with that dragon of choice. You know, the sole point being a cloud, when it could have been something like a Hextech or an Infernal. Imagine they got that instead, or a Chemtech with all those shields. They definitely would have had a much easier time. They would have said, screw the mid lane turret, we don't care, we're just going to move into that river and secure it for sure. But this time, you know, they didn't really have that win condition. It wasn't a guaranteed win, even if they secured it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very interesting game coming in from Verdant, from Nativz, sorry. I think Verdant still are looking like the better team in this series. I feel Nativz, they struggled in that game more than they needed to because their draft wasn't so great, but I've really got to give it to Gooby, to be fair. I think he's been super on point. I was also quite critical of Taxa while we were chatting and prepping. I think Taxa's been pretty on point. His Trundle, you know, was lining some pretty solid pillars, you know, picking the right targets, and he was the one counterpicked, and it didn't look like he was in a countered matchup at all.
Yeah, he's just been always really good on the map. Questions have sort of been around whether or not that map play is consistent enough. So far this series, it has been absolutely beautiful. We've seen him exactly where he needs to be at exactly the right times, and you know, we got to see just last in game number 1 as well, pop ultis to take people out, secure Baron for yourself. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to secure them game number 2, and we got to see Nativz sort of learn from their past mistakes around objectives, and we got to see them Voxnay honestly win them the game with that on the hunt in the mid lane when they're in a 5v5, just pummeling ricochets in without any response, and Nativz there pretty much won it because they got the 1 kill, they turned that into a Drake, which they were able to turn into a Baron, which they turned into a fight that won them the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that was just the dream Demvoxney scenario. Playing Sivir and everyone just clumped. You just get to press W and
just
auto
walking
attack.
away from you.
Yeah, I mean that was the dream scenario for the Sivir. I'm curious what we think we're going to be looking at going into the next game, what the adaptations are going to be, because I feel it still feels to me like Nativz have some stuff to adapt going into game number 3. I feel Verdant, honestly, it was a fine draft. I think Aragon's right. The dragon may have kind of bit them a little bit there. Plus, you know, that clump fight, I mean, it is a little unforgivable. It's like clumping versus a Mal fight. Just because it's not the instant, like, satisfaction of hitting a 5-man ultimate, it's still just that ricochet. We'll have to find out. Anyway, I will ask you about that once we come back from the break, and we'll be back for game number 3.
I think our team has played alright this split.
This split, I think our team has performed okay. I would say, like, we got the job done. We got our first place secured. Some bumpy patches along the way, but we got there in the end.
So I think it could have been a bit better. I mean, I think we looked a bit shaky in some games and even dropped some games that we probably shouldn't have lost. I think our team has played really good this split. We had one little bit rough week, but I think we learned a lot from it.
I think we have played slightly inconsistent this split. I think against the good teams we have been doing pretty well. But there has been some games where we've been trying some stuff and it hasn't played out the way we wanted to.
I think our gameplay has been very shaky and it's not an actual reflection of our skill level.
And for players, I assume we will win it, or at least that's what we're going for, since it's our job to do so. So yeah, we will try to win it.
We're all really experienced players, so I think we will get even above for playoffs when the games matter more. So I think we will have a good showing.
We've been learning from our mistakes, and I'm sure going into playoffs we will be at our final form and win against all the teams.
If we show up in playoffs with how we expect to perform, no team can beat us.
everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into game number 3 as we are tied one apiece. There we go, I can speak. So, Verdant, I think right now, are looking like the stronger team of our two teams. Nativz definitely pulled their act together somewhat in that game, but I was saying a rude dude while we were in break. The problem with that team was, like, the problem with that comp was Nativz was so reliant on Verdant to make a mistake to do anything because they were just totally lacking any way to force a fight or start a fight.
And it's that double-edged sword that if they start the fight well, they're going to win the game. If they start the fight poorly, they're going to end up losing it. And it was unfortunately the latter, where they didn't really end up starting any sort of fights, and that ended up being what bit them a little bit in the end. So with that, Nativz obviously sort of turning their fortunes back around. They come to this one-on-one record. I'm actually thinking they're going to start to really put this draft into overdrive. I expect with them going back onto presumably blue side now, assuming that Verdant are going to take red side, that we're just going to get to see a very stable V1 pick. I think that with our adaptations, we're praying that Rel gets through on the caster desk. This isn't something that we're likely to see happen, but we just want something that will do anything pre-20 minutes, because so far the games have been just a little bit too slow-paced for all of us here. But I think that with a Rel as an option, or just something with more proactivity, I really would like to see Nativz start their own ball rolling as opposed to being dependent, as you mentioned, on Verdant.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same draft. I'm not going to lie, Verdant, they should have won. They should have won that game. They really should have done. But a couple of times they just ran into Denvoxne, not anticipating his damage. I remember like at tier 2, they just don't expect Denvoxne to pull the on the hunt and just run down the entire team, mow them down, right? They absolutely do not expect that. They just get one shot and they lose back-to-back fights. As the draft does come through, and yeah, we're seeing the exact same bans. I don't think we're going to see any alterations.
I hope we do see some level of alteration, but I know you're right. I know you're right. I guess the alteration is Nativz are on the blue side this time, and Verdant are on the red, so there is a little bit of room. But this Poppy is being a real problem for the side of Nativz. They lost game 1 to an amazing Keeper's Verdict, which basically just shut them down and stole the Baron away from them.
Maokai.
This time around, yes, that Maokai is up and available. I'd like to see it. It's proactive. It can start fights. It's engage heavy. And it can also do stuff early. I think, honestly, Nativ's best avenue to beat Verdant right now is not to play their game. It's to beat them at a different game. Play faster pace than what Verdant are doing. Because Verdant seems to be quite content to play for mid/late game.
And the slightly fun part about all this is that the way to get Stefan off of carry junglers is to leave one of the OP dog junglers open. They've left Maokai there. Stefan now has to take it, otherwise he's just trolling, and giving over Maokai Rumble is never something that you want to be doing. Verdant do obviously end up getting the Rumble for themselves. But the Ivern was something that we'd mentioned in the prelude to this series. It has got through in game number 2. I can expect that we're just going to let that one go fully through for the rest of the series, honestly. With Rumble Chase locked in, already Verdant with that fundamental of fairly long range damage if they need it, doing the Equalizer and the Shock Blasts.
Yeah, what jungler do we see match for Verdant into this Maokai? I think the logical answer is the Ivern, because Daisy acts like another frontliner with that Maokai. This is a really cool lock-in, by the way. We've seen Vladdy's Yone.
Oh, it's locked in?
Yeah, but Maokai Yone as a duo is a really potent duo, because the way it works is Maokai will ult from Fog of War, and everyone on the enemy team will line up behind one person, right? Which lines up a Yone ult perfectly, right? So this is actually a really, really good duo. I'm so glad to see it locked in, and Rakan finally locked in away from Wendell.
That's a huge. We're seeing a lot of versatility, a lot of change here on the side of Nativz draft. I think this is a really nice one for them. It's crucially, it does something. I think that's the major thing. It's not one of those teams which doesn't do anything. It actually does something other than relying on the enemy team to make those mistakes. On the other hand, though, I do think Verdant have also locked themselves a comp capable of doing something. They've got that Nautilus, they've got the Jace for Poke, and the Rumble, forgot the name of the champion there. I want to see what jungler they're going to look to pick up here. What some kind of engaged jungler I think is necessary to kind of make this Verdant and really unlock this Verdant comp. I don't want to see like a carry jungler. I don't really want to see a Trundle. I know Trundle can obviously steal their stats away, but I just feel like you want someone who can kind of like, I know it's stupid, like an Amumu-esque style jungler. I don't think it should be Amumu, but you know, a champion who just goes, I press button, fight starts.
The thing is, it's not going to be Amumu. Amumu is banned. But you're quite right. We're looking for something to start out that engage for Verdant, and with that, I think we may get to see the rarely, never before seen R5 AD carry for Gooby down on that bot side. We have Xayah banned away, Seraphine as well taken off the board, so maybe Varus we see come through. Aphelios Jinx have been teetering around in the meta. There are a couple of just true hyper carries that you can pick up for both of our carries down on that bot side. But Verdant, they take away 2 of those safety nets that then Voxnay would have been clutching on.
Ooh, this would be interesting. Something in the LCK we've seen. In the LCK, we've seen Skarner into Maokai Sejuani, and they've just seemed to have decided that Skarner beats them, right? So this is their answer when the whole jungle pool is pinched and the enemy team has one of these, and I guess Tax has been looking at the LCK.
I mean, I'll give it to him. Let's see if it's going to work out. Still, I wouldn't say it's like an engaged jungler is my only major concern. Varus is up and available, though. So I feel like that's not a bad pick. That kind of gives you that long range, but it also gives you that kind of long range, non-committal engage, which I think Verdant are lacking right now. And with the Sivir pick up here for the side of Nativz, yes, she can eat the chains with her W, but at the same time, later, that W might be quite useful. The chains might be useful elsewhere. Sion being the final pick here for Shikari. That's the I don't want to lose lane, I just want to hold waves pick. Decides to change it, actually, and go for the Cassante. Exactly the same thing, effectively, in that sense. Let's see what Verdant decides to pick up as their ADC.
Yeah, I was going to say that Cassante is just... It's one and the same, right? There's not really too much difference there. Misfortune here actually looks really good for me, just personally, but looks like they're going to go for something, a bit of an old school answer to the Sivir if this gets picked up here, and not necessarily the traditional pairing that we see Twitch go with in the Nautilus, but Twitch very good versus the Sivir. It's typically very difficult to try and... You just have to predict when the large source of damage is coming out from the Twitch. There's nothing really good to spell shield. It's usually you're trying to use the spell shield onto the contaminate, the E-proc that Twitch does, and if the Twitch just holds it, it can be very difficult for them Voxnay to predict.
Yeah, and Twitch we often see come out into like Zeri, Sivir to handshake scaling, and I really like that as a pick here for Gooby. It's super interesting. Some unconventional picks coming out for the side of Verdant with that Skarner and that Twitch, but I also really like Nativz's draft because we actually have a balance of frontline and backline this time. We don't just have like 4 backliners and poor Twists on this Nautilus support with very low income trying to frontline and face check on his own. We have Stefan who can walk in and take back river control with his saplings and his entire body, and Shikari who's essentially an immovable wall on this Cassante. Definitely much more balanced there.
I think looking at this game, I'm happier with this draft finally. This is probably the first time I'm actually look at a Nativz draft and I go, yeah, they've actually walked away with a solid draft here. This works, and I can see the conditions in how to set up and play this one. So I think for the first time, I'm actually very sold on the Nativz draft. I think Verdant still got a very solid team. Like you said, the Twitch kind of old school counter pick into Sivir. I mean, Twitch, as long as that champion exists in the state he exists in, there's always that element of if Twitch just shows up at the wrong time, presses R, and just mows down the team, there's not really much you can do about that. So it's going to really kind of be on Gooby now that he's actually having to play an ADC and, you know, see how he plays these flank angles. But I think, honestly, just going off the draft, I'm more sold on what Nativz have put together here than what Verdant have.
I do want to touch a little bit on this Skarner pick specifically, because we don't get to see it too frequently. But something that if it is going to start cropping back up into the meta, people need to be aware of is the fact that teams are going to have to start paying a Skarner tax. Nativz, of course, they've got 2 champions which pay it quite nicely in the Yone, in the Sivir. Obviously, Sivir has a spell shield, so there's that element of, ooh, can I risk going for a non-QSS item, basically. But with both of them building into AD, it's not that bad. If Nativz get that gold lead, I think it's going to be really important because 2,600 of that gold can just be Skarner tax, not thrown away, but made sure that the Skarner's impact is severely mitigated through the mid and late game of this team fights.
So, how does the early game play out? Well, for the side of Nativz, Hitbrain, you're going to absolutely love to know that nothing's going to happen, except for shattering the Yone and the head back. They're going to, like, sapling up the mid side of the area. They're going to ward up to make sure this Yone can get through the early game. You typically want to play through a Yone early game because, yes, he can sustain through the early lane phase with Orange Shield, second wind, and stuff like this. You need to make sure he doesn't fall behind because he's very similar to Yasuo in that, he's very vulnerable. So yeah, expect a lot of 3v3s mid lane with that roaming Rakan up to mid, with Maokai around mid, setting up vision to make sure and set up Vladdy for success.
I mean, if something happens, I'm happy, right? Like, that's all I want. I just want something to happen.
The bar is exceptionally low right now. Just do anything and Hitbrain's happy.
Honestly, that last game, now the more I thought about it when we went into the break, it was just like nothing really happened until Verdant started making mistakes. That was the only reason that Nativz got back in that game, was because Verdant kind of clumped up at that tower, then made a mistake into the Baron, into the Dragon. Please, something, anything. Just give me some early action. I want to see an explosive game. I mean, we missed 9 minutes of the first game, and it was 1 kill. 1 kill in 9 minutes. So that kind of shows you the point of both of these games definitely do. Both of these teams, do definitely play a slower game. It's kind of expected in a Denvoxney game, but also Verdant, like I think it was Aragon said, do just like to play front to back.
Yeah, I will say, Hitbrain, look, just short point here. Unless Nita oversteps to a Maokai W, nothing's gonna happen. It's going to be a very slow game. Jace, fortunately, is very susceptible to being ganked, and they do have the point and click on the Maokai. It's typically like a soft counter in the mid lane. But I'm going to be real with you. This is such a slow draft from both teams, honestly, that realistically, we're going to have to fill. So get your fill topics ready, Hitbrain.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we unfortunately having issues again, as we have had all day. There is a issue with the tournament client. If you're wondering why all of our games seem to take so long to start, that's the reason. We are into game finally. One apiece between these two teams. Game 1, very Verdant dominated. Just, they had so much control. I mean, there was like one moment where it felt like there was a glimmer of hope for Nativz, and then that was over very quickly. On the other side, game 2, I think was just Verdant losing more than Nativz winning. That is my genuine belief on that game. It felt very much like Verdant made a mistake and Nativz were able to punish them for it.
Interesting full stack on this top side, though, from Verdant. They've got all 5 members north of the top lane or in the top lane itself, and with a Twitch as well, the tendency to press Q level 1 and go for a little bit of some crazy invades definitely on the cards.
Yeah, I wonder if they're anticipating Twist actually Wing over the wall and then, cheesing that way. That's something you see Rakans do sometimes, but still, he doesn't go for it. I respect the level 1 cheese trying to find something with this Twitch. Something I want to highlight, though, is the draft strategy for the side of Verdant. Letting jungle go, drop down to second rotation, something that's almost never done these days. Often, your junglers just get so pinched that you never want to do this. Yes, you have a great answer in the Skarner into tanks, but often you really don't want to go down a tier of junglers because of the power of the current meta junglers in like the Maokai, the Sejuani, and champions like this. We'll see how Taxa pilots it. Maybe he can make up for the difference in just raw champion strength. I think Maokai is just unbelievable right now, and I think a lot of casters share the same opinion. Rududu especially.
Yeah, definitely. Maokai B1s, I'm all for it. I did see a Scon, I think it was in the LPL actually today as well, right? You talked about the LCK presence. It's made its way over to China as well. Tarzan pulled out in a game 5 of an absolutely bonkers series, but Stefan making the most of the Maokai's very early gank potential.
Yep, they're going to be jumping in. Twist is going to look for that knock-up. They get them with the knock-up. Stefan keeps the pressure on. There's the flash. And Verdant forced away.
So how do they re-gank this, right? I imagine Stefan's probably just going to clear up the top side again, but still, he's on this dog jungle. This is exactly what I love to see, right? He's so good at playing these champions who could just drop camps and then permanently clear. You could see that Nita actually took the time now to ward up these. Look at him. He's invading, dropping some vision to help track Stefan again, potentially to help out his bot lane just in case they get re-ganked with that flashless Nautilus.
Definitely a world where they just go and invaded on that red buff itself. Looks like it's not going to be the case, so more power to them. They decide that they're going to play the safe route, but Tax is obviously going to be ahead in terms of clear speed. Will have completed all 6 camps before Stefan ever will. So little advantage over to Taxa specifically in the jungle matchup. Obviously traded out for the support's flash himself, but Stefan, he's not going to have a flash for another 4 minutes or so, where Wendell still has that Hex flash, so the Nautilus not necessarily too impeded from engaging. Obviously disengaging and getting away from danger, a completely different story.
Absolutely. Well, Nativz are going to get this shove in nice and early. Vladdy doing Yone things, jumping forwards, taking a trade, pinging back. As Stefan actually wasn't really punished for the gank bot lane. Has been able to go and grab his camps, is going to get himself pressure on this topside river, so he'll be able to get this crab as well, and then rotate back into his blue side and finish clearing up the jungle. So overall, Stefan is going to be happy with this one. Has been able to achieve a fair amount off the back of that gank and not really lost too much for it.
And one of the fun little mini games that you get to play as Skarner is Spire Watch. In pretty much every single 10 seconds, you want to be looking to see which spires have been taken, see if you can track the enemy jungler with that sort of on the minimap, see if you know, when the river one gets taken, there's an opportunity there to spot out where Stefan had been. Obviously a fairly late take of the topside camps for Stefan. Tax is already cycling through his, you know, secondary spawn of wolves where Stefan finishing up that first clear. He's going to be a little bit delayed getting the back through. It's just a little engagement down on that bot side. Nicely evaded by Gooby.
Yeah, you can see, look how much vision there is on the minimap right now. Both of these mid laners are so susceptible to ganks that both teams just refuse to give up any vision. You can see every single entrance is warded to make sure that neither mid laner is gankable. Wraith started up here, they might be stolen away.
Yeah, looks like Stefan making his way over, though. Doesn't really have the pressure in the mid, but Twist is roaming over to see if he can contest this. Stefan should be getting this one for free. Smite comes down. Twist goes in for the knockup. Taxa looks for the stun. Unable to connect it. Shot Blast comes in. Twist battle dances away to safety. And that is all she wrote on that little play.
And really nice heads-up play there from Stefan. Sacrificed taking his wolf in time. So that big wolf is still standing, but makes his way down to the Raptors, defends those, makes sure that that large chunk of XP isn't going over to Taxa, and giving what is, you know, generally considered a meaningful jungle advantage over to Taxa early enough, with that Raptors being denied away from the Skarner.
It was very nice, actually. It was very heads up by Twist as well, because they recognized that they didn't have the mid prio to be able to really contest that. Vladdy wanted to grab that wave, which makes sense. So Twist comes over to make sure that jungle isn't going to get completely lost for free. They are going to be able to play that nice and smart there. But we are now approaching that 6-minute mark. It has been, again, you know, we had that one gank early, but it's been a somewhat calm and collected game.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. Even with that one gank early, honestly, you ask yourself, is that worth it? Because are you realistically re-ganking a Nautilus and killing him? You just don't do any damage. I'm going to be real with you. Yes, you have the chain CC, but Severe Rakan early game just isn't most necessarily a kill lane. Still, lots of action around mid lane, right? That's exactly the thing we're looking for. At level 6, maybe we'll see some more activated plays, especially on that Rift Herald. So 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Do both supports just run up? I imagine they do. Their level 6s are insane.
I think that this timer for recalls as well is a little bit strange. Usually you'll see
7
probably
minutes.
one wave later, right? And that's what we get to see from Wendell here. I'm actually a big fan of this. If Gooby can stick around on this bot side, give Wendell just that slightly better recall timing. They're also able to deny a little bit of experience from Denvox. Now, Wendell should stay here, make sure that that wave crashes, because the whole goal of sticking around this wave was to make sure that they got the better recall, and Denvox, they missed some experience. Wendell, they're currently having a massive scrap down on that bot side to try and get the wave in. But with both of the supports now a little delayed potentially up to this top side and that Herald, with no Drake taken either, we could end up just seeing a 1-for-1 trade on the neutrals.
Yeah, definitely opportunities for a cross map. Sometimes you see teams take out the dragon earlier on, so there's no room for a cross map, but both teams are just so neutral in their draft. Both just want to scale that nothing happened. Now we can see Nativz actually starting up this dragon. They have the pillar, so Taxa doesn't have it, and he doesn't have as much combat power. Loads of saplings down for river control as well. Knight is going to have to face check into them.
Yeah, it's the power of that Maokai. Makes checking into the river so hard to do. It's going to not step up, and Dragon isn't even going to get started. They're going to go back to mid, grab some pressure here from Vladdy's Twist. Maybe looking for something. Just putting a pink ward down to get some control of the river.
Actually curious about Gooby's build path. In times gone by, you would have rushed toward a Blade of the Ruin King.
Oh, he's in danger. He can jump away if he needs to.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Nice and easy to get out of there. Gooby now hit level 6. Means that open up capabilities now available for the Twitch. With a new quiver in the inventory, does look to be heading towards that Kraken Slayer a little bit sooner than might have anticipated from the build path. But honestly, with on hit being so strong and there are so many items that you can get away with building on, you know, these on-hit style marksmen, Gooby's build path really up to his own devices here. He's not too much magic resistance need to be built up, so Wit's End likely not going to be in the picture, but you know, things like Rage Blade, things like Gale Force, they're all options. It's going to be up to Gooby to choose which of those is going to be the most suitable for him through these fights.
I think Gooby's spotted. He might be engaged on here.
Ooh. I think they were just on the edge of the circle, so they didn't see him. Dragon does get reset. Stefan has that 6, though. Nearly holding teleport. Expect to see that come in. Vladdy coming over the wall just to get a little bit of vision poked out and prodding out on what's going on. It looks like Nativz are just going to give this. I think it's too risky of a fight for them to take. Nilly had rotated down where Shikari hadn't. So they're just going to take their topside win.
Yeah, honestly, it's such a late first Dragon that the Dragon Soul win conditions come out so late as well. Like, honestly, you don't really care. You trade out some plates to the side of Shikari and make his lane a lot easier. If we wanted to see that happen, we had to see Stefan throw that blind ultimate from Fog of War, so it was really hard to react into that Vladdy combo. But you could see that Vladdy actually used his E, and that has a really long cooldown. I believe it's like 20 plus seconds, right? So there was just no follow-up available. In the end, Nativz just decide we're not contesting, and they might dive here.
Oh, they're going in. The teleport's being used. They're going to look to just run away. Ultimate on. Denvoxny being chased down. Goes pop there by Gooby. The carpet gets laid down. Denvoxny W's away from the slow. Is still chasing, but it looks like Nativz going to be able to get away.
Yeah, Taxa saw him use the spell shield there. Oh, mid lane. Great buffer from Vladdy. He gets out to safety using the Fate Sealed. I figured with Denvoxny using the spell shield there, Taxa might feel emboldened to flash on the Civ, try and pull back. Not going to be the case though. We get to see a good disengage on all fronts from Nativz, Vladdy evading the mid lane, Denvoxny, and Twist out on that bot side. With that big commitment in the mid lane and bot lane, we do see that Nativz find that cross map play, securing the Herald, and now with Stefan with a little bit of time to get back to base, we'll see where he'll end up taking this Rift Herald and whose pockets he's going to be lining.
Brain, Rudude, in the LEC, we had a very late First Blood, right? I believe this is the latest First Blood of the LEC. As I don't think this will be a First Blood either, but they had a little game, right? They had a game of predicting when the First Blood would come out. So, any predictions?
I think we're looking 12 minutes 38.
I'll go 13:40. Just before the next Drake spawns. One of the supports is going to get caught out looking for vision.
By the way, you don't get a default win if it's in like 15 minutes. Just because you picked the later time.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy with that. That's an agreeable condition.
Third Dragon. Next Dragon is Cloud Drake. It's only the second Drake as well, so I think it'll be cross-mapped. I imagine it'll actually be third Dragon at a team fight. Or someone's just going to run it down. Yeah.
Steal the shout. Either way, it could very well be a while, right? and obviously, you make the brilliant counterpoint of somebody has an oopsie and sends it down to just give First Blood for no reason.
I feel there's a world where they could use the Herald, and because obviously it's the Maokai as well, they could use that as a window to find that pick. That's my thought process on it. It looks like Taxa actually looking to jump in onto Vladdy. Vladdy's able to jump away. Twist doesn't quite connect on, and there's just so much disengage. Everybody's able to get away.
Lots of pretty colors, but nobody dies.
Yeah.
That's the NLC game plan for both of these teams at the minute.
Yeah, of course, literally everyone on the entire map has flash as well, so even more room for error right there. Like, the only one who doesn't is Wendell, but you know, he's not as tanky as Denvoxny. Please die, so we can have some...
Lil Bro's fine. Don't even stress. Don't stress, folks. No First Blood. Hitbrain, do you want to go do a lap of the crowd? This is what Medic did. Medic was so bored, and there was no First Blood. He just ran around and high-fived the fans in Berlin.
I could run around and high five my family, I guess.
Around Berlin.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long old jog. You have very little faith in this game being exciting if you think I'm gonna be able to get to Berlin in time before First Blood happens.
We're just studying the trends of the first 13 minutes. That's all.
Well, my time has now passed. 12 minutes 38. So
Rudude's up next. 1 minute 11 on this Dragon. Will there be a contest? I'm at 18 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The LEC one was about 18 minutes as well, if I remember correctly. That was like 18:30-ish.
Bro, I'm going to go get my pillow. I'm not going to lie. I need to lie down.
Yeah, if you want to go take a break, that's all good.
Yeah, I think the fun fact that's been going around recently, so I'm completely yoinking this, right? I didn't know this for myself, but the fun fact was the latest First Blood ever was 38 minutes in the LCK from Jin Air Green Wings back in the day.
And was that the same game that they had?
Wait! No, he's out! No, he's in! There's no way! Vladdy's toasted! First Blood to Wendell! Stefan should be next up on the block, but he's able to get away. Denvoxny eats the shot blast. And it's not completely doomed.
I win! I said 13:30. That was about 13:20, 13:25. I'll take that. Thank you very much.
That's pretty good.
It wasn't a support getting caught, but you didn't tell me that I had to give you the specifics. I did, and I was wrong about those, but my time was right, and that's all that matters.
And I think that's probably the first time anyone's ever seen that specific micro-interaction, like, on the planet, because no one plays Skarner, right? But still,
Captain Flowers is not happy with you right now.
Yeah, I apologize, Captain Flowers, but still, nice attempt by Vladdy to buffer the ulti. Taxa still finding the pick in mid-game around that mid-vision. Really good stuff. Cross-map now coming in from Nativz. It's actually not a cross-map at all, it's just a play. Nativz, Verdant actually don't go for this dragon yet, so there is time for Shikari to run down, maybe shift downwards, and secure the dragon as well.
Okay, follow-up question to the what timer do we see? At what time do we see the first QSS for Nativz built?
Ooh.
How early are we going?
It has to be after second item for AD carry at least,
Yeah.
right? So 21 minutes for Den Voxney is like my solid guess, I think.
But what about if Vladdy just sends one now?
Yeah, I feel like Vladdy actually could go 1 second.
Like finish off, is this shield bow? Blade? I mean, yeah, I think this is Blade, right?
Yeah.
So finish off Blade, you go QSS. I could see it.
No, I absolutely see it. Maybe potentially there. It does look like the dragon's actually going over as well, but no, absolutely. I think there's some new items you can build. What's that item that QSS builds up
Silvermere Dawn!
that nobody actually remembers exists?
Hey, I used to play Twisted Tree Line. I remember Silvermere Dawn.
Might have got it wrong.
I'm pretty sure that was the Twisted Tree Line version of QSS.
Or maybe I'm just super old.
And then you had the witch cap as well.
I think it's Silvermere Dawn.
which-
It's like a mace, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
I
sure.
was right. I'm very
Yeah.
okay. I'm happy now.
But yeah, no, there were some funky items on 3v3. I remember the death cap that was also a Zonya's. Like,
Yeah, the
what a
witch cap.
broken item.
That was
That used to be in Summoner's Rift, by the way. Like, Zonya's ring back in like season 1 or season 2 or something was just Zonya's with a death cap passive.
Taxa. He's not getting Shikari. There's nothing happening. I mean, I'm a mid laner. I'm a LeBlanc player. I'm always gonna miss DFG. I mean, just pure sadness that item was removed. But then again, there's like most like damage items that had an active were removed, or their active was removed. They kind of streamlined the game quite heavily. I miss Gunblade.
Okay,
All
here's a
that
fun
goodness.
question, Hiprain. Jake, do you believe the stat line that Riot gave, whereas like 99% of people didn't use DFG active? That's why they removed it. Do you believe that, or do you think that was cope to just remove it? I 100% don't believe that.
I don't believe 99%. I do probably believe there's a large
95
portion.
or something.
Yeah, I'd say it was probably a good like 70% of the player base didn't use DFG active, to be fair. But then you're also kind of facing, we might have to hold that thought, because I actually think we might have a fight. As Verdant are lining up for this one. Nita on that flank, actually coming around to rejoin up with his team. Herald is going to reset. Teleport's going to come in. And
She's being mighty patient there.
they're being
Mid, though,
so
mid.
patient. Yeah, they're just going to take the tower.
Yeah, Natives are on a timer here. Sorry, Natives are on a timer here. Verdant is barreling down mid lane whilst also contesting. They can actually move over as well after they take this turret. And watch Goopy's
There's no
flank position.
way.
though.
And Twist as well. with the
Goopy?
flank.
They're going to go for it. Here comes the Twisted Advance. They're going to throw everything down. Herald has been secured instantly. The red carpet's laid down. What a fake sealed, but instantly gets popped by Nita. Nativz, they get the Herald, but that came at such a cost.
Yeah, so what happened there was Vladdy actually landed a really sick ultimate, but we saw the exact same interaction again where Taxa pulled him out of it to deny it or something like this. That was an example where I really wish we had a replay because something funky happened to Vlad's ultimate there. It was really weird.
Results in a 1-for-1. And the Herald, of course, going over to Stefan now. He had the first Herald. I don't think he particularly managed to do all that much with it. We got to see Shikari break open the top tier 1, so a little bit of gold into the Casante's pocket. We'd like to see them try and break open the map. Start to try and accelerate this game, because in case anybody at home couldn't tell, with us talking about first items, and, like, not first items in this game, but first items we remember having actives since we started playing League. It's been very slow. We've turned into a bit of a League of Legends podcast, which is absolutely fine because the teams haven't given us anything to work with. So hopefully this Herald can speed up the pace of the game.
Yeah, 1 minute 30 on third dragon. This is the point where both of these teams, they are slow teams. They always contest on third dragon. You can't give over the soul point because you do essentially soul is pretty much guaranteed. You only need to secure 1, right? And that's very easy to get. Verdant are in the river first. Now, it doesn't matter as much because Maokai's very good at taking back river control because he does have these saplings. He can also tank and just face check, right? So Verdant not going to have... Nativz not going to have any issues there retaking river control, but still, Verdant have a lot to work with here.
Okay, we were right. Look at the inventory of Vladdy. Finishes Blade of the Ruin King. Skarn attacks paid.
Hey, that's the play. That's the play. I mean, it didn't stop him last time. He just got popped. It wasn't the Skarner that did him. He just got popped by Nita. It was 2 items in to this Jace now. Muramana fully stacked up as well. We'll be working towards that Grudge next. The big old slow and the armor pen and the cooldown reduction. That item has a lot on it. Shredder's Grudge is actually one of my least favorite items in the game.
Ooh, really?
I really hate it. I really hate it. Like, I loved Frozen Mallet, but Shredder's Grudge just feels like the brainless version of Frozen Mallet.
I don't know, man. Frozen Mallet made you pretty tanky. Do you remember?
Yeah.
With that?
Yeah, I remember that. I also, do you remember Voyboy's Tristana Frozen Mallet? Oh, Herald's going to get stunned. Lovely little block there, actually, by Shikari to not get hit by the CC. And is this charge going to happen? I don't think it's going to happen.
Ooh.
Oh, it happened!
Just.
40 HP.
Taxa wisely not using his smite there. Probably need it for this Drake. Nice poke as well from Nita here. 10k HP on the Dragon. Remember, soul point for them if they get
There's
it.
the Maokai ult.
Wendell flank. There's the Maokai ult. Has to now rejoin up the rest of his team. Twist is coming in. He's got himself up with the quickness. Immediately changes direction. Stefan launches in. Goopy's been isolated. He flashes over the wall. He's still alive. He's got a double kill. He's going to go for the triple. Taken away. Nativz are absolutely squashed.
Gorgeous flash from Gooby. Buys all the space using the wall to just cut off Nativz. They commit so hard onto Taxa, who, granted, doesn't get to use his ult, but will more than happily take that with the response that Verdant find. We get to see this replay now with Nativz. They start up, right? Everything onto Taxa, and Wendell, the fact that he comes in so late, you think maybe this is going to be disaster for them. But they've all walked over a red carpet. Nilla's equalizer to begin with was so much groundwork laid down to set them up. Get Baron in the aftermath, and Verdant now very solid in this game.
Yeah, really good positioning coming out from Gooby. I was going to make a point, because it did look like Verdant were going to lose. That Taxa still didn't manage to find an engage. You see he still has flash. That entire time, it's really on the Skarner to find something, but just the entire time he didn't. And then, fortunately, really good plays from Gooby. Everyone flashes onto him. He managed to reposition over the wall, and nothing else to follow up with. They don't manage to one-shot him, despite Twist landing that engage.
And this is once again another one of those Baron buffs where we expect to see Verdant really push the gold lead in this game. You've got 2 side lane turret tier 2s to take mid lane tier 2 as well for that extra little bit of map control. They take Dragon, they put themselves at soul point. As we take a look at those neutral objective timers, not particularly relevant now, but in 5 minutes time, Baron and Dragon spawn at roughly the same juncture, so Nativ's going to have a very difficult decision to make a little ways down the road. In case that wasn't hard enough, they're probably going to be battling up against a mighty big gold lead as well.
It'll be a very hard one for them. Shikari, just kind of playing Shikari GT. Trying to catch the wave, but now rotating multiple people over. The question is, how much are they going to gain with this Baron? I think that's the main thing when you get this Baron. What are you going to be able to do with it? How much are you going to be able to gain? But for now, waves are being pretty hard to shove in when there's a Sivir in the area, able to clear through those waves. Then just play the rotate between mid and top, bot.
One of the sort of power points of Twitch is when he hits that 3rd item spike, and this is kind of one of the scarier things about picking Twitch. Most AD carries traditionally hit a 2-item spike and are pretty much online and ready to go with the way that they reworked items. Twitch, on this Blade of the Ruin King, on this Kraken Slay, still doesn't have a mythic yet. Waiting to see which one of those he'll be able to pick up, if he picks one up at all. Looking like he's working toward potentially a Rune on Hurricane as that 3rd item. And at that point, it doesn't matter that you've not got a mythic, you've just got so much team-wide damage that you're ready to take these big AoE team fights, and with the extra injection of those couple kills, he's more than ready right now.
Wendell taking a lot of damage, but Gooby's popped the ultimate there. Instantly finding the catch out, the jumping straight in onto Taxa. Taxa's going to get himself juggled around, jumping onto Gooby. Gooby's taken down. Then Voxney now looking for Wendell. Should be able to find himself the shutdown. Kill gifted over to him. Equalizer is laid down. Then Voxney is toasted for half his health. 2 members down. But they are still going to lose towers left, right, and center as Taxa not going to be able to get away.
Yeah, this siege has been stalled out now, right? Taxa just keeps getting picked. I feel like the Skarner pick is just not working out. Like, leaving jungle to second rotation in pick ban and picking like a B tier, C tier jungler just to try and counterpick the enemy jungler like they do in other leagues. It doesn't seem to be working out. He can't find the flash engages. The flash pulls with the R. He just keeps getting engaged on, and there was an avenue there through Taxa's pick to land their spells onto Gooby. Gooby gets picked out and he manages to fall.
Yeah, and he was cut off from the team as well. He was actually playing a little bit of an off angle in the lane, the rest of the team playing in the jungle. So as soon as they see Gooby without any real frontline protecting him, everybody dives onto them. It's really good target acquisition from Nativz. Despite all that, though, it's Verdant that come out on top in the trade. It was a 2 for 2 in terms of kills, but turrets with that Baron, Verdant were able to take 2 down. This top tier 2 still standing. It lines up beautifully on their timing that they can play top lane and mid lane right now, try and break this top tier 2 for the next couple of minutes, default back to a Baron when it spawns if necessary. And if we see Nativz try and posture a contest around this top side, they can just quite happily send Gooby in, one-man band, finish off that dragon, give them soul. And again, Nativz, they sort of had this 5-minute window to try and figure out a game plan. They need to see what they're going to do with these double objectives spawning.
Does look like both teams are going to go on resets now to secure that vision, get your wards, refill your wards back up, buy some pinks. Look at all the pinks being purchased by the side of Verdant right now. Dragon is definitely the main thing on the menu. They want that Ocean Soul. They're going to move down to secure that vision. Maybe drop a ward on that Baron to make sure they're not getting cross-map on, but even still, I don't even care if Nativz secured a Baron at this point if we get Soul. I'm in the camp that Soul is just the most broken thing on the planet, and yeah, you can tell that Verdant feel the same way. They're just going to move into the river right now and secure that vision.
A single control ward. There we go. Vision
Job done.
Yeah, done.
We can go up to Baron now, guys. Right? We know that we've got complete dominion over the river at this point.
Oh, there's actually only 1 tower down from Nativz. I didn't even realize that's how slow it's been moving for them.
Yeah. I'm trying to look for I'm trying to look for flank wards potentially for Shikari. Maybe they find some magical flank, and I really can't see any. They didn't manage to secure any deep wards. Maybe they feel they need Shikari to frontline. But yeah, go ahead.
The tricky thing is that you never actually see Gooby. If Gooby's playing this rightly, he'll be playing in brushes that have got pink wards in, and then playing with ambush, the Q, right, the stealth that Gooby has on this Twitch, and it just makes flank TPs so very difficult because A, you don't know which flank TP ward to take, and then B, you can't actually see the target that you're trying to flank on.
Are they just getting tower for free?
Looks like it.
They're just in the base.
This is a bit of a question mark, isn't it? They decided they really want to contest this dragon, but they do have a nice flank angle here.
They do. This is going to have to really pay off for them. They actually don't fully commit. Teleport coming in. Stefan chasing forwards. Then comes Wendell. He actually delivers into the back of the team. Vladdy chasing forward. The equalizer is huge, though. Vladdy has to back off, and Nilly's already finished up Twist. Gooby just spraying the team down. A 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah. They got really out-macroed there. They knew that Nativz would try and contest that soul point, so they decided, you know what, we're going to get mid-pro and actually just move straight down to mid as Gooby.
Oh, no, Dem Foxnay! Okay, Stefan gets him in response.
Yeah, still, really, really good play macro-wise for the side of Verdant here. Barreling it down mid lane. Nativz didn't even realize what was going on. Then they chase Verdant into a choke where the Twitch and the Rumble ults just did so much work.
3v3 with TPs coming in. This is really big if Verdant get this. Nativz, they need to deny the soul.
Taxa's trying to desperately step up to see if he can get his hands onto it. 3k health, Shikari. He's on zoning duty, but he's not going to be able to zone for long. Nice. Oh, Shikari brings him back. Dragon secured. Vladdy out. They trade out losing Stefan, but Shikari with the hero play.
Yeah, job done there if you're Nativz. You don't care that your jungler falls. You're probably going to lose the Baron as a consequence, but denying the soul, as Aragon has said, probably more worthwhile. They're going to have to sort of bite their tongue a little bit, really hunker down in the base for the next 2-3 minutes or so once this Baron falls. But you've got Sivir, you've got Maokai saplings that are push as well. The wave clear, it exists. It's not great for them, and there's honestly still a timer for them to try and contest around this Baron. Verdant fairly slow to get out there because Gooby was dead. Tax had to take a reset.
I think it's incredibly difficult to contest now. You don't have Maokai to face check, and you don't have his blind ultimate to buy space as you walk in. I think it's just probably going to go to the damage of Gooby and the percentage off of Nilly. Still, what are they going to do with this Baron? Now it's time to crack the base open, right? Do you play on 3 lanes? Do you play on 2? Do you 4-1 or 1-3-1? There's an exposed mid inhib there you could prioritize, and that mid inhib could secure them the next dragon.
I'm such a fan of when you just see this situation and you 5-man mid lane. It then just makes playing out your map when you've got this Baron infinitely easier because you don't need to put people in mid lane. Yes, you want them there to try and catch the farm, but once they push that farm in, it's just an extra burden that Nativz will have to deal with. I think Verdant's game plan for the next couple of minutes should be fairly robust and fairly easy as a just walk forward, take mid inhibitor, and then from there they can decide to devalue top, to devalue bot more. Likely with the Drake spawning in 3.5 minutes time, they want to put a bit more priority into that top side if they can get the inhibitor down there, just so that the cross map is slightly more accentuated.
Gooby showing.
So everyone's gonna walk away.
Yep.
Very slow tempo game number 3. Verdant do have the control on the map. They do have the power. They are just going to siege up a 4-1. Nilly in that mid lane. Gooby getting himself set up for a potential ulti forwards. He's playing it very slow and steady.
But now if they want, they can just walk to mid lane. Nilly's pushed in that wave. If they just walk in as 5 people to that mid lane, they just get the inhibitor for free, right? You can see I have to wait a little bit. Good little poke coming out. Wow, okay. That'll do it.
Yeah, well, turns out you only need 2 and a shock blast to be able to take that inhibitor. And they'll get the bot lane inhibitor tower for free here. Probably the inhib to follow after. Another shock blast coming in. They're going to put the twisted advance forward. Nativz chasing forwards. Good hook to safety though, as Taxa hasn't found himself caught. Gooby waiting in invisibility. Knockups landing onto multiple members. Gooby still hasn't pressed that button. Still hasn't started firing away, and his team is still winning the fight. There it is. Gooby's into the fray. Stefan catches out. Huge ultimate, but Gooby stays alive. Gets a double. His team mop up a total of 4 kills. They've got Baron. They've got the base. And it was a very slow tempo game, but Verdant, they got their control and they closed it out. They're on the winning point.
Love this Twitch counter pick from Gooby. Just absolutely demolishes Nativz in the final team fight. Playing with so much range, there was never any answer to come through on the Nativz roster, right? You've got Equalizer that comes from 2 screens away. You've got Jace poke from 2 screens away, and then you've got Twitch that outranges everybody else on the Nativz team as well. It really just does play itself, and without Nativz being able to find that engagement, it's just a really easy avenue to success. And Gooby playing with ambush perfectly, making sure that he's never a threat when they try to pull the trigger.
Yeah, the big problem there for me was just how far behind Vladdy fell, right? He was like the main carry, right? When you have Yone, you play for the Yone. You have this whole Maokai-Yone combination, but they never pulled it off, right? And in the last fight, you could see they tried to. You could see glimmers of hope, how the Yone is supposed to go, diving that backline, almost one-shotting Gooby, but he just loses to his wallet. I think he had 2 items when the enemy mid laner had 4. Nita had 4 items, so it's just a huge difference, and it's partly due to what you said with the tax for the Skarner.
Okay, so here's my new take. Ban Rumble. Champ has a 100% win rate in this playoffs, in playoffs so far. Like, this champ is so broken, and it just gets through every champ select first time. Ban Rumble. They keep leaving the Rel open. Yeah, Rel's very, very strong as well, but I mean, Rumble looked more broken than the Maokai here, and the Maokai's been kind of permabanned for a while. And yes, I'm not going to say Maokai's weak. That would be crazy of me to say that, but I think in this particular game, I just think the Rumble is deciding every game. The Equalizer's been so impactful, so powerful, that it just needs removing. It was nice to see Gooby playing an ADC as well, and actually playing it well, because you know he's kind of been stuck on Seraphine duty for the first 2 games. And to see them pull out the Twitch and actually have a real pop-off performance on it as well. It's nice to see him playing niche picks in kind of, you know, the Enchanter role and the carry role, and pulling them off both times. So I'm really impressed with what Verdant brought out to this playoffs, but they're on match point now, and I think it is time for us to throw to a break. Will they be able to get it through in a 3-1, or are we going to get pushed to 5 games? We'll find out in a second.
So I think for the jungle pool in NLC, I am the best player. I think mechanically I might not be the best jungler, but with the game knowledge and the way I lead the team in the early game and late game, I should be the best jungler in the league for sure.
I mean, it's always hard to rate yourself, and I don't think it's good to rate yourself. You should let other people do it, but now that we're first in the league, and I think I performed really well during the whole split, I would rate myself of one of the top guys. Either top 1 or top 2, but yeah, it's up to the other guys to decide that, I think.
I'll rate myself. I mean, I always want to be humble, but I think based on the split, like, I think I've been the best. And I think Shikari has also been pretty solid. I think he's the second best laner in the league, so yeah, I think gonna be fun to play against him in a best of 5.
I don't think for NLC that there's a lot of really good laners, but I think Vladdy is probably one of the best ones. Like probably, yeah, I would say he's probably the best competition, yeah, in the league.
As an ADC in the league, I would rate myself top 2 at least. Top 2 or top 1, I'm not sure. Me and Den Voxne are pretty equal. I think we have good qualities both, and we also have different qualities. So I think it's hard to say which one of us is better, but it just depends on the team we're on and how we can utilize our differences the best. So yeah, I would say top 2, top 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into game number 4 of this series, which has been long, very, very long. Not because of the delays, but honestly, both teams are playing a very slow and controlled style of game, which is very weird because I don't think the meta is that. But they both have shown a tendency to lean on a slower game style. And for me, what I find interesting is whoever's winning this goes into the grand finals and goes to EMEA, and that's amazing and very good for them. But I'm curious then, when we go to tomorrow's games, Nord versus Ruddy, two teams who are definitely going to play way faster, how they're going to look then coming back up against one of these teams. Because I think the meta is a lot faster paced than what both of these teams are putting out right now.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is in that interview before the whole show started, we saw, I can't remember his name now, sorry, Nativz coach, you complimented Verdant by saying they play by the book. And there's never been a more true statement. They do nothing except prepare objective, contest objective, take objective, and that is it, right? So props to them, they're very disciplined, but God, let's get some action in here. I want Hitbrain's wish to come true and let Rel go through.
Yeah, can we just also ban Rumble? 100% win rate. Like, it feels like if Nativz let Rumble through here, it's so doomed. I mean, the Rel's fine. Just don't let the Rumble through. Like, that's the main thing. Is it just feels like Rumble scares these teams to fight because they know as soon as they fight, an equalizer is dropped on their head and the fight is lost. I feel like you can't let it through.
Willing to drop Rel as a pick as long as Rumble also gets banned. Those are the conditions.
Yes! Yes!
Okay. Hitbrain's win condition has been met. So do you just automatically give this game to Nativz or to Verdant now, given that they banned Rumble?
Verdant win. Verdant win. They actually just made the big brain play.
Congratulations to Verdant for going to EMEA Masters.
There's no point playing this game. It's done.
Strange way to have locked your fate, but banning Rumble is all it took.
To finally win me over. I think that's the first time. Oh, Kaiser got through. First time for everything. First time I voted for Verdant to win, and also first time we've seen Kaiser this entire series. Going to get picked up by Gooby. Gooby played super well on Twitch in that previous game. Finally got to see him on an ADC. Nativz going for the Tristana Jace. Technically flex because, like we were saying, Tristana can go bot and mid. Jace can go mid and top. So flexible picks and not really revealing their hand too much yet.
This is Gooby's most played pick. I don't think it's any surprise that a Kaiser would be a AD carry's first pick after the amount of times that we've seen it and how powerful it is on this patch. But we do potentially have as well a Denvoxne Xayah on the cards with this Kaiser being locked in. Xayah, the traditional laning counter that you may expect to see. Actually, I do see double AD already, so I would hate Xayah, and I think they've already got their bot lane locked and just an all-in from the Denvoxne Twist lane to come.
So Nativz have to pick AP here, somehow secure AP. The problem is if you don't pick AP here, you get all your AP options on either top or bot lane pinched, right? So you really kind of have a choice to make. You either pick jungle and get jungle pinched, when so many junglers are banned as well. You either pick support or get support pinched. I think Braum is so valuable into Northless, but now what happens is you get either jungle pinched or your AP options gone.
So the way I'm looking at this is it's likely Jace mid, and then we see Denvoxne Trist bot lane. And I see Trist Braum. That's not the killer duo that I'm looking for to punish a Kaiser early on, right? If this was Trist Leona, for example, it's a little bit more hands checky in the support department. So this is a sacrificial lane more so from Nativz. They're saying we don't need the laning power, but when we've got the Braum versus Nautilus, you're just going to feel rough in all of your engages anyway.
So I think the best AP options here could be in the jungle position. I believe we've seen the
Karthus.
Karthus is definitely a shout, actually. Yeah, no, honestly, I completely forgot about that game one. Maybe they're trying to funnel in. There it is. Lilia is another AP champion that's been rising up. But as for top lane, I think Shikari plays a bunch of Kennen. As far as I'm aware, back when I played against him, he played Kennen in his OPGG. So, looking for AP options somewhere.
I think Kennen's a fine pick. I also think it leans into... a problem we've had with Nativz comps is that kind of lack of engage. Sure, Kennen's not he has to flash in to really make use of it, but it's still that pretty solid engage.
We're 2 for 2, guys. We're so good at our jobs.
It's Dunzo. That's over. So, what are they going to look to pick up here? Obviously, there was the Lilia thrown out, but
there's the opportunity here to take Lilia into the jungle. It's fairly decent versus Trundle because of the movement speed. You can probably kite out the Trundle. And also not bad versus a Nautilus either. Generally good at taking down high HP targets. So this now opens them up to keep this triple flex open as well. It's worth mentioning that they can put the Jace top lane, put the Jace into the mid lane, or Tristana into the mid lane, and then maybe pair a little bit of a better bot lane AP pairing.
Yeah. Do they show the hand now? Well, they have to, right? They've got to pick B4 and 5. Where do you place? Or you place Ziggs, and that's still a flex, and you just do not reveal where you want to go. Ziggs has been rising up in the meta as well as an AP pick. Now, would you play top lane? Your options top lane are Cassante, Renekton. Do you blind pick the Renekton? Is typically a very good blind pick at the moment, but he kind of sucks into Braum. You're diving into Braum passive and get kited. So it's up to Nilly. What is he blind? Renekton, Cassante are my choices.
Fiora exists. Not down a barrel of a shotgun in any capacity, but Fiora could be fun.
I think the problem is you have to answer out into, yeah, it's that. You have to answer out into potential flex of Jace to top lane. It's not really common. Jace is much better, but looks like we're getting the El Clasico and Jax or Gnar versus Renekton. Both of these are pretty staple.
Yeah, I feel Gnar is more in Shikari's wheelhouse than something like the Jax. I think the Jax is very split. I feel like Nilly would suit the Jax more. I think Gnar obviously plays towards the team, pretty solid in laning phase. That's the Shikari playbook, right? Like hold lane and then play for late game and mid game team fights, and just don't play selfishly. Shikari is one of the least selfish players we have in the league, so it makes sense that this is going to be the pickup for them. I'm very interested by this Lilia pick. They needed some AP, like you said. It has a good matchup into the Trundle just based off the movement speed, but a big sleep could be really, really brutal, and it looks like we are going to have the Kai'Sa go in the mid lane, so it's a Ziggs Nautilus bot lane. Rude Dude, give me your quick thoughts on what you think about this.
Okay, so Ziggs Naut is a very powerful duo. Whenever you're pairing Ziggs up with anything, you want hard CC so that you can land the center of the Mega Inferno Bomb and also make sure that they can't get out of your skill shots. I also quite like matching the Jace range with Kai'Sa in the mid lane, so you've just got two long-range auto-attackers trying to trade farm against one another. I also want to posit this Lilia as like, the early game is still going to be fairly rough. Taxa will still have a fairly decent run of things through the early stages. It's really once Lilia's got an item, got a few skills in her, or got like a few levels in her skills, that it becomes a better look for Stefan, because you do need, like I say, tier 2 boots probably in the back pocket, and then also just the passive having been ticked up to give you the movement speed. So for the early game, I actually really like what Verdant have got. I also quite like the fact that they've got this late game insurance policy of a depth charge into Mega Inferno Bomb, which is nearly a one-shot guarantee on anyone.
Yeah, definitely. It's a pretty nasty little combo. I do feel, though, Ziggs is very good at one thing, which is wave clearing. Especially once you got that Lost Chapter finished up, which then stalls out the game / the kind of lane states quite heavily. I think we might be in for another scaler, boys.
You're so pessimistic. We might be in for the Nautilus roaming around whilst Ziggs sits bot and wave clears, and maybe the roams pull something off in the middle. I think this is definitely more, there's more potential in this draft, right? It's still not going to be, it's not going to be super explosive, I don't think, but at least there's like, the whole concept of hard engage with a Kai'Sa, you dive back, like there's potential for more fighting.
So we actually saw there's a NACL team, a North American Challengers League, so the second division in NA have been piloting Ziggs quite frequently. Team Liquid Challengers, before APA got promoted to the LCS, was playing Ziggs alongside a Tristana in the bot lane. Now they don't have the Trist paired with it this time, but what they would do is just basically 15 play on Ziggs. They would just put all resources into it, as opposed to like moving the support around the map. They would just funnel resources into a Ziggs and have like a 3-4k gold lead at the end of 14 minutes, just because they were able to knock down all the structures with Satchel Charge. That's how you can tell a good Ziggs team that has put time and practice into it. Early season Team Liquid Challengers were certainly one of those, and I'd like to see that here today.
Honestly, I feel Goopy's shown themselves to be a very flexible player with a fairly large pool, so I'm not going to be overly surprised to see them being able to play this Ziggs. And it's like you said, it's really down to if the team kind of know how to play along and around that Ziggs. But you're gonna hope so. You are gonna hope so. I think top lane, as much as I'd love to kind of pull the string and get Aragon to start talking about Renekton, I think we kind of know what's going to go down top lane. It's not into Renekton. It's going to be, Renekton just not really able to do much versus that one. So on the jungle front, we obviously know how like the isolated 1v1 between those two goes, but realistically, you don't often really see the isolated jungle 1v1. Not in this meta, not for a while. So what do we really expect to see out of these guys? So, Aragon, I'm going to go to you. What's the game plan here?
like the Karthus, out of AP junglers, typically you're just full clear and repeat. Lilia in the past, like old Lilia, would just constantly steal enemy raptors away and you just constantly invade. But nowadays, Lilia is more of a full clear champ. You just full clear on repeat and then eventually scale up like you said. I expect to see more fights around Rift Herald, you know. That's the real time where I'm looking at 8 minutes when Lilia has a level 6 and, you know, a lot of skirmish potential with the supports as well.
Alrighty, well...
for Verdant here, as we can see as well.
Whew.
So a lot of map control for them. They've got like plenty of side lane options. I actually really like Kai'Sa in a side lane as well, because you can weirdly duel with a lot of people. Kai'Sa does become a bit of an assassin later on, so sending her to a side lane, getting her solo XP, obviously going to be fairly decent.
Yeah, ADCs are in a really solid place at the moment, aren't they?
So solid we can play the mid lane. It's beautiful.
Bro, it's so tilting. I played League yesterday, and I think I played into more ADCs than I did mid laners. It was just... Anyway, before I tilt myself off the face of the planet, currently just looking to be a pretty slow start. I think Vladdy saw Taxa walking into that bush. He was just placing that vision down, getting some early information. And it looks like both junglers are going to be starting up on their red sides, but like Aragon said, expect to see just a lot of full clearing from the Lilia.
I do want to look at our bot lane items, right? Zig's not a champion that we've seen in the NLC particularly frequently, but looking at the runes, looking at the starting items, you'll be working towards a very fast Lost Chapter. This, to me, suggests that once you've got that Lost Chapter online, you can then start really punishing the Trist, try and make something happen. Yeah, Stefan, he's spotted on this ward here, but I don't know if there's really anything that Verdant can do.
Yeah, throwback to the Lily of old. This is what you'd see over and over again. You just take the... that was a big pop, by the way. The W into the smite. You just take the enemy wraiths, you take your wraiths, and just repeat spam that on cooldown. And Lilia just does it so damn quickly, right? You don't typically see that these days, but it looks like she's going to do that and head back bot side to clear up the top again.
Pretty solid stuff coming in from that on Stefan. Just kind of playing that game style, and it's one of those things where when you don't see a champion like Lilia for a while, sometimes you can kind of forget those patterns. So for Taxa, it's one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, this is how this matchup goes. This is what's going to happen to me this game. As everybody else kind of in the state we expected them to be in. Gooby obviously getting shoved in early. That Lost Chapter is the kind of major like wave clear spike here for Gooby. Once he's got that, the wave, you know, kind of like butter, will just get kept through, and with that start and obviously just being able to quickly teleport back to lane, he can pick that up whenever he really pleases. Meanwhile, I think a little bit of poke here.
It depends how well Gooby's able to CS under this turret. The issue sometimes with Ziggs is that if you use a spell to last hit one of the creeps, you end up messing up the rest of them as well. Now, you do have Short Fuse passive, which is just basically a one-time empowered auto attack, like essentially a Lich Bane proc. Gives you a little bit of help when CSing under the turrets. Now Stefan going to be a little bit pressured out by Taxa here with pushing the mid lane for Niter. Verdant making their presence felt in the top side.
Yeah, Taxa heavily shoved out, shoving Stefan out, but with Shikari roaming over, this is pretty hard. Red buff's going to reset. Vladdy unable to move over. They do land that bowling ball onto Taxa, and the boomerang coming in from Shikari. We got a whole bunch of poke off. He can just jump over the wall to safety. Red buff doesn't get the full reset off, so Stefan not really going to be able to do too much about this. So there's the steal coming in. Just a bowling ball onto Lily on the way out.
Yeah, Verdant have such a stronger 2v2 on the top side. It's unreal, right? On top of that, you have Prio for Niter as well. Vladdy did manage to get Prio early for that initial Raptor steal, but after that, he's just been getting pushed in by Niter. And you can see the power of the Trundle being one of the best 1v1 champions in the game, followed by, you know, the potential for a level 3 Renekton combo. And Gnar being quite incredibly weak early. Meant that he lost his red buff still. Engage coming down bot side.
Oh. Very close across the board there. Then Voxney and Gooby heavily chunked out. But Gooby forced out of lane. See what he can pick up off the back of this one.
Yeah, look, Wendell's already moved up, trying to defend this second Raptor spawn. Beautiful!
Oh, no. That's going to be the end of Stephanie. Flashes away, uses that W to try and get away. The speed boost, not enough. Niter finds first blood.
And that's exactly what you like to see. You know what this Lilia's game plan is. Aragon's talked about it. He's talked to it and just called it perfectly. If we know it, chances are Verdant knows it. Wendell calls it very early on. There was a ping just as the second Raptors of Stefan were taken to defend the entry of Verdant's jungle, and a really good roam from the Verdant support secures first blood, gives Niter an acceleration in the mid lane as well, going to help him to secure push and defend future Raptor spawns also.
Yeah, and Twist wasn't there, right? They were securing a push down bot side, so yeah, really good. Like you said, props to Wendell. Moving before the enemy support, moving before Twist. You can see he's trying to make a roam now, secure some vision around that Raptors respawn again. But also, I don't think Vladdy had priority, right? Vladdy was also pushed in, consistently pushed in by this Kaiser, so Stefan a bit overeager, trying to secure these Wraith respawns, maybe a little frustrated after losing that red.
We're now at the point where Lost Chapter has been finished up along with the tier, so Gooby no longer going to have any mana issues. We'll just be able to deal with this, as Denvox is not really going to be able to do too much to that tower. And Herald spawning up somewhat soon as well, so I would like to see Verdant try and put some attention onto that Herald, because I think that's going to be a major point. When you've got the Ziggs, it's all about getting as many plates, as much kind of early gold off that pick as possible, then using that elsewhere as a Dilly, try and take a strike versus Shikari, and you hear the pain. You hear the pain in Aragon's voice.
It's okay. I think he just realized he wasn't landing that stun, and he didn't want to stun a bone plating target, but still, doesn't matter too much. The micro is alright. In the end, it's just a couple of hits lacking from Nile. This matchup is so Stonewall, it's unbelievable, so we could just move on to the rest of the map.
That's not how you're supposed to cast Aragon, actually. You're supposed to say you're supposed to say -1 plus ratio, Nile. That wasn't right, blah, blah, blah. Hit him with all the copes.
Yeah. I tried to be not so controversial. Honestly, most of the Renekton's we see in the NLC aren't too bad. I've particularly been impressed by Nile's Renekton. Often there's not too many micro blunders. That was a bit of a weird one, but we let it slide.
I want to call out Gooby's bot lane farming at the very least to begin with. He managed to use TP to sort of offset a bit of a disadvantage that he found, but the early laning phase really wasn't going well for him. Denvox had about 15 CS lead, and you know, since you've got tier Lost Chapter, you're able to just spam spells on the wave, and you get pretty much every single farm without really trying that difficult. And now is when you get to start putting these plates down. I want to see if we can get Taxa down on this bot side as well, just for a little bit of help when prioritizing the push. But now, as we've hit that 7.5 minute marker, as you mentioned, Hitbrain, Herald going to be on the board very soon. If you can get plates onto the Ziggs, he takes turrets exceptionally quickly. About 1,250 HP is the threshold of tier 1 turrets to try and execute them with the W.
Yeah, with the fact they've got pressure in both top and mid, this Herald should be somewhat easier for them to try and look to play for that contest role, especially when Stefan hasn't hit 6 yet.
Yeah.
That kill and that denial basically heavily cost them. Wendell's roamed over. Twist is roaming over as well, but I think the level advantage is going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, poor Vladdy getting all his XP stolen from him. I don't think anything should happen here.
Are you sure about that? Twist is losing a lot of HP. Is able to just about limp away from that one.
You could see both Nativz, support, and jungle desperately trying to soak XP in the mid lane because they're both so far behind, not quite level 6 yet. Twist flashes over.
Gooby had W and Flash, so an interesting play there by Twists, and that might have to just be the Herald, but they want to contest it. Shikari hasn't got that rage bar built up, and here's the real power of Ziggs. The zone control, the entrance to these rivers and these objectives can just be cut off with either the landmines or even the satchels.
Zone controlling of Ziggs, definitely a very high merit that this champion offers you. Then I think had a little bit of an opportunity there to really accelerate a bit of the pace there. They could have used Nila TP to catch a bot wave, but Gooby now in trouble as well.
Yeah, looks like Gooby's going to hit that blast cone to safety. Denvoxy, though, gets a lot of damage off into Gooby, who's teleportless, so may actually lose a fair amount of farm underneath his tower if Denvoxy can get back in time.
Yeah, that bot wave is doomed, right? I think the fortunate thing is that he has to last hit, and by last hitting as Tristan, and you kind of just push the wave naturally. But if you can make sure that all of these minions die, there's 2 waves that Gooby's just lost because he had to split a load of it mid lane. Didn't really get to catch one bot before he traversed up to this top wave for the Herald. Despite the fact that they do pick it up, Gooby missing out on quite a lot down here.
I think that last fight, we saw weakness of this draft from Nativz again. I think it's a common theme. I think the drafts have been a bit weird, but they have no direct engage, right? Twist, they're trying to cosplay a Nautilus. Trying to cosplay a Nautilus, and it just looks really odd, right? They have to land like some kind of bowling ball from Lilia into a sleep, or, you know, Nod doesn't want to be engaged either, as he might get picked here.
Yeah, what a flash, what a hook! You see that, Twist?
Chomp.
That's how it's done!
And now that again, brilliant execution of Ziggs plus Nautilus. Now we get to see Ziggs plus Rift Herald. If this gets to 3 plates, it dies. Herald does 1.7, 1.8 of a plate, and then W as well. That's not going to kill it. Gooby, we needed to be a bit more diligent, unfortunately.
I think Stefan being in the area was too scary.
Yeah.
Had to back off. So turret does survive, but that's still a big injection of cash into Gooby's pocket.
Soon TM. That turret will fall. I've played enough
Look at
Ziggs.
bot. Nativz having to rotate their whole team over. Meanwhile, bot lane, Nilly is able to get himself 2 plates. That's a potentially a 6-plate play from that Herald across the map. Yeah, it is 6 plates. There it is.
Don't think it's going to be a 15-plater like you hyped up, Rooted. It might.
Well, you know what? We're getting close. To say how bad
yeah,
these
honestly,
early
it's pretty
how
close.
slow these early games have
Yeah,
been.
this has been a bit more action-packed. I'm kind of liking it.
Thank God. Thank God.
Cries in hit rain.
Oh boy. I had my full napping kit out there. They had the sleeping hat and everything. That last game was yeah, you know, the old sleeping caps.
Yeah, I thought I would have gone for mask, but that's okay.
No, I'm
Maybe
going
you've got
full,
one of those too.
I'm going full, you know, old school Victorian time for bed. Put on my gown and my
I'm
hat.
picturing Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yeah, I mean that's how I felt last
You're
game.
pretty much Scrooge, aren't you? The Scrooge of the league seed.
Old and jaded. Yeah, yeah, I'll take it.
Where's my DFG?
Goes to GFG past.
Second dragon.
This is indeed a second Drake being secured, question mark, for Verdant. Not really a contest to be had here for Nativz, is there? Stefan and Twister just walking out of the base. It's already done. So 1-1 now for these Drakes. I think Verdant not necessarily too sad that they lost out on the first dragon. They got a lot of things on the rest of the map in exchange for it. And we're getting to see now that with the Kai'Sa in the mid lane, Static Shiv already finished up. Those waves are trivial. Okay. Yep. They just fall auto Q when you're in the wave. They're just gone.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that. And I'm sorry I have to bring it back to the Renekton lane, which is kind of irrelevant. But still, Nilly
apologize.
Accumulating actually a decent CS lead, mostly in isolation there was one gank, but still, accumulating this kind of CS lead in this matchup is really impressive, right? Usually it's go even at best. Still, lots of tension down bot side. This is a Ziggs Tatchel and a few autos away from death.
Yeah, that's in danger. Should be able to get that passive off on it soon, but they're just trying to get some damage on Shikari. Shikari able to get away. Gooby, now it's in range. There's the plates. There's first turret blood. A lot of gold injected into an already pretty strong Gooby. Able to get himself already that Leandri's finished up, and now looks like Taxa and Wendell rotating towards Vladdy. Vladdy does have flash though, so it'd be a pretty hard one to make happen. Herald though is an option at some point fairly soon-ish. So do expect to see again Verdant try and put some attention on that, because once the plates are fallen off, Herald plus W is tower, especially mid.
Yeah, and I want to see where we see Gooby redeployed to. He goes up to that top lane. That is again just a sitting duck of a turret right there. I mean, one auto attack plus a W will just take it down with a short fuse proc. Looks like they're heading Gooby more toward the mid lane so that they literally will lose 0 plates and probably no more HP off of this turret. Of course, if you can break mid tier 1, that certainly bodes quite well for you. But I want to highlight as well that top lane advantage that we see for Nilla came from just raw laning out performances, because around that Herald on the top side, Nilla had teleport available where Shikari didn't, and he was able to use that teleport down into the bot lane to get 2-3 waves where Shikari had to go back to base and walk all the way out.
No, really well played from him. Kind of outperforming Shikari in a lot of this series. Honestly, they've gone a little bit neutral because top lane's kind of irrelevant. Still, this game at least, they're doing really well. Verdant actually snowballing this game really quickly. That's a second tower now.
Ziggs, baby. Not even there, but I blame Ziggs.
That tower lost his health to Ziggs, to be fair, initially. So, yeah, Ziggs definitely still being a factor. This is definitely, I think, apart from game 1, it's nice to see Verdant kind of return to this form. Because game 1, they look really, really solid. They're a massive advantage, and they snowballed the game very quickly. But it's been a relatively slow pace series so far. To see Verdant actually play an accelerated game, it gives me some faith going in towards whoever they will be playing. Regardless if they win or lose, Verdant will be playing another team, either Ruddy or Nord later down the line.
Maybe also just Nativz again in the upper final if Verdant come away with the win, and then that 2-3 game goes to the victor of this series. But I want to re-highlight sort of the expectations coming into this, and honestly how shattered they've been by so far this game and this series. Coming into today, despite the fact that Nativz were 0-2 versus Verdant in the regular season, the majority of the broadcast team had Nativz winning, or had Nativz losing this. Had Nativz winning this. And, you know, I had 3-1, I think Aragon did too. We were fairly confident that it was going to be a Nativz sort of slaughter. Verdant came into game number 1, absolutely dumpstered Nativz, and there was a much closer game where Verdant ultimately threw and gave Nativz a win. Navan obviously taking game number 3 and looking good in the 4th one here. Really good to see this team return to the form that we've known them to be able to put out in playoffs, that we saw a little bit of a peter off happen at the back half of the regular season, but the fact that they've turned it on when it matters is very exciting to me.
Yeah. Something in this game I'm a little worried about for the side of Nativz is just their lack of ability to be proactive. I think they've drafted a composition where they've entirely become reliant on Verdant coming into them. So again, ability to be in the river before the objective is important. But I just wonder if instead of this Braum early lock-in, because they've tunneled on the Braum into Nautilus good, which is correct, but then they've had to draft Lilia, which also just provides no engage. And in the end, they just have this composition where they just cannot do anything proactively. I wonder if Alistair into the Nautilus earlier on might have been a better rotation. Regardless, Dragon spawning up in 30 seconds time as Verdant get the mid lane priority.
So this is just going directly against what Nativz need, what you've just highlighted that they're looking for, right? If you've got to walk through minefields, walk through Trundle pillars, and walk through Void Seekers from Kai'Sa as well. She's hit 2 items now. Knight has got that Nash's tooth, so E plus W upgrades both going to be available. Maybe waiting on actually Berserker Greaves for the E upgrade, but with Nita, nevertheless, that W is certainly going to be seeking people out and seeking them to destroy.
Yeah, I should have started the held W there. They might get 2 charges off, and there's the minefield laid down to slow the Nativz advance forwards. 2 towers finished up just like that, and there's no engage. They're going to try and get the sleep onto a couple of members. The bomb's coming in to zone them all away, and that is all they can really do. Is a nice knock up there from Twist, but it's so hard to shove into this Verdant team.
Yeah, it's so infuriating to watch, isn't it? I saw this from the first Rift Herald fight. They need Verdant to engage onto them. If Verdant outplay them using macro, like barreling it down mid lane when they expect Nativz to go to that Dragon Pit, right, with that Rift Herald and put Nativz on a timeout, Nativz have to try and chase them, push them away. But then Verdant, they just kite backwards, right? And you have no way of chasing and capitalizing on that sleep. There's nothing to follow up. You could see Den Voxney was so desperate to try and leap in and secure a fight there, but just nothing happened. It's really frustrating.
It's honestly, I feel like it's Verdant reading their game really well, but I also think, honestly, Nativz win or lose this series, and honestly, it looks like this is going to be a 3-1 Verdant game, series. I think Nativz really need to address their champ select, because I think they've lost most of their games in champ select, like lack of engage, you know, kind of defaulting onto a bunch of picks. I mean, I know Jace is strong right now, but it does feel like Nativz have really wanted to have Vladdy on Jace this entire series, and sometimes it's worked, but fair to say, I think most of the time Vladdy hasn't really been able to achieve what we have seen from him on Jace. And I know we highlighted earlier on in the day, but during the regular season, Jace was a super solid pick for Vladdy. I just feel like versus Verdant, who play a way slower game and basically just playing arm's reach away from the Jace at all times, the Jace isn't offering quite what I would want from Vladdy. And Vladdy has been one of my mids of the split. He's been super, super consistent and really, really good. But I feel Nativz are just kind of falling victim to their draft for 4 games in a row. And yeah, they won one of those games, but I'm not sold. I've not been sold on these drafts at all.
And that certainly raises questions, right? The good thing for them is that they are in the upper bracket, right? They got top 2 seed, so they get a free loss, essentially, where they lose this, they're not out. They can still go to EMEA Masters, and it's not the worst case in the world for them, but obviously they would like to win. They would love to book their ticket right now, because obviously that's what's at stake. You win this game, you get a ticket to EMEA Masters. Play-ins or main or group stage has yet to be decided.
Yeah.
But Verdant just, you know, one clean mid game away from taking themselves back to international competition.
And I do think that, you know, we can be positive about Verdant too. I think their coaching staff, at the very least, whoever's drafting, it's usually the coaching staff combined with the players. They're doing a really good job, like actually actively out-drafting Nativz every single game, in my opinion. I think there was one game where, like, despite them winning, I don't like them dropping jungler to 4-5. The same with this game, dropping jungle to 4-5 and picking Lilia. I just think it just sucks, right? Just early secure that Karthus so you have something that you're super comfortable with. I don't think Stefan's the most comfortable on Lily, although I might be wrong. Dropping jungle to 4-5 these days just doesn't seem like the best strategy.
I genuinely want to see whoever loses this to kind of fall to Rumble or Nord, because I think those teams are actually going to maybe give us a finals where we'll see them get challenged. Because I feel these two teams play somewhat of a similar style. I feel Verdant are definitely shown to be more flexible than what Nativz have, but I feel like this slow and steady style will fall into like dangerous territory, especially versus the likes of Ruddy. I think Ruddy have just been, you know, a very capable team of playing quite hyper-aggressive games. So I'd like to see these teams kind of get challenged by those teams. And that's kind of why I want to see the second place from this game get knocked out entirely. So we get to see either Verdant or Nativz, and looking like it's going to be Verdant, actually how they fare up versus the likes of Ruddy, versus the likes of these teams that play a very, very hyper-aggressive game. As Gubi actually has to flash away here. The pillar comes down, but I'm a little bit scared. And Naita just playing that long-range W harass game.
It is worth remembering that there is a decent amount of time between this match and then finals. So there's obviously, we have Tuesday, Wednesday this week. We then have Tuesday next week, and then Saturday is the final, if I remember correctly. So we've got a lot of time for, let's say Nativz get knocked down here. They then win out next Tuesday. They've got a 4-day span where they can look to adapt how they're playing, try and figure out some more cohesive strategies moving into a finals Saturday versus Verdant. But obviously, I'm all here for getting some aggressive teams. We definitely would love to see Ruddy sent off to EMEA Masters, just if not to see Fiddlesticks played, to just see the craziness of Zapdo on international level.
Another Baron started up rush down. They have a lot of DPS here. Naita with this AP build, he just does so much damage. As Twist and Vladdy, they're trying to make it in, but I think it's just conceded. How do you move in? I think they're just being so like limited by this composition they've drafted. Vladdy might go for an EQ, but you're not smiting away from Taxa, are you?
Nah, you're not going to be able to do that. Guy has been, for his entire career, the Smite King.
Yeah. I don't know how he does it, honestly. People say it's like 50-50, but it just doesn't seem that way, does it? I have no idea.
So what he does is he looks at the number above the mob he's fighting,
today,
and then he looks at the number on his Smite, and he matches them up at the same time. That's how he does it.
Me top lane and me don't understand Smite, right? Is that the idea?
Yeah. Yeah, basically. You're a Necton player. You definitely don't understand Smite.
And he takes through, dude. What do you think about top laners?
You can flame him, by the way. This is your window. Feel free.
You know what? The less I say about top laners, the better. I think is the best flame I can give.
Hey.
There's a general reputation, and we can leave it at that.
This is coming from an AD carry player, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so AD carries, we and I agree, get a bad reputation because we were whining and moaning for years. Literally years. We've had, like, I'll say 1.5 seasons where our role is actually just turbo OP, and every game I play in solo queue, I will still complain. I mute all, and I like go to myself, and I'm like, man, this role still sucks. And I know in my head it's the most OP role in the game, but I still complain. That's the ADC role, I think.
Absolutely banging. It's the classic, isn't it?
It tilts me that you think it was only a 1.5 where your role was OP. I think that is the most sad thing I've ever heard. No, we've only been good for like a 1.5 years. Oh, Shikari.
The flank!
Coming in with the flank, able to get himself a lovely little bot back onto Nilly. Nilly finds himself in danger, bot back! He can't slice and dice that one. Taxa now finds himself in a bit of danger, is able to escape, but Gooby is taking towers. And Gooby is going to do it nice and easy. He will give his life for this, but
yeah,
it was nice to see.
How do you stop a siege? You engage, right? You engage to stop a siege, but they just can't.
There's no way.
I mean,
there's no engage.
Double kill in all of that. He's going to get another here.
Vladdy was so low. Gooby actually held them off 1v2. Naita gets a triple kill. I think that might be EMEA Masters for Verdant. It was a pretty anticlimactic end, but they're looking to push here. I think with Stefan and Shikari coming back up in 10 seconds, they decide to play it smart, decide to play it safe, but
even Verdant know that that's not a worthy teamfight victory of sending you to EMEA Masters. We need something with more grandeur, more allure for the clip to send off.
Yeah, I just think like the best engage you've gotten yourself the entire game from the side of Nativz was a TP flank, right? But like you just don't get anything else here. It's like you can just see now they're too far behind, right? At this point they're too far behind. They haven't been able to force a single fight the entire time. Now they're moving in for second dragon. It's largely going to be irrelevant. I imagine they're not really going to care. Maybe pick it up on the way, but their major goal here is to play for bot side. You got the pings coming down.
Yeah, if by some miracle Verdant need a soul to close out this game, I don't want to send them to EMEA Masters. This feels like it's done and dusted already. They've given up 1 kill, or 2 kills rather, this entire game. And despite that, they are 7,000 gold to the good. They've done exceptionally well at trying to close out this game. And when we've seen them with leads this series, they've looked near unstoppable. Game 1 and Game 4 now alike, looking very, very good.
Well, looks like they are going to step up, try and deal with this one. Wendell able to get away. He's going to put the satchel onto his team, unfortunately. Poppin lose a lot of HP. Shikari tries to jump forward. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb onto free. Shikari's low HP is not going to be going down. That was close.
Yeah. And you can see, look how desperate Shikari is, right? Your Gnar is your primary engage. There's something wrong. I don't think I've seen Denvoxne have the space to be able to auto-attack in the past 25 minutes. He must be so frustrated and not having any clear way of diving in.
Oh, Twist.
Oh, they are jumping on onto Twist. Twist gets himself knocked up there. Teleport coming in as well. Taxus just being a nuisance is in. Jumps Niter. Hands himself a W. Nilly eats the bowling ball. Nativz limping away with low HP as Denvoxne is going to eat a little bit of damage. I said a little bit. About a third of his HP.
Look at the top lane though. 1, 2 super minions about to start wailing away onto that Nexus turret. Nativz have to send people to respond, and in doing so, they have to cede control of that bot lane tier 2 turret. Zig's going to be more than happy to take that one down. Fortunately, they'll be back in time to defend their base. Verdant, they've got what they came for. They've got 1 minute 10 on the Baron. We'll base, we'll spend our gold, we'll head back out to the top side, we'll grab another Baron. Instead, we'll stick around, we'll poke, we'll use Zig's Kai some more and be just obnoxious in your lane.
So hard to land to jump in. They have to get Stefan to hit like a big splash on the bowling ball and then sleep 3-4 people to win a fight. Then just dodge it. It's not the hardest ability to dodge if you're in a wide enough lane.
It's my favorite League of Legends adage. Don't get hit by their stuff, hit your stuff.
Yeah. It was the was it Jankos who said Nidalee Q is the easiest thing in the game to dodge if you have a mouse?
Probably. That is a pretty easy skill shot to dodge, right?
So
Although there are
slow.
some skins like Headhunter which are just kind of BS, right? Like it's just really, really hard.
I mean,
Regardless.
Lux is the worst for that.
Oh.
Lux is the worst champion for like all of her hitboxes change depending on what skin you're playing.
Okay. I'm glad you made the skin argument because I was going to posit Nautilus to you, and if you had an attempt at a comeback, I would have denied you there and then.
Nautilus's hook is literally the width of the lane. It's so stupid. Oh, Stefan did get it. Okay. I thought that was stolen away there, but no, Stefan did pick that one up. It looks like Baron is going to be the attention here for Verdant. Again, kind of harking back to that same point we made a lot. Trying to contest objectives into Ziggs is very hard work because he can set up so much kind of zone control with his satchel, with his minefield. It's going to make it really hard for them to try and contest and even poke into that Baron. And they've got the Kai'Sa for that kind of consistent DPS to actually rip through the health. Verdant, though, they could just do the same thing and close off an entire lane towards them using Ziggs. Meanwhile, poking out and trying to get as much damage onto his tower as possible. Ziggs, passive onto tower, pop! That's a massive jump, and down it goes.
Watch Shikari on the flank. He's trying to stack up Fury potentially and wrap around.
He's got Fury.
That's the only thing he can do.
Oh, he's coming in. Here he goes. He only hits the one. The knock-up from Wendell's onto 2, though. Shikari is going to get melted. Denvoxne only sends a couple packets. Taxa goes stopwatched in. Niter chases forward. Nilly slices, dices, flashes, Zonyas. He's not going to be able to do too much more. Shock blasted down by Vladdy, but the inhibitor is the forfeit. Verdant get everything they wanted and more.
Drake, not up. Sorry, the Baron ready if they want it. Taxa has enough HP to tank this up. Stefan going to have to go back to base before he can walk in and try and contest. And Voxnade too, he's got a little bit of lifesteal, has a red buff as well, so maybe the regen is going to be enough between these two to walk their way through. Ubi, though, just so obnoxious in these choke points. You go one way, you run into a Ziggs. You go the other, you run into a Nautilus. Baron's going down all this time. Vladdy!
Vladdy! He's done it! Knight is dead! Knight of power! Vladdy can keep the chase going! The pillar Silas finds space, but Nita's down! Vladdy with a hero flank has bought some life for this game. Gooby, Taxon, Nita nearly all out of the game, and Wendell will not survive for long as Vladdy finds him. Wendell tries to make the hero play happen, but down he goes. Vladdy has saved the day for Nativz.
And that's just going to stall out the Super Minion Siege in the mid lane and defend Nativz base. A beautiful TP flank coming out from Vladdy, and now they're probably going to secure third dragon too.
It's a long road back for Nativz, but they've taken the best first step possible. Not only stopping any sieges in their tracks, but now enabling their own sieges as well. Until they'd taken that Baron, they had secured one turret on the entire map in Verdant's side of the map. Already since then they've taken down another 2. They'll go back to base. They will spend all of this gold that they got, not just from the Baron and the turrets, but from the shutdowns as well. Nita had one mighty bounty on his head, and Vladdy gets to go back to base, finish himself out. Probably this full more of Malmortius, and Nativz, honestly, coming back into these fights are going to be at parity in terms of items. The team fights themselves are still very difficult. Their composition hasn't changed. Their ability to find fights is still going to be very difficult. But like we say, that first step has been taken.
I think Vladdy had actually already spent. That's how far behind he was. He's only just got his third item, but what a flank coming in from him. Shot blast lands into Nita, chunks him heavily. Beautiful pillar to buy some space to the skies, but Nita, he is just too low from the Baron damage, and that was all she wrote on that one. Absolutely brutal flank there from Vladdy. And Nativz, they are still really down in this game, but hope has been renewed.
I mean, we say that. Look at Denvoxne here. The scaling aspect for Nativz, if they can somehow find a 5 versus 5 team fight. Tristana, level 17 now. One more level until max range. Highest range of any AD carry, but you're playing up against Kai'Sa, you're playing up against Ziggs. You know, your auto attack range, it may be the longest of any ADC, but your threat range is nowhere near that of a Ziggs, nowhere near that of a Kai'Sa. It's going to be difficult for Nativz, and as we've highlighted time and time again, a composition not allowing for too many missteps.
Yeah, and not allowing to move up at all. It looks like this Baron might just be used to stall out super minions and farm up, which, you know, when you're behind isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's kind of heart-wrenching, isn't it? You get some pressure down bot side, maybe you could attack the bot lane tier 2 once, but Ziggs can just shift downwards and throw a Q at the wave, so even then Shikari's just going to concede.
I do want to talk about this Kai'Sa build as well. I've seen a lot of discussion, and I've tested out, you know, fair enough, a fair amount of builds. AP Kai'Sa's damage is just so much higher than AD Kai'Sa, and it pains me to say it because I really wish AD Kai'Sa was the better build path. It feels a lot more skill expressive when you're able to auto space and use your E to reposition effectively. But when you get plasma procs and you're able to effectively chain that maximum damage HP that comes from your passive, AP just doesn't even, AP is so much better than AD, and opting into this Ludens specifically means that he is, opting into the fullest of AD styles, or fullest of AP styles rather. The poke, just absolutely monstrous on this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it's a bit bait when people say, oh, one of her strengths is a flexibility to go AD or P, when just AP is the most monstrously broken thing on the planet. Still, nothing happening. That Baron renewed me with so much hope, but... Hitbrain, what are we thinking, mate? How are you? Are you reclined?
I'm in my lane and I'm thriving, bro. I don't know. This is kind of unfortunately what you would have expected. The major thing here is while it has bought time for Nativz to catch up, it's also bought time for Gooby to catch up. He's level 15. Denvoxne is about to take over to level 18. There's actually like a fairly large deficit between both of the quote-unquote AD carries, both of the bot lane players here in this game.
Denvoxne is almost like Flame Horizon Gooby as well at this point. Nativz have been funneling into DV. They're aware of where their carry lies, right? We've known about Nativz for a long time. Shikari has been that stalwart top laner, the rock in the top side that will never be moved, not really lose a laning phase. Denvoxne is your guy for later on to try and carry these team fights. How are you going to facilitate that best? Well, we'll give him as much farm as possible.
Well, we got 1 minute until the dragon spawns up. That will actually be Soul for Nativz. The one which has been spoken of by Aragon as one of the most broken ones. So, pretty rough.
Yeah. I mean, Ocean Soul not being one of the stronger. I'm not gonna lie, you barely notice Ocean Soul. It's still really important.
It's really solid into like a poke team.
That's true, right?
You
When
eat
you're
those
facing
Kaiser W's, and then wow.
Yeah, maybe you can heal back on them, but looks like Nativz aren't first on the objective again. A common theme, maybe potentially later recalls. Also, the fact that they lose mid lane priority to the Ziggs. See, I don't even know what they're doing right now. They're trying to sit around there, potentially land a bowling ball from the Liliad, have something to follow up on. But you do have TPs, right? You have TPs from Shikari, albeit no TP flank wards.
Got no wards, yeah, like you say. Getting behind is going to be really difficult. Best option right now is send Shikari down into the bot lane and have him walk through the river from there. But again, incredibly telegraphed. We're going to see it coming a mile away. You're just fishing for these bowling balls. Now Shikari's looking to build up Mega on the next wave, try and force priority for them as well.
Doesn't have time.
Verdant take this Drake. It's going to be a denial of the soul, and well, I don't think we could have seen this going any other way, folks. Nothing happened. Baron is spawning, so maybe we see a rush.
It's going to be a hard one to rush when you've got that Mega Inferno Bomb, you've got the W, the Magic Shred coming in. Nearly can just play the front line. They're going to make their way up. Shot Blast goes wide. Wendell does eat that bowling ball. The Baron is melted super quick there. They have to go for the fight, though. They find the knockup. Shikari's coming in on the flank. There's going to be the sweep. Nita jumps in. Shikari gets the gnaw down. Flashes in for the wallop. And this might just be Nativ's opportunity back into the game. They found their opening. Twist is trying to chase forward onto Gooby. Taxa's buying some space. Stefan doesn't have the sleep, but Taxa is going to get slowed down. Slowly but surely, he's being whittled through his health bar. Gooby wants to try and find the reset. Might be able to do so. Taxa's going to have to buy some space for him, and he's going to lose his life for it. If they can get this bowling ball onto Gooby, they don't even need to land it. They stop him from going for the recall. The base is being torn apart. We might be going to 5 games between these two teams. It was so slow in the mid game, but somehow Nativz find their opening, find their moment. We're going to game 5.
Nativz down, but never out. Game 5 on the cards. Down 8,000 golds at some point during this game. Verdant broke open their base long ago. But Nativz, when it matters, backs up against the walls, they come out swinging and they find themselves another chance.
Yeah, and it's all off of the back of the flanks from Shikari and Vladdy specifically. That flank at Baron managing to claw their ways back into the game was the only opening they had the entire game with this lack of engaged composition. But yeah, exactly that, right? Going forward, they need to really shake up their drafts. What are they doing, right? They have no tools for themselves. I think an avenue, like I highlighted before, into that Nautilus on R3, I believe. You could have gone Alistar instead, right? And potentially giving yourself something more, but instead you let Jungle go to second rotation. You just have nothing to pick. In the end, you draft nothing with Engage, but still, congratulations to Nativz. We're going to game 5.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was very down on Nativz for the vast majority of that game, but somehow they still managed to make it work. But I totally agree with you, Aragon. They need to draft tools for themselves. They need to draft some stuff that can start the game. Like, and the thing is like, the only way Nativz have won any of our games, they've won 2 games off Verdant losing more than Nativz winning, if that makes sense. Like, it's always been like the Verdant mistake, which is then bled into Nativz finding that win. I don't understand why Nativz aren't drafting something that can then force that win. So I mean, going into this next game, it's really going to go down to that. I think hats off to Vladdy though. I think Vladdy's the only reason they won that game. That flank, and again, it's as if everything I say is wrong. I'm actually just turning to Aragon, apparently, where I was like, nah, Vladdy Jace, I'm not sold on it. Then he just gets that flank on the Baron, takes 2 of them out, secures his team Baron. Absolutely monstrous performance by him. I'm going to be very, very interested by this game number 5, and especially the draft leading into it. I think that's the main thing.
I'm going to posit you that it's actually not the main thing. It'll be the main thing for the first half an hour of the game. But if they make it there, it doesn't matter because Nativz will just win.
Alrighty, well, we're going to throw ourselves to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 5 of this series. So we'll see you in a moment. Buckle up. Big changes are coming to the NLC grassroots system, and here is a full rundown of what is coming. The Northern League Championship, commonly known as the NLC, covers the northern part of European League of Legends and feeds into the prestigious EMEA Masters Tournament system.
The NLC combines Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Malta, Ireland, and the United Kingdom into one ecosystem. And now, the grassroots scene is getting a revamp. Today, the NLC consists of 4 divisions. Moving forwards, divisions 3 and 4 are dissolved and will move back into a national system spread out over the 5 sub-regions of Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and the United Kingdom and Ireland. Fear not, Iceland and Malta, you're not forgotten. Players from these 2 countries can freely roam as residents in all 5 sub-regions. Each sub-region will be operated by a trusted local tournament organizer. Maybe you recognize any familiar faces. National competition is a part of our region's roots, and now it's back to revive the spark and thrill of national rivalries that we used to love. Hold on though, that's not all. In addition to the national leagues, a brand new NLC ladder will see the light of day. On the NLC ladder, teams can join at any point during the split and compete. By challenging other teams to a match and winning, teams can rack up points and climb the leaderboard, taking all of the best parts of your ranked ladder experience with your team straight into the NLC ecosystem. Look out for more information about the ladder system later this year. Now onto the part that all sub-regional teams are fighting to reach, the NLC Regional Promotional Series. The NLC RPS is an interface between NLC Division 2, as we know it, and the new national leagues. At the end of each split, each national league sends 2 champions to the NLC RPS. The national leagues will be joined by the 2 bottom teams from the NLC Division 2, as well as the top 2 teams of the NLC ladder. Come out as one of the 2 winners and your team has secured a spot in the NLC Division 2 for the coming split. The rest will return to their respective national leagues. With all of these new implementations, the competitive year will be divided into 3 splits for our sub-regions: spring, summer, and autumn. The NLC Divisions 1 and 2 will continue as we know it, with the spring and summer split. While the national leagues will play in spring alongside the Aurora Cup in autumn, the NLC ladder will be active for all 3 splits. Due to the imbalance, the NLC RPS will only run for the spring and autumn splits, meaning the NLC ladder summer split won't allow entrance. We hope you like what you saw and are eager to learn more about the coming months. The NLC grassroots system kicks off in autumn 2023, so get your squad together and prepare for the national leagues. We'll see you on the Rift.
everybody, and welcome back to the final game of the day. The winner of this one will be going to EMEA. The other one will have to drop down in the bracket and try and fight for that final spot at EMEA. I am very, very surprised we've made it to game 5. Honestly, I thought that last game looked very over. It looked like Verdant have just got the control they needed, and then Vladdy with an amazing flank. And honestly, Verdant making quite a few mistakes in that game kind of lost the grip on that as slowly but surely then Voxney just farmed himself into the point where he was Tristana at late game.
I think it's fair to say Verdant have been in the lead of these games for 95% of the time we've seen them on Summoner's Rift. Now, unfortunately, that's led to them losing 2 games by some miracle. And, you know, that 5% that we've not seen them in the lead, Nativz has capitalized and found a decent opportunity to find a fight and then take a win from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think there's so many issues, right? How did Verdant snowball that better? I mean, at some points, they probably could have secured more dragons, right? I think a total of 6 dragons got taken that last game, and no one had soul, right? It was really, really wild. But also, just ending out the game, they're losing in the only way they can, realistically. They could play it proper macro-wise, like keep 2 lanes pushed around dragon, keep them pushed until you could secure dragon and move backwards and have vision around that bot side, but instead they push up, try to siege, and then get flanked by Shikari, or they do Baron or with 2 people and get chunked to 200 HP and get flanked by Vladdy. Why are you doing this? Just secure soul. Your composition is like unlosable state for you. But yeah, really strange stuff.
Well, I think draft is normally I'd be like, yeah, draft's gonna tell us a lot, but it's so hard with these teams. Honestly, we've said it multiple times. We've been very critical of Nativz drafting, and I think it's fair for us to be very critical because we were so positive at the beginning of this stream about this team, and honestly, their drafting has been garbage. Like, there's no real way around it. Like, they have repeatedly been drafting teams that are kind of lacking the tools to kind of really enable themselves. They always seem to be lacking a front line, or there's always something missing, and their wins have both been off kind of Verdant just making mistakes more than them having, you know, executing their draft really well. So this game, I really want to be sold on them. I need them to draft to something solid. The Rumble has been left open. I feel like Verdant have to ban that. It still has a 100% win rate in this series, and if it doesn't get picked up here in the bans, I'm pretty sure Nativz first pick it.
Yep. Other priority picks include Jace, Tristana. Looks like we might get a handshake at that. If that Rumble ban goes through, like you say, Hip Rain. Outside of that, Ivan, but Ivan's been pretty dead this series.
Yeah, Verdant don't want to ban Rumble here. I would have thought they'd just handshake but take Jace Trist as a 2-piece just in exchange for the Rumble, but I guess they ban away the Trist and they've got something else planned for their 1-2 here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Jace plus whatever the pick of the litter jungler they want. They could also pick away top lane if they want to secure that. Like they picked, I believe it was Renekton into the Rumble before, but they'll also need to secure an AP champion in the first 3 rotation, or they'll risk having it drop down. Maybe they go back to the Seraphine.
Still,
that was banned away a couple of times in previous games. The Jace known, we were expecting this to come through. Now that question is obviously, do they take the litter jungler? Hoppy removed from the ban table and picked up for Taxa. So a little bit of onus now on Nativz to draft a composition that doesn't actually have dashes, but also doesn't particularly want to engage either. Nico, Trundle, 2 very solid picks. Honestly, I've really been a fan of Nico as a champion, and the nerfs that came to her didn't really hurt the laning that much. Obviously, the big nerf came that was the you now have a time to react to the ulti. But I think that her laning is still super solid and can definitely bully Niter out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nico laning is really broken. I like what you pointed out there. The thing is, I think we saw Nico this weekend, actually. G2 played it. Like, that was the big series, right? Went to 5 games. They played it. Provides insane team fight. You have synergy with that Rumble as well. Looks like Rakan secured for Wendell. I was a really big fan of Wendell's Rakan in game 1. But yeah, the big one here, the big pick up is the Poppy. That's probably the highest tier jungle left on the table, and they managed to secure it.
Well, remember, Wendell was super on it in game number 1 on the Rakan. Like, he was game-winningly good on his Rakan. So we'll see what they're actually going to look to try and play around here. Obviously, things like the Xayah are still up and available as well if Gooby wants to take that. I mean, if you get Xayah Rakan just given over to Verdant, they've given them a very, very strong kind of bot lane duo to play towards, and Nativz still yet to lock in their bot lane. The Leona, Nautilus are going to be the 2 bans coming out. Makes sense, 2 picks that can kind of punish that Rakan. Question is now what are Nativz going to look to ban away here?
you need AP, right? You need AP somewhere. That's where Nativz are going to ban.
True.
You had the option of Kennen, and you have the options of Seraphine. I think those are your big picks that Verdant are considering right now, and also Nativz are considering for banning. You banned away if you're Verdant, Nautilus and Leona, because it's really good matchups into the Rakan blind that you've taken. But again, everything falls down on what Verdant prioritize for their AP pick.
And there's also still this element of knowing that you're going up against a Rumble. I don't know how the Gwen Rumble matchup goes, for example. I can imagine that's pretty rough for the Gwen, but you do have AP top laners to take as well.
There is the Kennen. I much prefer the Kennen. At least you have long range. I think the Gwen can get a bit melted early game. I wouldn't maybe. Honestly, Rumble is just so broken.
I would defer to you for
lane.
top lane quite happily.
Yeah, Rumble just destroys most melees. He's very, very unfair. That's pretty much the TLDR in lane. And he's been like this for a while, but even more so since the rework. So Kennen secured for Nilly here. Nilly, really good range player. I played against him a bunch on range champions, and he's really, really got damn good spacing. Jeez, words. Still, Aphelios. I'd be really surprised if Aphelios gets locked in here. It's been nerfed quite a few times. We'll see what Denvoxton can do with it.
So, you know what I'd actually like here? Sorry to interrupt, but I actually think I'd like a Thresh. A Thresh for Twist. Yeah. It gives an element of safety for Denvoxton.
I agree.
The Kennen and the Rakan jump on him, you just lantern him out. I think that's actually my favourite pick here. We'll see what they decide to go for, though.
Surely this is just a hover.
No, this is a really good matchup. This is a really good matchup. It's an old school counter where you move speed slow Rakan, and with that quickness, he's really, really slow.
Slowness.
Yeah, slowness. It's a really, really good counter matchup. On top of the fact that you have that res for the target that Rakan jumps on, right? Because he's all about single target bursting. I really like this pick. Twist has reached deep in the support pool for this.
I'm a big fan. And I also don't really... you know what? Aphelios did get nerfs. The numbers went down. I don't think his power level went down insanely with those nerfs, honestly. I think they were fairly placebo nerfs. The biggest thing was the slow is now a second less on his Graviton, but the other things felt fairly inconsequential to me. I do look at this Xayah that gets locked in and think you're going to have a whale of a time versus Nico. Love playing up against an equalizer where you can just Featherstorm and not take any damage versus it, reposition yourself. So outside of that, there's not a lot of things that Gooby needs to use his ulti for, which is actually really good. You know, sometimes on Xayah you'll be like, oh, I need to ulti 7 different things, and you can only do it on one of them. This game, it's very clear for Gooby. Don't get knocked up by Pot Blossom or reposition off of Equalizer, and you've had a good ult.
Yeah, absolutely. I am finally happy with draft. I think this might be the first time I look at this draft and I'm like, both of these teams actually look relatively strong. You've got a lot of engage on the side of Verdant, a lot of follow-up engage as well. You've got poke, you've got damage, you've kind of got everything you need. Nativz, on the other hand, they don't have solid engage as such unless you kind of rely on the Nico cheese. But what they do have is there's a lot of engage coming at them, and they got a lot of tools to handle that. You've got, you know, obviously the I want to say Kasing, because that's the person I think of who plays it. Zillion, there we go. You got obviously like the things like the Zillion, the Nico. Nico wants people jumping into her. Like that's the dream scenarios. Everyone comes forward and you just headbutt your keyboard and press R. I think for finally, I'm happy with a Nativz draft, even though it doesn't really have solid engage. Its counter engage is really good, and the enemy team are going to be looking to engage.
Yeah, I like it. They flipped the table on its head, right? Like, they've taken away the Trundle, because it's typically been Taxim playing it. But as far as the game is concerned, how I expect things to go is, at level 3, bot side 3v3 is really unlocked, right? Yeah. Poppy's one of those champions where she needs level 2 or 3, and she's incredibly strong. The same with the Xayah Rakan when they have all their spells. So I'm looking for more skirmishes around that level bot side. I think that'll be definitely explosive.
Absolutely.
I mean, like the Xayah Rakan lane, just as a 2v2, has always been devastating. Even at level 1, you can try some W cheeses where you just press W, you know, and engage onto the enemy bot. Have a decent time of things. Zillion and Aphelios, notoriously weak at level 1, right? You don't have a stun for Zillion. You don't have a spell for Aphelios. You got 2 guns, great, but you don't have a lot of pushback. But once you've got a couple of points in those... once you got a couple of range levels, rather, for the Aphelios, I think Green Gun can do a very good job at bullying out Xayah with Sniper. You know, fairly short range is Xayah as an AD carry, so we'll be interested to see whether or not DV can really leverage the range advantage early on and use the movement speed that Zillion's going to give him to make those autos even harder to come by.
Well, we're going to have to find out as we're getting ready for this game at number 5. I want to see an explosive game, and that's not just because we've had kind of 4 snoozers. I really want to see what these teams are going to be capable of, because I think realistically, well, the loser of this game, regardless, is going to have to play either Nord or Ruddy. I I think either of those teams are going to play way more aggressive than this team, than who they're playing right now. So I feel they need to prove to us that they're capable of playing into more aggressive teams, especially when we were talking about it in the break. But obviously, EMEA is right around the corner. And a bunch of these teams, they're going to struggle. Like, I feel the current state of Nativz or Verdant are going to struggle into some of these LFL teams, into some of these LVP teams. You know, these teams are going to go very, very aggressive into them. And I feel like you're kind of just going to roll over if you play scaling. Every time I've seen a scaling team from the NLC go to what was EU Masters, they always get clapped. So you need to be a team who are capable and aggressive, because EMEA is such an aggressive tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I think the best iteration of a team we sent in recent memory was that Dusty lineup with Kerberos, Denvoxne, and they were just so good at team fighting, right? That was their strength, but still. Just another thing I want to add about this game, just looking forward into it. Jace is a very vulnerable champion. We highlighted in previous games, but they have a lot of setup to potentially pick on this Jace, right? They have Nico E, Nico Ulti, as well as Trundle Pillars. I definitely do think there might be avenue for action there. I am just trying my best to scrape at what could potentially be action in the early game hit brain, and I'm doing it for you. I don't think top lane is going to mean anything again, because it's a farm fest, right? With Kennen just bullying out the Rumble probably.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that one. I guess it's just one of those moments where we are just gonna have to kind of wait and see how this game does play out.
We're praying to Taxa in this one, I think.
Yeah.
Poppy is a vessel for early game aggression. Taxa obviously wielding the Poppy this time around. That's our best hope and best prey, I think. The obviously very stark counterpoint to that is that Stefan on the Trundle, an almost direct counter to the Poppy, in the sense that you just win every single duel that you're going to look to take. So 2v2s, maybe not something that we're expecting Nativz to go for.
I think in terms of an isolated 1v1, I completely agree. Trundle smacks Poppy. But the thing is, like, when Trundle, and this is a big weakness he has, right? He's very auto-attack dependent. You see Trundle against Sejuani, and that's great, right? Because he can alter. But if you get chain CC'd non-stop and you cannot auto-attack, that's really bad when it comes to the context of a 3 versus 3. And Poppy plus Rakan and Xayah roots are a lot of CC. So how Stefan navigates that with the Trundle is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I have been told we're getting into game, so here we go.
No.
Game number 5, Silver Scrapes.
5-man level 1.
Please.
You've been listening, Hit Brain.
Please coin cost the game, man. Coin flip it. Coin flip it.
No, that'd be even more devastating. What would you prefer? That they coin flip the game level 1 and it ended in 23 minutes? Just an absolute stomp? Or we actually had another one of games 1 through 4?
Coin toss. Absolute coin toss.
Absolutely. It'd be so funny. Yeah, no, just at the very least it'd be a change, right? I think that's the main thing, but I don't think they're gonna find anyone, guys. I think it's gonna happen. You could see Nativz are having their own death push ideas, but they're gonna walk over a ward and get seen.
Well, there we go.
They didn't even get the ward gold. That's disappointing.
The heartbreaking Hitbrain's voice. Still some vision down on that red buff. Gonna spot out Stefan's pathing. Maybe that'll help out Verdant's bot side knowing when to fight.
Gives him a little bit of information.
I do want to like reassess or reset rather the expectations that we had coming into this day. Again, broadcast team almost unanimously in favor of Nativz coming into the day. Verdant have looked like the better team for 90% of this series, unfortunately faltering twice at the final hurdle, but have looked like the better team through this series. So definitely have been upsetting our expectations and have been performing above what we'd anticipated. And it's great to see from a team that we've already sent to international competition before, that if they're going to book their ticket there once again, they're doing it off the back of a series where, by and large, we think they've had the advantage.
Yeah. So Rakan going to get Prio here. Can be surprising considering Twist and Denvoxne are playing multiple range champions. Denvoxne gets engaged on.
Yep, has to heal immediately, and Wendell does take a lot of damage. So does Gooby in response, actually. So that trade looked rough, but with the Severum, I believe that's Severum Red Gun, does have the Sane to heal themselves back up. So it's actually not that rough for Denvoxne. He did have to burn heal though.
Yeah. Fleet footwork coming in as well. Some extra healing, lots of potions. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. When you have both junglers pathing down bot side, you want to trade aggressively, potentially force some summoners out, make the future dives or ganks much easier. They are slow stacking down bot side. Maybe they look for something here with this Poppy roaming down.
3-wave dive or 3-wave crash into a dive, definitely possible. for Taxa. Unfortunately, Zillion's laning phase fairly weak. Not the easiest thing to have a control over. Of course, Zillion and Enchanter at the end of the day, Enchanters scale exceptionally well into the late game. When you're giving movement speed to Denvoxne, his ability to kite out pretty much everybody on Verdant is going to be second to none. You know, we're looking at Verdant, there's no innate gap closes outside of Taxa, and even then the short-range nature of the heroic charge is going to give Denvoxne a very real opportunity to just never get touched by anybody on Verdant's side. Dodge out of Wendell's engages as well. Certainly something to keep our eyes on, because in game number 1, I think Hiprain, you said this at the top of the draft, Wendell's Rakan won Verdant game 1.
Yes, he was so crisp with it. He was so crisp with it. So it's nice to see him back on it. Maybe a little bit nerve-wracking for Nativz, but I also feel like this time they have really good tools. I think last time, I mean, the entire day, it feels like they've kind of been a little bit lacking on that front. As Stefan is losing his crab, but he may be burning something here from Verdant. What a beautiful pillar. Zoning them off. Twist is going to come in with the double bombs as well. And Gooby, he's having to go the longest way round to his tower. And Stefan, not going to go for like any denial or any kind of play of that sort. But honestly, a massive amount of farm lost. Yeah, they got the crab, but honestly, Verdant lose out pretty hard there.
Yeah, when it comes to first crab, it's worth a lot less than future crabs, right? On top of that, junglers getting more XP than laners because of the pets and the items. It's more of a denial, but you're denying a trundle, so it's not that big of a deal, and you just end up missing a huge wave.
Yeah, it's one of those, I suppose, moments when you realise that maybe that wasn't the move to go for. Like, oh cool, we denied Trundle getting a crowd. That means that our pot P is accelerated. It's almost like when 2 tanks are in top lane and then your tank jungler ganks it. And it's like, well, cool, we focus the Malphite jungle, or we focus the Malphite top as a Sedge jungle. To what end, right? We're all doing the same job regardless of the 300 gold.
Absolutely. Well, I guess it means Trundle gets his item a little slower.
Woo!
That's gonna be my my take on that one.
We think the Trundle 1 item power spike is the be all and end all that wins Nativz the game.
In fairness, it does. The Divine Sunder is a pretty big spike, right? Like, I mean, you force out one. No, I'm coping.
What you've forgotten is he's actually going Gale Force Trundle this game. He's going to Gale Force forwards and chomp Gooby for half his health.
He's already built one too many longswords for a Gale Force.
He needs this extra one for wave clear.
I understand. Yeah. You know, it helps with the camps.
It's like, do you remember when Kaiser used to go serrated, even though she wouldn't actually finish that item?
Yeah.
Until like her second item. It's that.
So Stefan's going to build a serrated Dirk.
Yes. It's serrated Gale Force Trundle.
Don't try this in solo queue, kids.
Try it in solo queue, just not my games.
Or against me, that would work. I'd allow you if you're against me.
But Taxa hiding in vision. Denvoxne actually gets knocked off.
He has no flash. He's in danger. They're going to jump forward onto him. He's just cut. First blood for Gooby. And that's just the sadness pillar.
Yeah, I do want to say that right there, Gooby really recognizing the advantage in summoner spells. He knows that Wendell can flash knock up, but doesn't waste any time either. Flashes to get in range of his auto attacks, lays the Q down, that root comes through. The second Denvoxne lands, it just means that Tax's way in is all too easy. A really good gank off the back of the pressure that they've exerted in a 2v2.
Yeah, this might not be over. Vladdy's coming down to contest. He's got level 6.
Yeah, looks like they're going to bring over. Vladdy has to flash away. Vladdy does have the ability to turn this if they want to, but in they jump onto Twist. Twist can't really do too much here. Trying to step up. Vladdy turns into a Trundle for some reason. Naita jumps onto him, loses a lot of HP for it. Feathers get pulled back, then Voxney's able to dodge away. They got that Graviton, but it looks like Vladdy's decided he actually just doesn't want to fight this. And Verdant, they want to fight this. They want the early action. This is what I've been asking for all day long. We're finally getting some of it.
And it's all about bot lane, right? It's exactly what we highlighted in Champion Select. It's all about bot lane because of how just explosive Azaya Rakan can be with Poppy at the similar levels. And a pick onto the Aphelios doesn't actually quite translate into the Dragon, but again, we highlighted how contesting bot side and forcing flashes can lead to, you know, gank facilitation much easier, and that's exactly what happened now. Hasn't snowballed into anything quite yet. We'll have to see if he comes back down bot side and punishes that flash again.
He's going to have all of his top camps to clear, so he's foregoing either a lot of gold to be down here, or obviously just a window of opportunity to find that kill. Obviously prioritizes the gold as another engage comes down here. Lovely little parting there from Nativz. Make sure that neither one of them gets knocked up.
I think realistically the next play that's going to happen is probably around mid. They know that Vladdy doesn't have flash for a long time, as he just used that dragon trying to contest her. I think it was a 3v4 until Aphelios came. So at this Rift Herald fight, Vladdy without that flash Pot Blossom is going to be a lot weaker. You could see Rakan actually recall. It looks like he might be walking up to that Rift Herald to contest.
The thing is, they didn't get vision on his recall either, so they still have to operate under the assumption that he could be in that brush, and until he shows on this top side, or until they like face check it with a bomb, for example, you're going to have to operate under the assumption that the Wendell is still in your lane. Now Taxa here to see Stefan start up this Rift Herald. So far, no interruptions just yet, but as we know, Wendell going to be here much sooner.
Hex Flash?
Yeah, Hex Flash over the wall there by Taxa. Stefan trying to step up. It looks like the Herald is going to get that reset off though, so Verdant will lose some tempo on it.
Oh,
it just
didn't reset though.
Didn't fully reset. Verdant getting that one for free. Nativz a little bit too slow to the play and haven't really been able to punish somewhat on the bot side in response to this as well. Even with the murder guns on Denvoxney.
Yeah, you typically see Aphelios' cross map onto the tower with those murder guns, like you said, but they just couldn't do it. I think it's the lack of proactivity that can come out of a Zillion. You know, you can't exactly dive onto Gooby to punish and cross map and dive, right? So there's no plates taken, right? Despite getting an early chunk on that initial roam failure when they tried to steal Crab, they just haven't been able to crack that turret.
It's so frequent you'll see, you know, a 2v1 AD carry potentially get 3v1'd as well. If your jungler knows that you're not going to try and contest that, you'll just try and dive on the flip side of the map. Unfortunately, Zillion just not the best facilitator for that at all. You have to land double bomb, and versus Azaya, who's got cleanse, who's got ulti, you're only going to burn some of those cooldowns, and then you obviously risk getting rooted under the turret and taking down yourself. So nice to see that Verdant are able to just take one objective, not lose anything out on the flip side, and may well be able to translate it into another take of an objective. The Mountain Dragon not yet taken by either of these two teams. Verdant with a slight gold lead headed into this Drake fight. Most of that localized on Gooby. You can see he's got a Kraken Slayer fully finished versus the Boots and the Noon Quiver for Denvoxney. So decided advantage for Verdant for any fights they take bot side here.
Moonlight Vigil coming out from Denvoxney to take a little bit of help, but not really enough to gain lane control off the back of that one. And now the Moonlight Vigil's down. Verdant probably feeling very, very comfortable. Stefan coming in on that flank. They actually did get a bunch of damage onto Gooby with the Calibrum. He's pinned
the pillar
into the wall. Beautiful twist. Needs to land this slow. Doesn't actually go for it. The bomb comes down. Then Voxney away. And Dragon has been thwarted.
Yeah, nice little chunk from honestly, Denvoxney's carrying these fights, right? Like poking a Gooby off of the ability to do Dragon right there, committing the ultimate for it it looks weird at the start, but then you realize that Verdant just cannot commit to this, despite Taxa having started up. Now, Nativz, are they going to get Dragon here?
Nice job done there for Nativz on the bot side, and potentially a little bit more if they can take the Drake as well. We do know Taxa's sniffing around, but there's a Nico right nearby.
There's no quickness as well on Wendell, so there's nothing they can do. And they can guess this isn't Shikari, but it's now going to be confirmed for them. But it was in fact Vladdy.
If you were looking at the minimap there, Shikari was actually hiding out of vision.
Exactly.
Like, it's the biggest COD in the world. Oh, I wonder who it is. We've just seen the Rumble potentially be topside, and you know, the option for a TP was available. But it's good to see that Nativz, at the very least, having a little bit of fun with the Nico, making sure that they are able to communicate as well between the two teams.
Do you guys remember old? I'm getting you some member berries out here. Do you remember old Zillion passive? Where the whole team got like a flat experience increase?
Yeah, that's pretty nuts, wasn't it?
Yeah, I do.
I remember. That was it. That was crazy. That was like the old Bjergsen mid Zillion phase, where it's just like his team just got level advantages just because he was playing Zillion mid.
Yeah, those are wacky times. There was some crazy passes. That sounds like the Twisted Fate Global Gold one as well. You imagine just stacking those? Like, what a time we lived in as. I think Democracy were alright. It looked like they were posturing for a dive there, but they have no way. There's a big slow stack here, and Nativz sniff it out, right? So no dive is going to be possible because they're just going to show and deny it.
Going back on the nostalgia vibe, one of the fun things that I'd been highlighted to was if you show a season 3 player a team fight from season 13 and tell them that this is League of Legends now, just how mind blown their like little brains would have been, right? You've got Kai'Sa dashing all over the shop.
Imagine seeing Cassante.
Yeah, literally, right? You show a season 3 player a fight from season 13 and just watch their minds boggle.
Xante or Zeri on one team. It's no idea. I think
Simpler days. Oh, they're going to get the charge out. Tenvoxy should just be able to handle this.
What does a Rift? What is that thing, huh? We don't have those in Season 3.
They didn't even have a Scuttle Crab. like all of the jungle camps look different. There's no jungle items really. I mean, you get that like starting one, but that's basically gone.
And you have some classics, like how Kennen model hasn't been updated for about 12 years, right? Same with Rumble. I mean, this skin was probably out in Season 3, even though it's an absolute banger.
Yeah.
Shikari might be looking for some lethal here, maintaining that heat. You can see Taxa's actually moving up over a ward. Stefan, rather.
You're going to see him. Pillar should come down. That's a good interrupt. Flash away. Carpet laid down. It's electrified, but it's not going to do much. As down goes Stefan.
This entire series, the Trundle Pillars have been on point.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who's playing it. They've just been brilliant. Like cutting off chokes, making players walk the full long way around one, so they can't actually fit through a narrow gap that you think might be there, but you can't quite walk through.
Uh-oh. A quick pause. No. Right, while we had a pause, we're on the old nostalgia train. Really did. I've spoken to most people about this over the years. I'm curious, what change do you miss? Like, what one do you wish they didn't do? Because there's that old Aatrox guy, right? He played like mained old Aatrox, and he's so sad that Aatrox exists in his current state and not just the old way.
I'm actually angry that he doesn't have an actual revive. Now, given the current state of Aatrox, I'm very glad that that's not the case.
Yeah.
But I think that just thematically, the fact that Aatrox doesn't revive with his ulti now made me very sad. That's like the go-to one. I might have to come back to you on a different one.
It's so easy. It's so easy.
Me
Go on.
Hear me out, and I feel like I'm going to tug at a lot of heartstrings here. There's two. Okay, the first one is Brutalizer. Just bring that back. Right, Brutalizer was so goated. Second one is I used to be a Rengar top main. Okay, a bit degenerate, but it is what it is.
4-door and spades.
Yeah, that was one of them. I also miss Bone Tooth Necklace. Anyone remember that? That was the best, right? That was the absolute best item. So goated.
Okay, so my most missed champion, and like since the changes, I still play that champ as well. I like the current version of them, but not as much as the old one. It's Old Galio. Old Galio was insane. I think I had like a then Voxney. Oh, the flash by Gooby is gonna find the kill. Then Voxney. What a flash!
It's just sit and revel with that, honestly.
Yeah. I was just mind blowing. Like, that was a really nice flash redirect. I thought Gooby might have taken it, but the feathers just don't do enough damage. Then Voxney manages to poke him out in time before. I wonder if he was hugging vision. We didn't quite see the beginning of that fight, but still, that might. More action.
Knight is dead. Vladdy gets a kill.
Natives are coming alive. Yeah, this mid game they've just been, I think, preying on Verdant's. We'll say. Mismanaged timings. I think they've been a little bit overextended in a couple waves now. We see Knight get caught out in mid lane. I mean, Gooby, honestly, being that far up in a lane after you've just taken the turret, very, very greedy to try and push out that extra wave without too much proper vision. And, you know, Nativz just actually playing a mid game for once. You know, all 4 games previously, we've just kind of seen dormant mid games. Nativz this time round actually trying to make something work.
Take a look at that ward, but next to red buff on blue side, right? That's a really neat TP ward if Nilly wants to take it. That could be how Verdant turn around this game after those picks. I want to see Nilly use that. He has the ultimate. He doesn't have the flash, but that could be a really sick TP flank.
Absolutely. 16 minutes on the clock. Dragon is about to spawn, and I do think Nativ's team still needs them to be the ones being aggressed onto, so pushing in to the river, probably a little bit hard here for Nativz, as they want to be aggressed onto. They want to peel backwards. They are going to slowly but surely try and get some control of this river area. Top laners both not teleporting in. Nilly actually quite chunked out here, as Denvox is just going to try and get a shove onto this mid lane tower. Yeah, now Nativz can rotate over.
Nilla cannot TP in the lane. He's going to have to recall first. If he starts channeling TP, Shikari's just going to equalizer him and burn him before he even gets down there. Now you get to see Nilla sort of sitting in base trying to use the home guards, potentially for a TP, but equally potentially to try and get back to that top side as soon as possible. Now Shikari gets to trade the base, and this game of give and take, tug of war really, who's going to be the one to make the first move?
Yeah, unfortunately, they took away that pink when they placed a pink somewhere else. I think it was in that bush right there in the middle of the screen. Imagine if Nili had that TP ward there. That would have been so good coming out of fog here, but unfortunately, it just wasn't there. And now, I think Nativz going to be hard-pressed to contest this. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to go for the Herald. Verdant, rather.
Going to be a bit of a freebie there for Nativz, getting themselves their second dragon, getting closer towards that soul condition. As looks like we're going to have an Ocean Soul as our next one. And as much as Aragon did say, you know, it's not the best when you're playing into the likes of a Jace who's going to poke. Having that extra little bit of sustain could be the difference maker. Especially when there's going to be way more honey fruits and things on the map. So you have a lot more place to kind of like heal up and make sure that you're not going to get yourself poked out and taken down.
So these teams, they are slower, right? But I don't think it's been helped by the fact that I think we've had like 2 Ocean Souls, a Cloud Soul, and a Chemtech Soul.
We had an Infernal in the first game.
In the first game, the one game that was not one of those. But yeah, I think we've been a little bit unlucky there, as Vladdy does not walk up and get baited in by Nita.
Not going to happen. The tower does get full fill in the top side, as Shikari will be able to get here and stop this before the second charge comes out. Pop goes the Herald. And everybody's on resets.
Take a look at Vladdy's item build in particular. The Hextech Proto Belt being picked up for Vladdy means that his access to the backline will come in a little bit easier as well. You know, you can pop the ulti and then Proto Belt just before it lands, and you get a little bit of an extra range increase on that, and a nice little extra bit of burst damage as well on the rocket belts as they activate. Nice to see that we've got some heads up thinking, not just trying to play for the Verdant dive into me situation, but also that you can maybe make some plays for yourself as well, something that Nativz have been notably lacking this entire series.
It does look like it's going to be a bit of a shove here from Nativz. Not really going to be able to find too much more off the back of that one, as Wendell does want to jump forward. They actually throw everything down.
They have no damage.
To Twist. In comes Nili though. Voxney baby in trouble. They're trying to keep him alive. They hold that Chrono Shift for a little bit longer. And there comes Vladdy. Huge Moonlight Vigil to follow up onto the 2 members as Knight is chunked out. Vladdy, he's got the sustain. No! He's not going to stay alive. The Chrono Shift timed out beautifully. Mid falls for the side of Nativz, but mid and top on the side of Verdant collapses as Stefan chasing up, gets the pillar onto Gooby, finds himself knocked up, the flash over, the Feather Storm comes down, the Blade Caller to follow it up, Verdant find an opening, they find their kill, and down goes Stefan.
And just what a strange series of events. That engage was really confusing. The Taxa flash engages when nobody is nearby. Wendell has to ulti and E to get close enough to even knock up, but then you have a Poppy and a Rakan trying to one-shot a target. Nili is nowhere near, right? They have to buy enough time for Nili to get there, but even he can't collapse on it either. And then it just devolves, right? It absolutely devolves into, in the end, you have Stefan over-chasing and just running into a Featherstorm Zaya.
Chaos and Carnage.
Yeah.
Pretty much what we got to see there. Neither team with a particular grasp on how that fight would have gone best for their side, and I think that Voxney, the recipient there of a couple kills, and manages to give himself that little boost toward what looks to be an Infinity Edge here. So this is pure damage in terms of that ADC build. Sometimes you'll see Storm Razor and a Gale Force for a little bit more maneuverability if you're up against squishies. And, you know, this is just going to be absolutely shredding through the front line of Verdant. It's another particularly beefy one. Attacks are about the best form tank that they'll be able to find, but either way, Voxney, if he's critting, he's hurting.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know what they were trying to achieve there, because at worst, Aphelios can get a Zillion ultimate, right? So maybe they're hoping that someone can collapse sooner, but it just looks like a bit of miscommunication. Regardless,
Voxney this series has taught us anything, Aragon. It's that maybe those decisions are a little bit more prone to us than we should have expected.
Yeah, maybe I should expect this. But still, Nita down in the bot lane, shadowed by Wendell. Let's see if he can hit this tower, but realistically, Vladdy should be able to wave clear this out. He might be able to move up to mid because he has that prior on the side, but decides, no, I'm just going to recall, potentially complete my Mirror Mana.
Gold lead right now is very, very close. And honestly, being kind of the state in most of our games, it's actually been very close gold leads. It's not the best way to actually judge the power on the map, I found in this particular series. I think it's been more about that kind of map pressure and vision control and where they can kind of shove and play for. Right now, with the dragon spawning up in 30 seconds, Nativz really want to get their hands on that soul point and be able to kind of force Verdant into fight whenever they want. Wendell eats a pillar to try to jump away, so gets sprung into the air. As Stefan will be able to deal with this ward.
Yeah, really important 2-item spikes, been hit by both the 3D carries. Gooby, okay,
Taxa,
no,
jumps onto Denboxney, but Denboxney had the murder guns, and Taxa's health bar is melted.
Merciful there, DV. Missed his Q and his ulti, so it means that Taxa can get out to safety, probably in aid of the fact that he's got Shirley's movement speed plus phase rush going off, but Nilla this entire time, as you can see, pushing out on that top side. Is it Nativz are going to take Soul Point? If Verdant are going to try and deny any souls, secure one for themselves, it's going to come at the cost of a full reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, this really hurts still, though, right? If you're Verdant, you want to try and find that engage. You can see Taxa Hex flashed over the wall to try and land that knock into the wall on the Aphelios, but even still, you just get Zillion ulted, right? Even if he survives. So, desperation. Nearly didn't have a ward to DP2 either, so that fight looked a bit silly. I'm kind of glad they didn't commit to that and instead committed to the cross map. Still not going to get that turret. Let's see what Verdant can do. This is the patented, I keep saying this, the Verdant Baron dance. Let's see if they can find anyone as they face check.
So I touched on the Aphelios nerfs a little bit, right? The main nerf came to the green-white combo. The Sentry Gun's auto-attack speed got reduced by about a fifth. So, you know, stack your outcomes a little bit slower. And in team fights specifically, that is quite the nerf. And probably where the most damage has been taken away from him. But things like Infernum, things like Red-White, largely unchecked in terms of the amount of damage that you're doing. And 2 1-on-1, 250 CS at 23 minutes into this game, DV certainly no slouch with the damage.
Not at all. I mean, you're seeing a little taster of the damage going out for him. Kraken Slayer, Infinity Edge. Able to do some serious damage here from Denboxney. And Aphemus Chains onto Stefan as we got ourselves a quick break. Quick pause, quick breather. And I can talk a little bit more about how old Galio change is the saddest thing ever. That champ was so much fun to play. My favorite combo was Nunu Galio.
Flash R?
No,
Oh, okay.
Nunu Galio. And then you buy ZZ Rock portals and you put 2 in a bush. And then you and the Nunu would stand in the bush. And when the team come to deal with it, you just headbutt R.
Darn.
And there's no outplay. There's no outplay to it.
In 2019,
You're the type of guy that tells me that he likes Banner of Command, aren't you?
Yeah, this is exactly what I was going to say. I played competitive when Banner of Command was that stupid gimmicky thing it was. Do you remember? You just put Banner down in bot, and there was a whole meta of buying like 4 banners, and people would have like their chess piece banner just going down bot. It's the most
I remember supports having to take minion dematerializer purely to save for the cannons.
Nunu becoming meta.
Yeah, just to eat them. That was an awful meta. I liked Banner when it wasn't that. When Banner was like not just so broken, but everybody had to build it all the time. We're in a replay. We're not actually in the break. This is just a replay.
I'm seeing this again. Yeah, that was the failed engage. Yeah.
This was so weird because it actually was like a massive win for Nativz. And then like they just overcommitted. Like they were fine here. Even with this trade on Vladdy, they got Niter. They could have probably just taken mid tower because all of Verdant were too chunked to defend.
Yeah.
But Stefan just said no, Gooby die, and Gooby went no, you die, flash feathers.
Ooh. Definitely think they could have either taken mid turret or just move in and get vision for this Baron that's spawning as well. There's no way you can test. You get topside vision. And...
Is
it a replay or is it a pause? I think it was a pause and we're continuing the break.
I swear I heard game sound there, but I didn't. Did they unpause it?
Like on Stefan's side, maybe.
Okay.
Taxa DC.
Taxa
DC is the update we've received from production. Taxa definitely has disconnect. Okay. Any other nostalgia tidbits?
Galio, no, GP. Do you remember GP, old GP?
Champion was terrible.
It was awful. He was so bad. I'm actually a new GP main. GP and LeBlanc are my 2 go-tos. GP is such a good champion now. Like, they just nailed that theme and such a good redesign. What the hell were they doing with old GP, man? Avarice played GP. What was that?
Yeah. Avarice played Ash.
Oh, I mean, it was Forgiven with the Avarice played Sivir, right? Like every game, just spend that 800 gold. Yeah, and then it's just like 800 gold on Avarice Blade, and then just sit up and farm. I feel like both the AD carries this game probably miss Avarice Blade from like this series. They've been very slow farming, and the Avarice Blade would have just paid off. What did it build into? Static, right?
Static Shiv.
Yeah, it was Static Shiv. Was that the only item it built into?
Yeah. It was Avarice Blades.
No. There was a Sword of the Divine, no?
Oh, that was before that. Yeah, that was old school. Yeah,
Sword of the Divine.
Okay.
Sword of the Divine and Static was like a period as well towards the end of.
How about no, this didn't build out of Avarice Blade, but Sword of the Occult. You
I was
Okay,
season 3,
low-key.
so that was before my time.
No, I so the thing is that item was actually really bad. There's like a
It was
lot of
just
items.
AD Magi's, right?
Yeah, but like the stats it gave were not comparable to Magi's.
Oh, replays.
Yeah, replays. Like I think this was a really nice pick. The flash forward from Taxa to capitalize on the knockup from Wendell's actually super good. Like damage foreshadowing. They know how much damage they deal, right? It was super good to punish on the thing. And then this with Shikari waiting in the bush. Oh, we finally got to see the replay of this fight. Dinvoxney actually camped this bush on a pink ward, so he knew Gooby didn't know where he was. Really sick play, honestly.
That was beautiful. That was, it really was. Just seeing some of the early action from this game, and hopefully we do get some more. I'm trying to think of like other things I miss from League. Like obviously Dominion, right? Dominion was.
You missed Dominion? I played 0 games of that game mode.
Dominion was so fun. I actually learnt to play LeBlanc on Dominion. I was like, I don't want to play this in Summoner's Rift, so I just like learnt her combos by like I didn't play the game properly. I was just running around killing people on LeBlanc.
I miss Dominion so much.
Yeah, but you can't always guarantee the champion. You don't get the isolated 1v1. You don't really get to play the right thing. So, yeah, I miss Dominion. Dominion was sick.
Dominion anecdote. I played against Betsy. I don't know. This is an old name. A pro player called Betsy, and he said hello to me. And I think I was like 15, and I fanboyed so hard. I think he played on like Giants back in there in LCS.
Yeah.
I think that's the only positive experience I've had on Dominion.
Why was Giants Betsy playing Dominion?
I have no idea.
I genuinely do miss Twisted Tree Line though. Like, I'm so sad that mode's gone. That was actually the mode I enjoyed the most in League. I actually really love Twisted Tree Line. It's so much fun.
Okay, let's do arena takeaways. Have we played any arena before we do this or no?
Yeah.
No.
I think
no?
I don't think my arena take is a hot take at all. Arena's a great mode. It just needs like ARAM style balancing because some champions are a little bit too strong. It's an amazing game mode. It just needs like certain champs are just in a little bit too strong of a state.
Yeah.
I think, if we get another pause, we can transition back to that one. But for now, we do have obviously match point.
Bro, it's Nativz Verdant. You have time.
Yeah, well, I know I do, Jake. But I've got to set the stakes. Remember, the winners here go to EMEA Masters, right? This isn't just another game. This is the first NLC representative that we're going to be sending to the Summer Championships of international competitive play.
And I imagine it's going to pick up in about 2 minutes time, or 1 minute 30 time, when Dragon spawns up. Taxa.
Just hold it.
Yeah, Taxa trying to find something. He might be picked here. Oh, that flash is going to be crucial. Flash stuns on Popular, a lot of your power budget, right? And now they might be taking that and moving to the Baron. Although they might just play for mid turret and then secure vision that way. And using mid turret being taken down, you have a lot more avenues into the jungle. And what that provides is the ability to find flank wards as well.
Potential assassination attempt here from Naita.
Yep, there's Shikari. Good flash away.
Really
Shikari actually might have him here. Misses the equalizer though. A little bit awkwardly laid out. Uh-oh!
Stefan?
Uh-oh! Here comes Stefan. He's
Look,
chasing.
Baron,
Naita's going up for it. Baron is up though. They need to make this pick quick. Naita gets the movement speed, pillared in place, knocked back, but it ain't going to do too much here. Harpoon's coming down. Naita's flashed forwards, and they're trying to chase him. They might not be able to get him. Naita on the run. Jumped and eaten.
But look at the cross map here. Nothing has happened. On the flip side, right? Nativz just commit 2 people to that bot side. I think the recompense is that Vladdy had to flash, then Boxing had to heal, if I'm reading the summoner spells right there. And I don't think that Verdant really committed anything either way. Looks like maybe Wendell looked for an engage with the quickness and flash. Vladdy was able to get away. For a pick on the side lane, this late on into the game, I would have expected more repercussions. Ultimately, neither side going to really make the most of it, and Nat is dead for 20 more seconds, but it doesn't look like Nativz are going to get anything from it either.
Yeah, I definitely think they had time. Maybe they didn't expect Naita to survive so long. I don't think we did, but that phase rush cooldown coming off came in really clutch and it managed to buy a few more seconds. Regardless, Dragon is now up, and crucially, Naita will be able to TP, but he has no flash. Same can be said for Wendell for that flash knockup, and Vladdy also for that flash knockup. But still, Dinvoxney and Gooby, the key members, the key DPS of both teams, do have flashes. Let's see how they reposition using it.
Well.
Ooh, that hurts.
Teleporting into the mid lane here from Vladdy. You can see the stock that Nativz are putting on this mid tier 1 turret. value that it provides to you in any game of League as we approach this mid-game very, very high. If Nativz can keep that one standing, it gives them a good default place to stand from and allow them to move into both sides of this river. Verdant obviously staring down 0 Drakes of their own versus 3 for Nativz. A soul for Nativz gives them immeasurable teamfight power.
Yep, they are chesting up here. They're going to get in place. Stefan's going to try and steal it, but that is the bop to secure the dragon, and a denial from the Ocean Soul. But then Voxney on that flank here. If he can land this, he might be able to find a kill. Wendell jumps to nothing. He is popped by the Gravitum.
And that could be Baron. That's a huge pick from Voxney. He runs right at them. No fear at all. They're going to take control of all of this vision, and it's just being started up.
And the best part is there's no Keeper's Verdict to knock them away this time. Using it for a Drake to make sure that Nativz didn't get Soul may well cost them in the long run, meaning that they can't get the Baron. Now Shikari doesn't have Equalizer here. That big Rumble ulti teamfight tool not going to be available, but Pot Blossom is still available for Vladdy, and he's got a really good flank angle as well.
Yeah, Nilly, he's going to have to make this one work. Look at him jumping. Taxes goes on. Then Voxney trying to get away. He's actually not been hit by any of this damage as Vladdy lands the 2-man Pot Blossom. That's going to be the kills. Gooby chased down, but he's got the feathers. He's got the damage to work with. Gooby! The whole team. Gooby with a triple kill. How on earth did he do that? He saved the day.
We're still going, guys. This is an absolute barn burner of a series. We've made it to 28 minutes. We finally get our first 5 versus 5 fully fledged amount of action between the two teams. And it's Gooby stepping up for Verdant. One of the carries that we'd said wasn't going to be able to live up to Den Voxney. But this series, he's had DV's number at every single corner, holding back Nativz at that Baron fight and keeping Verdant in the game.
Yeah, and crucially, nothing popped the feathers at all. The ultimate from Gooby was not popped until so late in the fight when he could pull off that 1 versus 3. I thought the fight was doomed for Verdant because that Kennen ulti looked really suboptimal, not going on to Den Voxney there and letting Den Voxney free here. Unfortunately, following that, Stefan, everyone follows up and chases Gooby. 1 versus 3. They keep disrespecting the feathers and the potential ultimate. Does look like it's going to be another. Yeah, it's the Baron stands. It's going to be another neutral lane stay, and both teams are going to move up into this Baron to secure vision. Verdant do have control right now, though.
And given that we've got neither side with a particular advantage, I mean, the beauty of this game specifically, right? We came into it and said, for the first time, we really like both drafts. We can see what both of them are going to achieve. I mean, Gooby here should be in a lot more trouble.
Yeah, they are looking for it, but the Keeper's Verdict coming down. Nope, it doesn't.
Okay. Stefan just landed a God Pillar there, and everyone was like, all right, cool. They could have done way more with that, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
looks
these
like
pillars have been so insane. Yeah, these pillars have been so insane, but again, it's just another stalemate, isn't it? I think both teams are so nervous to throw that it's just going to come down to a 4th dragon. I really do think that the next dragon is where it decides everything. As Niter is going to cross-map down to bot side. The onus really is on Nativz. They're on a timer right now as Niter is split pushing here. And he does have TP, so if they do stop Baron, he can TP over. There are a lot of flank wards.
Shikari to answer the bot lane push. Also with teleport, so not the worst thing in the world for either of these two teams. And we get to see at the minute that the amount of just supposed tension built up between the two sides, right? Verdant have been in such a good position for so much of this entire series. The 2 games that they lost, they were winning those games for 70-80% of them. Finally got ourselves what feels like a dead even stalemate. We're about 31 minutes into the game and just the slightest advantage for Verdant. Niter gets forced to flash as the rest of his team have started up Baron.
Yeah, Wendell is on that flank though, looking for the opportunity. The Keeper's Verdict goes down. There's the Pot Blossom. Taxes in danger. He's got Baron for his team, but at what cost? I say that, but Vladdy goes down immediately. Shikari's trying to toast Nilly. Nilly gets slowed in place, just being repeatedly pinned down, but a massive chrono shift saves the life of Shikari. 2 for Baron. I'm pretty sure that Verdant are going to be okay with that one, but Nativz is being run down. Then Voxy's trying to chase, seeing if he can get in range to land that Gravitum. Moonlight Vigil's about to come up. They've got the Zillion speed. There's the pillar. There's the Gravitum. There's the dunk. 3 members of Verdant down.
And Niter just hasn't been able to have an impact all game long. You saw at the start, Den Voxney routed him out. He got so chunked just from the autos from the sniper gun. In the end, Taxa managed to secure the Baron, but it's like it's a 1 for 4 at best. Now, How does the next dragon look? That's incredibly important. Yes, you secured Baron, but realistically, the main objective you want to consider now is that soul.
Yeah, and look at the death timers, right? Niter, dead for 30 seconds. Drake spawns in 18. It's a 12-second window where Niter just isn't going to be a part of the fight. Nativz immediately double teleport into this mid lane, push the lane, get prior, walk into the river, secure yourself vision. Wendell, he's found himself a pocket here where he can sneak in and try and find the game-disturbing fight that keeps him alive. Nativz, they're going to start this up, and remember, this is just a fight disadvantage. They've got no numbers here, Verdant.
Oh, they've got to get that verdict down, but I don't think it's going to happen. There's Soul over to Nativz, and that is a rough one now for Verdant.
Yeah. The Keeper's verdict gets interrupted by the pillar. Again, another example of a beautiful, beautiful pillar you guys highlighted, and just that wave clear. That blue into red gun combo for wave clear is just absolute filth, by the way. I have to say, it's really, really satisfying. But still, look at this fight. You can see, oh, it's not quite the dragon fight, but still. Yeah, look at Niter. He got chunked so hard, and there's this beautiful engage from Vladdy. Ubi doesn't manage to react in time, and he actually doesn't fall, but it's still, he's forced to use R. And off the back of that, Verdant just fall apart.
You're seeing the late game scaling as well that comes from this Zilean, weirdly enough. And if there was ever a champion that exhibited to you how overpowered movement speed as a statistic is, Zilean does that tenfold. We saw DV there chase down Niter using the Zilean movement speed twice. We've seen Twist be able to keep himself alive and catch people off guard. Nilla, for example, around that Baron, just had nowhere to go when he's caught in the Zilean stun. So Twist with 5 points in that E, by the way. Very happy to keep people at bay.
He took a fair amount of damage there. That might have dissuaded somewhat of this shove.
Yeah.
Just be able to get cleared away, though.
I thought he was going to get stuck there, but fortunately his hitbox is pretty small. Still, managing to secure that tier 2 tower. Can they secure mid tier 2? I probably not. Just going to be satisfied with counter jungler here.
Despite the fact that Nativz have secured themselves the soul, they're still at this gold disadvantage. Turrets on the map, gold on the board. Still very much in favour of Verdant. Gooby, level 18, full build now, doesn't get any stronger unless he wants to sell his booze.
Yeah. No flashes for anyone on the side of Nativz outside of the Zilean, and that's not exactly very useful. But yeah, you highlighted Denvoxne. He's using that Zilean move speed so well. Every single time there's a good fight for the side of Nativz, it's Denvoxne walking forward and pelting the enemy team, whether it's Niter, whether it's Wendell, and chunking them before the fight even starts. If we keep seeing this, I think it might be Nativz favored.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Denvoxne, there's a few champs who I think he looks at his best on. Kai'Sa and Aphelios are two of those. Always super clean on them. And been kind of given that. Obviously, that 2-level deficit is a little bit of a problem because obviously when you level up on the Aphelios, you get those extra stats, depending which one you want to take, lethality, AD, or attack speed. But he's closing in. He's still got one item to go, one level to go. He's going to go get himself a Zeal. So he's still ramping up in power, and he's been doing a lot of work already as it is. Shikari, 3 items in. Nilly, 3 items in as well. But there's definitely a bit of a gap here, a little bit of a deficit between Vladdy and Niter in the item department. Zhonya's Hourglass still on the way here for Vladdy. Still needs a little bit of more time until he can get that finished up. And I think that Zhonya's is going to be a super valuable buy here for Vladdy. His ability to kind of get that stasis off in the middle of the fight and make sure he doesn't just get insta-pop and that Pop Blossom is as effective as possible.
You can see just how safe both teams are willing to play here. Neither one of them are stepping up to contest this mid-wave. They're just watching minions die in front of them, and we're waiting for, 2, 3 other members to walk onto the map before they feel confident to step up and hit this wave. Shikari's the one that, first of all, bites the bullet and says, all right, guys, I guess I'll farm bot lane. We'll see if they show up mid or if I die. You can maybe try and make something happen on the other side of the map. Fortunately, it's nothing, and again, both teams just cycling their way through, making sure that they can get the mid-push into whichever side of the map they want to go to first. Baron, next objective to spawn, so likelihood is that we're going to see a lot of focus toward this top side.
Yeah. Nilly is actually pushing out down bot side, so they will have the pushing lane, and that puts Nativz on a small timer.
Wendell! He's in danger, he can jump the wall, but they may just find the kill! Denvoxne evaporates his health bar.
That's terrible, right? So many Rakans think they're super safe just being able to get vision any time. But look at bot lane. They have to answer down bot side. Otherwise, the
equalizer.
A little bit of a miscommunication.
Plus the pillar, though. It burns Tax's flash. That means him getting into a pit now, again, substantially more difficult. Yep, Nilla pushing out that bot lane. You see Shikari channeling a recall to try and get there in time. Knight is going to be here as well. It surely can't come down to a base race. Not like this.
No, Shikari, though, he can't die. He needs to clear out this wave. No equalizer available to him, though. He will lose an inhibitor. His team aren't going for the base race. They can't go for it. They may try and keep the pressure up, but Baron spawning somewhat soon. Shikari will toast through this wave while his team go for Baron.
Verdant and Nilly have TP though. If Nativz start this Baron up, they could TP. There it is!
There it is. They've got Nilly's ultimate while Shikari doesn't. Shikari looking to teleport and join into the team. The Baron's already been secured. Vladdy pop blossoms to buy space. Nilly trying to chase forward, unable to do so. Nativz get that Baron and they get the hell out of Dodge.
Okay, so again, very fine margins for both of these teams. Nativz securing neutral objective. Verdant securing the gold.
Elder.
Bot lane tier 3 turret goes down. With Elder spawning in 40 seconds, you're quite right, that inhibitor. Maybe that extra added pressure. Nativz may not necessarily have wanted. Remember, with an Ocean Soul, we favour them in fights, but Wendell here, sneaky as always on this Rakan. You can see if he can find a pick. Still has that stopwatch, remember. A very powerful Rakan tool to keep himself alive. Also worth mentioning here, Gooby
Wendell
did indeed sell the boots.
Wendell, they've spotted out Denvoxney. They're pinging him. He has both flash and that heal available to him. Is Vladdy going to check?
They have no idea.
They have no idea. Wendell, he's going to pop out now. They do see him finally. Wendell may just get himself collapsed onto. Pops the quickness. Tries to get the cleanses on. Tries to get the damage down. Taxus jumping for Denvoxney. Denvoxney gets the Moonlight Vigil. Misses out on the mark as Nita has found Shikari. Shikari's down. There's the pop blossom in response. The slicing Maelstrom hits Diddley's squad as Denvoxney's able to get him. The Featherstorm does buy some space with the Feathers getting pulled back, but Denvoxney with that movement speed. Flashing forward. Finds the shutdown. Gooby's down. Wendell's down. Triple kill for Denvoxney and Verdant's opportunity. This series was in their hands and Nativz fought back. There's the ace. That should be the base. That should be game. And that should be EMEA for Nativz.
Nativz never once this series looked like they were going to be able to take a single game, but in game 5 they muster up all their courage, put Denvoxney on the hyper carry that he's been playing this entire season long, and book their ticket on the international stage.
Down goes tower number 1, tower number 2. Taxa's not up in time. I didn't doubt them for a second. Nativz take the series.
What a back and forth game, and all of it, I've got to say, like, hats off to Denvoxney, using that move speed from the Zilean, really reaching out, and honestly, to Twist too, managing to pull out that Zilean counterpick specifically into the Rakan. I can't help but feel, though, Wendell in that last fight showed too early. I think he knew as well. If he just stayed there and waited for Nilly to get closer potentially, or someone else to help on the collapse, the second he showed, he realized it was too early.
Yeah, I think I was gonna kind of make the same point. It felt like Wendell might have thrown that game a little bit there. It's sad because Wendell, honestly, I can't be overly critical on the guy because he looks so good for the most of that series. It was purely that final game and that final moment, which unfortunately cost them the series. It hasn't fully cost them EMEA though, because there is a chance that they can bounce back, but they have to now beat out either Nord or Ruddy, depending on who wins tomorrow's series. And I'm not sold. I'm really not sold on either of these teams. I feel while Nativz did take that win and have made it to the finals and also booked that EMEA spot, I think there's some major questions above their head right now. I think there's some stuff in that draft that they need to look at. And yes, that he finally drafted a good team, but it took 5 games to get a solid draft out of Nativz. That's a real concern.
Yeah, and I think that also when you start looking into kind of what went on here, like the Verdant, as you guys are talking about, had so many opportunities to close out the series, it felt like, right? Especially in game number 4, right? Like, I feel like they had a lot of opportunities to kind of just like close out the series, and that just kind of didn't happen. And it's kind of crazy, right? Because it's kind of the pivot back to Wendell. I feel like also like when he gets caught trying to get vision on the top side towards the back end of this final game, that was also kind of an unnecessary position to be in. And I think as you were talking about this, Aragon, these Rakans just sometimes just feel a little bit too safe in these situations.
Yeah, this is something I'm glad you brought. I was going to say that exactly that, right? Rakan players always think they're safe, right? Because they have 50 dashes to get away, but often you see Rakans being the most picked support because they're overconfident in their ability to be slippery, and it's just an example there. Wendell getting caught in topside trying to get river control.
Yeah, and I think that just overall here, I think that you had like the entire, then you had the kind of the wacky late game situation here where Nilla just gets to get the entirety of the bot lane, almost including the inhibitor, without like any contest because of the miscommunication around the equalizer towards that back end of that final game, and yet it's still Nativz that gets to close out the game, Rooted.
It is. Again, the thing about the reasoning that we came into this series with Nativz being the favourites was that Verdant looked really shaky in the back half of honestly the last 2 weeks. Verdant did just look really shaky, and the wins that they got weren't convincing. But I think this is like the opposite, really, where they've actually lost the series, but given me more confidence in their ability as opposed to Nativz giving me confidence in theirs, despite the fact that Nativz come away victorious. Right? It's a really weird dichotomy of two teams that we've got. So. Again, your heart goes out to Verdant because on the day they played a very good game of League of Legends for the most part, but unfortunately not enough to book their ticket today.
I will say, I think this has reaffirmed my my worries coming out from that final week where we saw both Nativz and Verdant lose to teams way weaker than them. I mean, Nativz lost to Unique, Verdant lost to Fourth Wall, and I mean, Verdant also looked challenged by Domino as well. I'm not completely sold on either of these teams right now. And yes, Nativz have made it to EMEA, but in their current form, I really hate to take a dump on the team who just won, but like, I am really concerned about EMEA. Like, this is a region who we used to consistently make it to top 4 and into the playoffs. We were always a really solid team for quite a while, but for quite a while. But I don't know if we've got our best foot forward here right now. I think they've got some time before EMEA properly starts, but they're going to have to really use that effectively. And obviously, they've still got a week until the grand finals where they'll be playing versus either Nord, Ruddy, or Verdant again. They've got to spend this time actively and really, really look at what the hell's been going wrong, because this doesn't look like a top tier team at the moment.
As also, like, as going into the day, we're talking a little bit about like these sort of like cheese pick, pocket picks, where it would come out, and you guys were talking about like game 5 or like when you're like on the brink of elimination, that was where we're going to see these picks. And I don't know, do we classify Cillian as being one of those picks that like it's not a cheese pick obviously, but like was that a pick we were expecting at all today? Because I feel like I haven't seen it a lot in recent times.
I think the thing is though, like support was so pinched because it was such a late pick for supports. Zillion's actually a reasonable pick into Rakan. We saw this a lot like a couple of years ago. I think Kasing, you highlighted Kasing was a big Zillion player as well. It's just a good counter matchup, so props to Twist to be able to pilot it, you know, reaching down into that bag of picks.
Yeah, and I think that we should probably get to hear from one of the people that have been involved in this 5 series banger today. So we have Stefan on the line here. And first of all, congratulations on making it to EMEA Master, and congratulations on making it into the grand finals. I assume that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, not like it feels good, but it could have been better. Like it should have been cleaner, in my opinion. But yeah, I can't not be happy. It's just the job's still not done, and we have a finals to play, so I'm looking forward to that.
Also, I kind of want to talk to, because it felt really like, so there was some discontent or like some discourse around your drafts today coming through from the broadcast team. And Hiprain, I'm quoting pretty much from what he's saying here, that it took you 5 games to get a good draft. Do you kind of agree, or do you think that that's a bit of a hyperbolic statement?
No, I agree. I mean, I think the way we saw the draft, in theory, like, worked out, but in practice, like, wasn't as good as we thought. Like, I think we had, like, a not as good of a meta read as we should have had. So I can agree to that. I think some drafts weren't like I had a 5-game series now. I don't know what happened, like what did we pick or what we play, but I don't think the drafts were like in our favor most of the time. I think the last one was for sure in our favor, but yeah, that's like I only remember the last game. Like I really don't know what to say.
Yeah, I'll refrain from asking you about the game specifically then, right? But just more so overall here, what are your guys' what do you guys do you think? Because again, you don't know fully yet, right? But like, if you had to wager, what is your like primary focus going to be on in terms of preparing for finals?
I mean, we just keep doing what we're doing right now. Like we just keep improving on our mistakes, or like just do better drafts, I guess. Like, I mean, I think from week 1 to now we improved a lot, and I think if we keep up this pace, we're gonna be a good team. Obviously, we didn't showcase it.
Showcased?
Yeah, we didn't showcase it too good today, but I think we're gonna be much better next series in the finals.
Thank you so much for your time, Stefan, and best of luck next week.
Thank you. Bye.
And with that, we're going to go into an interview with Dansman on the side of Verdant here. So, hello, friends.
Hello.
I'll say congratulations on your marriage the other week. I don't think we've spoken since.
We haven't, no, and exactly 1 week after we got married because her grandmother was dying. She died during Game 5, so
condolences.
Sucks. Lost her and we lost Game 5, you know, so happens. Yeah.
That's the rough.
It is what it is. What it. It's for the best, right? She was very sick of cancer, so it's for the best. Yeah, but yeah, sucks to lose today. What can I say? I feel like Game 4 we should have closed it out, won the series, moved on. Now we gotta shit on Roddy and on North to go back and get revenge, right?
That's kind of, I guess that's kind of one way of looking at it, because I kind of was going to ask you about the additional stress level, right? Because it's a twofold thing winning this, in terms of winning this series, right? Because if you'd won, it would have been a grand final spot, but also that EMEA master spot that would have been secured, right? And I guess that double whammy here makes this loss feel extra hard. As I believe we have lost the connection here, so we cannot hear him. We're just gonna frame here for just a second, but obviously, very, very rough loss for the entire. Hello, you're back.
What's up? Lost connection. We lose everything today.
That's rough, man.
No, it sucks. It would have been so great to just let go of NLC, start preparing for final EMEA Masters, start scouting other teams, etc. You know, I feel bad for my players. I think we lost some mental losing that fourth game, which was there. It was tough to lose that. I'm sure we will come back a lot stronger, more prepared. Now we get 4 games before we face again. I think we'll meet them in finals. We beat them 3-0. Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. I think it should be very stressful now, and I feel like it is gonna be very stressful for my coaches and my players, because now we have to fight our way up, back to the final after winning regular split. But look at me, no shaking, very calm under pressure. You know, we're winning. I believe in them. We're going all the way.
Glad to hear that. Again, condolences both for the loss and obviously also for your wife's grandmother. Massive condolences from my side. Thank you so much for this interview, and best of luck next week.
You too, mate. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, guys, overall here, I think we had a lot of massive highlights coming out today here, so we can kind of see the closing ends of this game here. There's this massive fight around the dragon.
Yeah, there's probably not that many highlight plays from this series, if I'm going to be completely honest. It was a very.
I'm trying to upsell here, okay, Jake?
I'm going to say it. It was a boring series. Honestly, I feel a lot of these teams. I partly came down to Nativz, and I mean, it's really nice to hear Stefan kind of agree that it did take him 5 games to get a good draft together, and all of these games kind of came down to the wins for Nativz in their first 2 games. Really boiled down to Nativz basically punishing a mistake that Verdant made. I feel like Verdant actually could have 3-0'd this series. They just kind of fell victim to their own mistakes. Then in the 5th game, I will give Nativz, they drafted a good team. They understood the playstyle that Verdant were playing, and they found a team that worked into that playstyle. They obviously were lacking engage, but eventually you just kind of press Zillion E, or is it E?
Yeah,
E that gives the movement speed. You just press Zillion E, and then Aphelios just becomes an engaged champion because he just runs across the rift and taking people out. I do have concerns about like the speed of these games and like the play style of these teams. I've said that over and over again.
I feel that's been the theme for the inside of the season, right? I also heard that as Brazilian E for a second there, so I was like super confused. You were trying to like say something to Rude, and in the same. I don't think that has been the way the season's gone though. To be fair, you look back to last week at the closest, and like they were just every game was a banger. Like we've had some really tight and close games across the board, and even from these teams, Verdant versus Domino was very Domino favored, and Verdant played a really good game to come back from it. Yeah, there were mistakes, and they probably shouldn't have been behind to Domino, but they still did, and we still got a very close and tight game. This game felt like there was so much on the line. Teams were maybe a bit too scared to pull that trigger, and the major thing that they're going to have to kind of take away from this, and I hope that the coaches do tell them, is a better team will just punish you. If you play that nervous, you will get punished by a better team. So they kind of gotta, sometimes you have to kind of let those nerves go and just make a mistake. Don't be, you're better off making the mistake than being too scared to make that mistake and doing nothing at all. No one agrees, right? Is that what I'm hearing? I was like waiting for Aragon to go.
Everyone's dead silent there, bro.
I see Aragon move his lips, and I'm like, okay, Aragon's going to say
I thought your
something.
lips were moving. No, so basically, I completely agree, and I think it just has to be draft, right? And Nativz, at least they sorted out by the end of the game, but there was no engage in almost any of their drafts. I remember like the flanking was their best engaged, like TP flanks from a Gnar. You had Lilia as well, you had Braum, and there was just nothing to do. Exact same thing happened in every single draft. They just had no tools to be proactive. So going forward, I really hope they fix that.
It feels like a series that could have been over in 3 games, should have been over in 4 games, and then was ended the opposite direction to that in a 5th game. So it was a strange series to just have a look at from this perspective as well. And I think that looking forward, right, I think we had these concerns going into the playoffs, but Nord or Ruddy could very easily be the first seed that NLC sends to EMEA Masters, and that wouldn't really surprise anyone, I don't think.
No, like I'm super excited to see like where like the Ruddy and Nord series tomorrow for me, right? Like that's the biggest like X factor of this entire playoff, because however either of those teams look going into that lower bracket finals against Verdant, now that is gonna be an absolute like stonker in terms of like how this entire season is gonna end up.
I'm very excited for tomorrow's games. I think Ruddy Nord is actually gonna be a really fun series. Both of these teams have shown, very proactive kind of styles. I think you can't talk about Ruddy without talking about the jungle pool. Like, there's a Master Yi in there. We know that. There's some really fun stuff that can come out from Ruddy. They're a team who are willing to make those plays, and I'm hoping, they don't kind of fall victim to what we saw today, where the nerves kind of stop you from making those plays. I don't feel like Ruddy are that team. I feel like they are, you see them in interviews. They're a very confident bunch. So I feel we are going to get some fun stuff out of them. And then I think regardless of who wins between Nord and Ruddy, I think that's going to be the fire that gets lit underneath Verdant. I think they're going to come in as an explosive, chaotic kind of team. And Verdant are going to have to kind of shake up because they can't play the native style they did today versus either of those teams, because that is just a guaranteed loss.
Yeah, and speaking of guaranteed loss, let's look at the predictions, Headbrain, because I guess that you're winning to a certain extent,
right?
Right? So
yeah, I did
I
right.
guess I gotta refer this one to Aragon instead, right? Whereas this is you only got one correct today as well. So did I. So I guess you matched me for once, Aragon. That must be kind of good.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'll take it. I've had such bad predictions recently. But can I say, is Milcott Loki a sleeper genius? Like, what is that about? How does he?
He's only 1 point behind me now. I just realized, holy moly, this is not good, bro.
Wow, what a recovery! What a recovery, eh? I'm still 8%. It's actually tragic. You know what? Okay, so I actually kind of came into playoffs going, I'm going to take the playoffs predictions semi-seriously, hence why I voted Nativz here. Damn. I look like a goddamn clown.
It's rigged. That's all we've got to say. Don't worry.
Nah, bro. I just look like such a clown. Like 50% at the end of the season. What the hell am I doing? It's falling apart. Twitter's fourth? How the hell is Twitter fourth, by the way? What the hell? Anyway, player of the match. Who's your player of the match?
I think
it has to be Den Voxne for me.
Vladdy.
Really?
Yeah.
It's close between Vladdy or DV for me. I think DV actually had really good performances throughout. In all of their wins, he was instrumental. In their losses, he was never the leading cause of loss. I don't think Vladdy was either, but I think that he was a bit more prone to getting targeted early on, and he succumbed to that a bit more.
I was very critical of Vladdy. Sorry, Aragon. I just go quickly say I was very critical of Vladdy, especially as Jace. And in game 4, he literally solo won the game for his team, and like it just felt like he started to really come back into this series. We won't talk about the Yone game. That was a bit of a yikes one. Also, to be fair, Stefan played amazing in game 5, and we had like our MVPs for the end of this series kind of pre-planned by game 4. We went into game 5 only having DV and Vladdy as our Nativz representatives for the MVP. And then halfway through that game, both me and Aragon at the same time were like, yeah, it's got to be Stefan. Like, these pillars are insane. So you have to give an honorable mention to Stefan. But I think overall for me, it's Vladdy.
I think Den Voxney, in the games they lost, I don't think he was set up for success. I'm going to be real with you. Like, the amount of times he was playing Tristana and he just could not auto-attack. Like, there was no one in front of him. Everyone was just losing, and their draft was terrible. The man could not do anything. I remember him leaping in on Tristana to try and force a fight somehow. But yeah, I think the other games, though, like Severe single-handedly carrying the game with his engages, right? Single-handedly, absolutely. In the games he didn't do well, I don't think were entirely his fault. So my vote goes for Den Voxney.
Let that be the closing note. After that, remember that you can go over and vote and have your say in this particular discourse over on Twitter, as I'm still calling it Twitter, guys. It's still twitter.com @NLCLOL, and that's going to be a vote over there for you guys to put and vote in there. And speaking of that as well, you can see our names on the screen, also has our socials underneath them. And with that, we're going to be back tomorrow with an absolute banger of a best of 5 between Roddy and Nord. Same time, same place. See you there. Thank you so much for watching.
not quite necessarily positioned the same place. Shackle with a huge kick onto Omen, shut down the Azir. He's able to get that shuffle off in time, which means that Nord can take over the rest of the fight. 2X is skirting backward here with the Aphelios. Gate to the red white gun. He's over to the green white, but the rest of his team is dying around him. Triple kill for Hino. Quadra kill for Hino.
Yeah, they're going to throw everything down in. They jump. The knockup lands onto Puy immediately. Zapdo low HP. Denboxy jumps back, and that is a 1-for-1 trade. All ready to kick it off. Shikari gets the knockup. Bloody catches two with a huge ultimate. Denboxy immediately jumps into the backline. Let's go a little bit wide. Utes on the flank. They're coming in. Chimera's jumping in with him. Back is gone. Stolen away with the Ashar. Utes able to finish up Gooby. Equalizer goes down. Ragnar throws out the Featherstorm. Tax is going to try and look to get onto him, but it's so hard to do so. The feathers are everywhere. He can't pull them back, but they all flash forward. Feathers locking Taxer in place. A triple kill though onto Nita. He's keeping the pressure up. A quadra kill.
The side there. Crucial to this Fiddlesticks' game plan that he goes unspotted as he goes for the engages. And that one looks absolutely beautiful. A double kill, triple kill for Zapdo.
This giant purple one is gonna. Oh, there's the flashing game.
Oh, the no way! Did he pull that one off? Huge ultimate, the shockwave response though by Unicorn. Nature saved the day. Double kill picked up here onto Gooby. Rusty Sam's trying to get the damage off. There's the triple. There's the quadra. Gooby is going for the penta. He's going to try and jump over the wall. Unicorn, can he escape? Penta kill over to Gooby.
Dropping the ball a little bit, allowing that Rift Herald charge to come through. But if they can get an engage here, they're going to be A-okay. Ragnar going to get pulled in by the Magnet Storm, knocked into the skies as well. But the damage isn't following up from Fourthwall. Jimray gets in with a massive Pop Blossom, but Omen one-shots Chimera. Catchcock with the ult, double kill for the cannon. Ace for Nord, no one dies.
Buckle up. Big changes are coming to the NLC grassroots system, and here is a full rundown of what is coming. The Northern League Championship, commonly known as the NLC, covers the northern part of European League of Legends and feeds into the prestigious EMEA Masters Tournament system. The NLC combines Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Malta, Ireland, and the United Kingdom into one ecosystem, and now the grassroots scene is getting a revamp. Today, the NLC consists of 4 divisions. Moving forwards, divisions 3 and 4 are dissolved and will move back into a national system spread out over the 5 sub-regions of Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and the United Kingdom and Ireland. Fear not, Iceland and Malta, you're not forgotten. Players from these 2 countries can freely roam as residents in all 5 sub-regions. Each sub-region will be operated by a trusted local tournament organizer. Maybe you recognize any familiar faces. National competition is a part of our region's roots, and now it's back to revive the spark and thrill of national rivalries that we used to love. Hold on though, that's not all. In addition to the national leagues, a brand new NLC ladder will see the light of day. On the NLC ladder, teams can join at any point during the split and compete. By challenging other teams to a match and winning, teams can rack up points and climb the leaderboard, taking all of the best parts of your ranked ladder experience with your team straight into the NLC ecosystem. Look out for more information about the ladder system later this year. Now onto the part that all sub-regional teams are fighting to reach, the NLC Regional Promotional Series. The NLC RPS is an interface between NLC Division 2, as we know it, and the new national leagues. At the end of each split, each national league sends 2 champions to the NLC RPS. The national leagues will be joined by the 2 bottom teams from the NLC Division 2, as well as the top 2 teams of the NLC ladder. Come out as one of the 2 winners and your team has secured a spot in the NLC Division 2 for the coming split. The rest will return to their respective national leagues. With all of these new implementations, the competitive year will be divided into 3 splits for our sub-regions: spring, summer, and autumn. The NLC Divisions 1 and 2 will continue as we know it, with the spring and summer split. While the national leagues will play in spring alongside the Aurora Cup in autumn, the NLC ladder will be active for all 3 splits. Due to the imbalance, the